Welcome to the Sambazon Morning Update here from the Bonsai Pipeline, North Shore of Oahu. Preparations being had in the contest area. Rookie Alyssa Spencer waxing up for a morning surf. Speaking of morning surfs, Seth Moniz found the keg out there. Little projection over the potential today. Cola Bros are on site, anticipating what's happening. Katie Simmers has been outstanding in the free surf sessions, building up to today. And of course, we're celebrating the career of Hawaii's Carissa Moore. Looks like the GOAT suiting up. So that is a sign that we got big things to come. If you're not already here, get here. Buckle in, get ready. It's going to be a big day. Hello, I'm Kuiper Guerrero, joined by the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier. Oh, what a difference a day makes. The waves have calmed down a bit, Flick, but they look like there's a ton of potential out there.
Oh, there's so much potential out there this morning. I was watching it for about 20 minutes before we went on air and just saw wave after wave come through, guys and girls getting spat out of tubes. So I think we're in for a really good day.
Yeah, and at the end of the road right here, we're going to hand this thing out. This is the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI trophy. It's a wonderful piece, and we got the legend, Mr. Pipeline here. Jerry Lopez in the barrel. So that's at the end of the road, but we're just only midway through this journey to crowning pipe champs for both men and women. Beautiful scene set here as we descend upon Pipeline, Flick.
Yeah, the conditions look beautiful today. You can really see that the ocean is just a lot more groomed, and yeah, looking forward to a day of action.
I told you guys buckle in, because we're starting off with a bang. Ethan Ewing, world number 2, coming up against the 8-time pipe champion Kelly Slater in this first heat of the morning. This is going to be one to keep eyes on. And Slater, always a favorite. Doesn't matter. He's been a favorite for decades out here. 51 years old, Kelly Slater. He's going to have his 52nd birthday, the 11th of this month. So if you want to send Kelly a happy birthday card, get it in the mail. Wait, does anyone mail anything anymore? I don't know. Like,
Instagram DM.
Instagram DM. There you go. Happy birthday, Kelly. Don't have to pay for a stamp. 11-time world champ out there. But this challenge is one to tune in for, because Ethan Ewing, 25-year-old out of North Stradbroke, is going to be one to watch out for. Let's deep dive into the format today. We got the news this morning, Flick, that we are going to be running overlapping heats. So that's 40-minute heats overlapping in 20-minute sections. The first half of those 40 minutes, you're going to have your non-priority session. Second half, your priority session. But with that being said, this first heat of the day, it's all priority. Let's get down for more official words with AJ McCord and Jesse Miley Dyer.
That's right, Kaipo. So Jesse, of course, Ethan Ewing, Kelly Slater in the water. We know men's round of 32 is getting us started here. Walk us through what we can expect for the action today.
Yeah, we've got a big day, so we're going to have these 2 rounds of men. They're both going to be overlapping, so we've got round of 32, and then we'll go straight into the round of 16. It's a 24 heat day for us. Big day of competition.
And walk us through the forecast for not just today, the rest of the window. What are we expecting from Pipeline?
You know, I think we tomorrow looks like we've still got potential to be running. Absolutely. We've got really clean, nice conditions that are coming up, and then we are now looking at this back half of the event window. So looking at the Friday, Saturday. Saturday looks like it could be potentially an epic finish for us, and it's great that we've got those 2 days up our sleeve. Friday afternoon looks like it's going to build, so it's probably not a full day of competition, but it's Saturday's shaping up to be looking really good, so happy to see that one.
Eyes on the horizon, Kaipo, and eyes in the water. Ewing and Kelly Slater in the water right now for Heat 1. We'll send it back to you to call the action.
Thank you. And the action right now, both surfers just sitting it out, waiting for that first exchange. We talked about Kelly Slater and all the things that he's done, but I want to talk a little bit about Ethan Ewing, because this is a surf star on the rise, number 2 last year. A couple of heats away from a world title for Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan's performance last year was incredible. I loved watching it. I feel like this has been a long time coming for him to have sort of the year that he did in 2023. Unfortunately, in Tahiti, that last event of the full season, he had that injury, and then we were all wondering, is he going to make this final 5 this day? Is he going to be able to show up? And he did, and which was even incredible in itself to come back from an injury and compete and then finish second in the world.
Yeah. I mean, fractured his L3 and his L4 in Tahiti. Here we go. Ethan Ewing's going to be first. Finds a little shower there, but can't get out the door. So that's going to start the heat and hand over priority to Kelly Slater.
Nice little way. Open up the account, but you could just see that that one there, when he took off, it sort of just bent back on itself. It was really peaky and yeah, just probably not the sort of wave that he was really hoping to get, but hands priority now over to Kelly, so a little bit dangerous, I'd say.
Yeah, so exactly. So advantage now to Slater since Ethan Ewing was not able to execute on that first ride. Now Slater can just really play the patient game. We know that Kelly Slater has incredible fiduciary judgment here at Pipeline, where he's able to really trust his sense, his sixth sense here. I mean, when we talk about surfers having a relationship with a wave, top three of all time, it has to be Pipeline and Kelly Slater.
For sure. I think, you know, certain surfers have relationships with waves, and Kelly definitely has one here. As we can see, Kalani on screen there, watching Kelly. She's definitely been down there a few times before, just a few.
Hey, I mean, Kelly, after 31 years on tour, and Kalani with him for the last couple of decades, she's been to a lot of competitions to back up her guy. And she's enjoyed a lot of celebrations as well, because when you talk at his career, incredible. Let's hear from Kelly Slater, though, a little bit more speaking of him, because he's on the mend, he's on the comeback. This is what Kelly had to say.
Last year was tough for me. I didn't perform super well at any point in any contest, but I also didn't free surf very much. Last year was probably the least amount of surfing I've done since I was 5 years old in the course of a year. And I just got back in the water now after 4 months out. Had a major reconstructive surgery, resurfaced the femur head, cleaned up the socket joint, cut out a bunch of scar tissue. I had bone spurs, I had broken bone in the joint, and I got a new labrum put in. So just a minor 5-hour surgery.
Hey, that's surfing. At 51 years of age, any surfer, you need some maintenance. Surfing hard on the ankles, hard on the feet flick, hard on the knees sometimes, and hard on the hips.
Oh, all of the above. I mean, you do anything for long enough, and I mean, anyone, as they get older, obviously our body isn't the same as what it used to be when we were younger, but when you're pushing it that hard for so many years, it's sort of inevitable that things are going to start creaking. And even, there's guys on tour that are in their 20s and had injuries and,
sure,
need maintenance on their body. So, I mean, it's a serious surgery. I mean, 5 hours, that's a long time. And, I think he posted the other day on Instagram and said, I've only had a handful of surfs since I've been back. And, I can go straight and Pipeline's a barrel. So as long as I just keep searching for those waves I know that I can find, I'll be fine.
Well, Kelly Slater, I mean, when we look at the numbers, pretty undisputed with his performances here at Pipeline. Let's take a look at some of the stats for Slater coming into this event. 30 starts at Pipeline, 8 wins, 10-point rides, he's got 5 of them. The best on tour in these categories.
It's just insane to me when I look at those stats. Like, I mean, I don't know if anyone will ever beat this.
83% of the time, he makes it to the quarterfinals here.
It's just, like I said, I don't know if there's ever going to be anyone to rival these sort of stats and to have this sort of longevity in this sport is just incredible. And not even just in surfing, you look at any other sport and you compare that to any other sport around the world, and I don't know if we'll ever see something as great.
Yeah, the Slater era will be down in not just surf history, but sport history as well. And one thing Kelly knows how to do is, so maybe you could talk to me about this a little bit, Flick, is surfing, of course, Pipeline is very physical. But on a day like today, we see a little bit of a lull going. There's really a big mental puzzle that these surfers have to figure out as well, just to stay calm and make the right decisions.
For sure. Obviously, the swell's dropped a bit since yesterday, and there's a lot less motion in the ocean. Yesterday, we saw that there was those 2 swells. There was that leftover northeast, and then we had that new northwest swell coming in, and it was looking a bit jumbled. But today, it's a lot quieter, and yeah, okay, they're going to have to make decisions on what waves they're going to have to go. I mean, but these are the best guys in the world, and we're talking about one of these guys in the heats here, Kelly, has been surfing out here and winning since 1992, right? So I have pretty good faith that he's going to know exactly the wave he wants. I mean, as we see, there was a couple of lines out the back here starting to roll in, but I'd be shocked if he's making a wrong decision. I mean, we just saw those stats on screen. Ethan took that smaller wave before. I think that was probably a little bit of a mistake, handing priority over to Kelly, obviously knowing how amazing Kelly is out here. Not sure what was Ethan's thinking was. Maybe he thought that it was maybe going to go down the line a bit more stretched out, but that wave was just a little bit of a TP. It's really dangerous handing priority over to Kelly today. And you know what I think today with these overlapping heats as well, it's going to be really exciting because I think we're going to see a lot of action. I think guys are going to be taking off. And, yesterday was a bit of like one of those diamonds in the rough day, a lot of like possible sitting around not actually converting. Whereas today we're going to see a lot of rides being ridden. There's a lot of opportunity out there. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting.
I concur, especially when the non-priority heat comes into play. That's about 11 minutes away for the non-priority heat to enter the water. Second heat of the day will be Sammy Pupo up against Liam O'Brien. So once we have 4 surfers in the water, you can almost count on the surfers under priority to get really busy out there. Let's say a good morning to Strider Wazalewski out in the water. Strider.
Morning, Kaipo. How you guys doing? Morning, Flick.
We're doing great, Strider. What's it like out there?
It's, you know what? It's unpredictable. We got that west leftover swell coming through, draining across the reef kind of deep. And then you've got those kind of northeast swells coming through again that are kind of lining up here at backdoor. And it looks like we're going to see maybe Ethan take a look. No, but there are some, there's some throaty rights. And all day we're going to see epic right-hand barrels. The wind just hit it, a little southeast wind, so it's nice and offshore. Beautiful conditions out here right now. And, kind of perfectly set up for the backdoor situation. Here we go, Kelly Slater. Dropping in, looking for something down the line that's going to run off on him.
All right. Well, thank you, Strider. Strider position over there at back door. Not much of a channel where Strider's sitting. Kelly Slater hands priority right back to Ethan Ewing. So what we thought was going to be a advantage to Kelly Slater now goes into Ewing's court.
Yeah, Ethan's got to be thinking, okay, I didn't make a mistake. It's okay. Kelly didn't convert. Kind of got away with that one, I think. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here. They've got another 10 minutes in the water there for Sammy Pupo and Liam hit the water. They've got free reign for another 10 minutes there.
Yeah, this opening heat, when you look at the overlapping heats format, is actually, there's a little bit of an advantage in this opening heat for the surfers in that they'll have priority throughout the total 40 minutes, right? So, and I'm sure that calculates into the game plan for both Kelly Slater and Ethan Ewing. But it's almost like this illustration is like the history of surfing and the ultimate champ in the way of Kelly Slater, and looking at Ethan Ewing, who really, when you look at 2022, number 4 in the world, last year runner-up to a world title, Ethan Ewing being a potential world champ real soon. This could be his year.
For sure. I think Ethan blew me away last year with the kind of surfing he was doing, and especially on finals day. It was just incredible. I think for me, I thought he was going to do it. Just the way he's kept getting better and better with each heat throughout that day. The performance level just kept raising, and what he was doing on those sort of carving maneuvers and adding that variety to that carving maneuver and sliding the fins out at the very last minute, or very last second, sorry, I haven't really seen people have that variation in a carving maneuver ever. I don't think. I'd really love to see it, and I think if he could have just maybe brought, it's really hard to beat someone like Felipe because he's just so amazing out there. But if maybe Ethan could bring a little bit more progression, I completely believe it's in his wheelhouse.
Slater under priority. Gets under the lip. He's going to have to fight the foam ball there. You could see he did battle for a little bit, but was unable to find the exit and find a completion. Ewing behind him. Ethan taking a look at this one. Second wave of the set. Ewing stalls in the barrel, out of the barrel. That's going to be a nice completion. Clean rails on the DHD for that cutback as usual, but just gets a little bit caught up. Doesn't really matter. The weight of that score is going to be on that completed barrel ride.
Yeah, Kelly's one that the first wave of the set just sort of crumbled on him, but looked like Ethan on that second one, the wave face was just a little bit cleaner, allowed him that cleaner exit. But similar sort of sized waves. Obviously all the points coming from Ethan's barrel. Kelly was doing everything right. It was looking really good, but takeoff was nice, straight up under the lip, but unfortunately at the end there, just really crumbly.
So waiting for the score for Ethan Ewing, and that will be the first meaningful score in the matchup. We'll see what deficit that's going to put Kelly Slater into. First with Kelly on the replay.
Yeah, you can see he just got straight up underneath the lip there, but really that barrel just didn't stay open for him. And as we compare it here to Ethan, this wave here just so much cleaner, allowed the exit, goes for the carve, but it just gets caught up there in that little foamy section. This angle here, you can see just how open that barrel stayed. He had to draw a little bit of a higher line there. And all the points coming from that barrel, 4.83.
There you go. So mid-range score, but enough to put Ewing out in the lead. Slater with priority, needing a 4.64. Nice view from above here, and the positioning of our two surfers. Ewing a little bit of distance between him and Slater, and he's able to execute here. Here he goes, under priority, in the barrel. It's going to be a long one in front of him, and he comes out. Ethan Ewing. Now, we talk about looking towards the future. We talk about, a big challenge to ultimately, by the numbers, the best surfer pipe. Slater right behind him, pulls into a barrel of his own, gets through some turbulent water there, but the turbulent water catches the fins of the 11-time world champion. He goes down, still seeking a completion.
Wow, I loved that move from Ethan. That was pretty amazing. Straight underneath priority, and that one just stretched out down the line, and you thought he was almost not going to make it out, but just shooting out of that barrel. Super impressive.
That's when I feel that's when the big scores come. When it's the unexpected, you disappear completely. You take the crowd and the judges by surprise upon the exit. Slater in his 294th career championship tour event. Now remember, 294 events. He's won 56 of them. He's made it into 84 finals. More baffling numbers when we talk about, we call him the GOAT for a reason. Let's look at some replays here. Under priority, Ethan got this.
Yeah, you could see Kelly just looking at that one from deep, but way too deep. Ethan goes under priority, just drives through that barrel, and you could see it almost gently, almost crumbled. He just came shooting out, and you can see him looking at Kelly there. Okay, Kelly's not going, I'm going, thank you. And up and underneath the lip. That was really, really well done. And I like what you were saying, Kaipo. Sometimes those moments there where you don't have priority, you kind of put less pressure on yourself too, because you're like, oh, I don't have priority. I'm easily going to make this one. It's less pressure. Whereas when you've been sitting there for a long time and you have to pull the trigger on a wave, sometimes that head noise can play a big part in your decision making. And wow, that was really well done from Ethan here. See, it was so late. You could see that he shifted his weight to the front of his board there as he just drives down the line. Super important that he shifted that weight forward on that board because he was super deep in that barrel.
Well, nearly excellent for Ethan Ewing. Just shy, a 7.83. 3 judges did go excellent with those 3 8s, but then we threw away that 8, we threw away the 7.5, combined the 3 remaining, and that's why we came just shy of an excellent score with that 7.83. But that's enough to put Kelly Slater into a 2-wave combination at the moment, and Ethan Ewing with priority as well. Heat control to Ethan Ewing in these final 23 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Ethan really converted there when he didn't have priority. That was really, really impressive. I also think, that's a really good sign of things to come. I still think that maybe we haven't seen one of those sets that we were seeing earlier this morning too. So, 783 on sort of a medium-sized wave already today. And when I was watching it earlier, there were a lot of good waves coming through.
Slater uses priority, drops into this one. Pencil dives off the board. Under priority for Slater. And that is the example. That's exactly why, just to clean that up, that's exactly why he went. You were talking about under priority, you're freer. That freed up Kelly Slater just, to see what would happen. And then as soon as he saw there was no future in that wave, immediately exit.
For sure, for sure. And, like you said, even when this second heat hits the water with Sammy Pupo and Liam, they're still going to have priority, right?
Yeah.
So figures he's still got a bit of chunk of time there where they're going to be in this priority heat, so may as well roll the dice. But yeah, I'm really impressed with Ethan. That 783 was surfed so well.
And it was those split-second decisions, too, that Ethan was able to execute on, and seeing that Kelly was too deep and off the peak. It looked like Kelly was controlling the peak, actually. That wave just went wide. It's an exciting day. It's just the start of day number 2 at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. More to come after this. Back at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Opening heat of the day, and it's a big one. Ethan Ewing, Kelly Slater. Winner moves on into the round of 16. If you're just joining us, we're doing overlapping heat format in this round of 32. So there will be one-on-one, man-on-man matchups, but in 2 separate heats in the water at the same time. That's about to begin in about 10 seconds. Kuiper Guerrero here, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier. And we're going to start a new heat out in the water right now. Sammy Pupo coming up against Liam O'Brien in the non-priority heat. Flick?
Yeah, this is a really, really good matchup. I heard along the grapevine that Liam actually got a couple of nice waves yesterday afternoon, and I just think he's been absolutely charging. So, yeah, it's going to be super exciting to watch. Obviously, Sammy Pupo on tour after a pretty nerve-wracking time on the Challenger Series last year. Started with a win and finished with a win, and needed a really good result at the end there.
There he is, on command. Samuel Pupo pulling in and under priority. There's no exit there, but just feeling things out for Sammy Pupo. 23 years old, second-generation professional surfer, part of the dynamic brother duos that we have on the championship tour for 2024. We got Sammy and his older brother Miguel, as well as we got a new rookie, Crosby Colapinto, with his older brother Griffin Colapinto. Slater. This is what happened during the break with Kelly Slater. Flick?
Yeah, Kelly taking off on this one. Looks like he's driving down the line here. Beautiful shaped wave. Almost finds the exit there. Coming out almost through that little doggy door. You wonder if maybe another pump and he would have been able to make out that one. So we have a look here at the replay. This was Sammy, opening wave. That one just ran off without him, but Kelly's wave almost looked like he had that opportunity to sort of sneak out that tiny little doggy door exit.
There's Sammy Pupo. He's done well his rookie year here in 2022 for Pupo. Made it to the quarterfinals at Pipeline. Like you said, fell off tour last year from that mid-season cut, but clawed his way back into the championship tour, winning at Snapper, winning at Sakurama, finishing the Challenger Series #2, Samuel Pupo. And as I mentioned, he's a second-generation pro surfer. His dad, Wagner, not just a great professional surfer from Brazil, but also Sammy's original shaper with Ohana Pupo Designs. Since then, Sammy's moved over to JS Industries, and That all leads into talk, Flick, about the Vista CT Shaper rankings that we're going to start accumulating points for men and women once we get to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the most interesting things about the Shaper rankings here at a wave like Pipeline is some of these guys and girls, might ride a local Hawaiian Shaper here, and that means from the quarterfinals onwards, they're scoring points.
True. I mean, we saw, we can say that Gabe Medina's been spotted on Tokoros, Wade Tokoros out here.
Jack
Robinson is back with his trusty partner in the way of Eric Arakawa. So that's something that we're going to be paying attention to as we move into the quarterfinals.
I saw something interesting the other day on Instagram, and Eric Arakawa actually posted a photo, and it was one of Andy Iron's old boards side by side with one of Jack's new ones, and he had the dimensions in the caption and just was noticing the differences between those boards and how much more bladier and less volume those boards used to have back in the day.
And actually, more continuous rocker. Yeah, there's a lot of nose in front of you back then. And speaking of, some of the history and board design, let's take a look into our WSL vault, because that's where we can look into the history and some of the past performances here on the championship tour. We're going to wind this WSL vault back to 1999 and a Kelly Slater up against Rob Machado. Round 3, Machado looked like he had the advantage on Kelly Slater with this backdoor barrel. Rob rarely going left, but scores on this one. Slater, however, too much for his good friend, and he showed the world the first rodeo flip. That made headlines back in 1999, Kelly Slater. He went on to the semifinals, facing up against Mark Aklupo. Aki had the advantage in this entire semifinal number 1. 15 seconds left. Slater finds his backdoor barrel. Completion, score that for Slater, and he's on to the final up against Shane Werner, the Australian. Biggest result of his career. But it was Slater's day back in 1999. Check this out. Kelly Slater, another 10-point ride for Slater. Winning the world title, though, in 1999. That went to Australia and Mark Akalupo. WSL Vault love looking back at all of that stuff. And I love the addition of what we've been able to dig up, Flick, in the archives with these WSL Vaults. You may have not been born for some of these things, but they're good. They're fun looking back on, aren't they?
Oh, they're awesome looking back on. That was 1999, right?
1999, yeah.
Well, I was born.
Okay.
It's only a few years old.
Yeah.
Probably had maybe just started surfing, I think. Kelly having a look.
Kelly trying to get back into this heat. Here we go. And, he's trying. And that's all he can do. We talked about Ethan Ewing with heat control, Ethan with a big lead, Ethan with priority. So Ethan really, Double E's a smart competitor. I mean, he's a former world junior champ. He's surfed thousands of competitions. He's got the heat IQ. He knows how to close out a heat. He knows he's in control right now, Flick. So he's just going to sit out there and control the tempo of the heat.
For sure. He's looking to improve on a 4.83. That 4.83, that was a shorter barrel, right? So you've got to think he's only going to be taking off if he thinks it's going to be better than that. Thinking that he's obviously going to look... I think he would want to replace that. I don't think he's feeling completely safe, though. Even though Kelly's in that combination situation, I really don't think Ethan... he's feeling confident, but I don't think he's feeling completely safe.
Yep.
You're coming up against someone with the stats of Kelly Slater out here. You're never going to be feeling safe. No. Kelly Slater, when we look at a heat-winning percentage out at Pipeline, out of 30 starts, let me quantify that, 69% of the time, Kelly wins a heat. Here he goes. Slater finds this one, stalls, controls himself in the barrels, needs to fight for the exit, and again, just caught up at the end. Yeah, just getting clamped on that end section seems to... There's a little bit of texture on the face of that wave. Maybe you can just start to see those trades sort of starting to set in, but as it starts to set in, it looks like it's a little bit fluffy on the face of the wave. But, today, I don't think it's over yet. There's so much time still left, and this is the beauty of waves like Pipeline, like Te Aupo. You can turn a heat in a really short amount of time, Paddle back out the back, get back out the back, turn on one, force Ethan to use priority, and you can flip the heat really quickly. I mean, we see people clinch heats in the last dying 10 seconds, you know. I mean, Kelly's done it a lot of times out here, so it's not over.
Yeah, Kelly did that in a final in 2008 up against Chris Ward, where Kelly Slater was comboed in that final against Chris Ward and turned that final and won in 2008 in 2.5 minutes, I believe. 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes. He went back-to-back, was in a two-wave combination just like right now. And so to your example, he's done it before. And that was a miraculous year. Slater, I mean, he had some good numbers in his opening round as well. A 7.17 and a 4.5. That was from his opening round. This is Sam Pupo in the non-priority heat. So Sammy, just being sneaky under priority. So he's going to get a number on the board up against Liam O'Brien. So you always want to put some scores in the score bank if you can, and not just make it a 20-minute heat, because if you just sit for that non-priority section, you turn into a 20-minute heat. There's a couple of waves from the opening round for Kelly Slater. 7.17 and a 4.5. This was a 7.17.
Yeah, Kelly's beautiful this day. He was up against Jack Robinson, and really see his read on this wave is incredible. And I just loved watching this day. You can really see with that short interval just how tall these waves were. I mean, so beautiful that wave, and also really thick that lip as it just threw over him. But yeah, that day was beautiful to watch. That really short period swell was really making those waves really tall when they broke. But yeah, it's definitely not over. You can definitely turn the heat. You only need 2 waves, and at a wave like Pipeline, that can happen pretty quickly. But yeah, like what you're saying, Sammy Pupo just sort of keeping busy. I mean, you could like to think that maybe you could get your backup score in that first, under priority moment, and then you're not leaving it all down to those 20 minutes when you do have priority.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you score anything in that non-priority part, like you said, you get anything mid-range.
Yeah.
That's a great head start into that final priority 20 minutes in these overlapping heats. And there's a different strategy. You can speak to this, like in that versus just straight man-on-man heats and these overlapping heats. It's a whole different mindset, a whole different game plan.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've got another 2 people in the water to contend with and move around with, and watch what they're doing. Like what they do determines what you're going to be doing. You go out there, and you've only got man on man, woman on woman. You've only got another person out there in the heat with you. I mean, your game plan changes completely. You can be so much more selective, and depending on how much time you've got out there, I mean, 30, 40 minutes, you can be super selective.
Yeah, and the game plays out. Out in the water, our water reporter Strider Wazalewski. Strider, you got some intel for us?
Yeah, it looked like Sammy was signaling for a new board. He was doing the motion with his hand to change over. So, I was going to comment on what you guys were just talking about in these heats, with overlapping heats. You're basically searching around for those inside nuggets, whatever is left over. And sometimes those are risky waves, and that's what we're seeing is these guys pulling into tubes, not making them sometimes, and, having to maybe break their boards. I mean, you could probably go through 3 boards in one heat out here, which is, pretty common. I feel like you could just be busting through boards left and right with how heavy the water is, how shallow the backdoor section is right now.
We just see Slater in a little shallow section there, little barrel alley-oop on the way out. So looking to break the combination. Applause from the support squad for Slater, and likely to break that combination. What do you think, Flick?
Yeah, I think so. He's got to get scores on the board, so I like what he's doing. Staying busy. And as we see Liam sort of paddling back out, he must have got one right behind Kelly. But yeah, the boys in the second heat, they're just trying to look for one of those scores that can give them that advantage as soon as they get into that priority.
By the way, Liam O'Brien yesterday afternoon caught a couple of bombs out here. It was survival at Pipeline and Backdoor. He got a bomb at Pipe. He got a bomb at Backdoor. So he's got some good feelings when he went to sleep last night, because he got some epic waves. Here's his first wave.
Yeah, this is Liam's opening ride. Smaller one, gets in the tube and comes out. So small little tube. We have a look at Kelly. And this was a smaller one too, but he could see down the line that it had a little bit of potential. And gathers speed, goes for a little alley-oop, sticks it. Hear the big applause from the beach. But yeah, Kelly's just trying to stay busy, you know. He's got to break that combo.
And you know what? Yeah, he's going to break that combo. We're waiting for the score.
See how shallow that was?
Yeah, it's inches deep. And by the way, new news, Kelly Slater, where we talk about boards, shapers, so forth. Slater Designs, yesterday, they unveiled a new model, the S-Boss, a collaboration with Slater and Dan Mann as we go to live action here with Liam O'Brien just staying busy there. But yeah, so Slater, he's got a new model out on his Slater Designs Firewires. It's just, I don't know if he's likely riding a Houdini model from Slater Designs today, designed by Wade Takoro, but his latest board, the S-Boss, it's an everyday short board that he's put in collaboration with his shaper, Dan Mann. Slater did break the combination as well, Flick. 3-point ride now, Slater needing a 9.66 to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's broke the combo, 9.66, still a big ask, right? I mean, he's someone who, you know, maybe not for Kelly, he's had 5.10s out here, but I think he's still looking for 2 waves.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hard ask for now.
O'Brien staying very busy on the inside here, tucks into the bubble, looks for the exit, finds the exit. That's well done by the surfer from Burley Heads right there, under priority, snuck in and out, and now, like we talked about, put some scores in the bank when you're in the non-priority situation. He just did that.
Oh, he just did that. I mean, that's 3 waves in the last, what, 5 minutes? I mean, Kelly's probably looking at that like, whoa, where were those 3, you know? I mean, that was pretty incredible. Liam's staying so busy right now. I like what he's doing. I mean, getting a few scores on the board. I'm going to be interested to see where the judges go with this because those waves were smaller. I mean, he got a bit of distance, a bit of tube time. We have another look here. You can see it's not that sort of beautiful backdoor wave that we're used to seeing. It stays open there, comes shooting out. There's had a couple that have been really similar. I'd say that this one here, maybe his best. You know, it's not that sort of traditional wave you're used to seeing, you know, take off straight into the pit. Sort of had to like do a couple of pumps, then it sort of tubed. So be interesting to see where this goes.
Yeah, and we had that, you know, up above angle. It showed, Strider talked about how shallow it is on the inside there. So he's almost on dry reef. He went through that dry reef barrel, found the doggy door, got a 5.17 for Liam O'Brien. So bank that for O'Brien. He's in the lead in the non-priority heat. Slater's still looking for that 9.66 up against Ethan Ewing in the priority heat.
Really smart surfing from Liam. He's already, I mean, right now, I mean, look at Ethan's backup in the priority heat, right? He's got a 4.83 as his backup. Liam's already locked in a 5.17.
Well, there's so many conversations about Kelly Slater. Let's hear more from the 11-time world champ about, you know, the mindset that it takes to be a winner.
Look, at the end of the day, I'm friends with pretty much everybody on tour. Like, I have no issues with anybody. And it's easier to compete when you have issues with people. It's a lot easier because you're like, that guy, I don't like him, I'm gonna smash him. You know, you get in this mindset where you really just want to ruin that guy's year. And you need to have that when you win a world title. You got to have that kind of mindset.
Yeah. There were rivalries there in the late 90s, early 2000s. And that's when, you know, it was real. And it elevated all the performances. Here we go. Ethan Ewing uses priority. Ewing looks down the line. He's not going to get anything here. So the situation remained the same. But Kelly Slater now has priority, 3.5 minutes. And so now it's time for the Hail Mary, the home run. Let's see what's going to happen with Kelly Slater. He's got the time on the clock and he's got priority, Flick.
Yeah, you got to think that was maybe a mistake by Ethan going that wave. But Kelly now needing a 9.66. It's a big score. He's got that 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's definitely done it before, but wow, that was brutal honesty in that last piece that we just saw there. I absolutely loved it, but you can see few little splashes in the water.
Those are the Magic Kelly water splashes. How many, I mean, throughout his career, we've seen the Magic Kelly water splashes trying to summon a set right now.
Summoning Huey.
That's right.
Come on, Huey. Oh, yeah, wow.
The only tough thing for Kelly right now, given that, that's the magic splash right there. There we go. That's the wave summoning mojo for Kelly Slater.
Waves is coming in 30 seconds, guys.
And here comes some waves.
Told you. I told you.
And now it's all about decisions and quality of wave. Obviously, that first one's not going to be a keeper. He's got a few more lines behind. They're going wide on the reef here, a little bit more of a north aspect, so Kelly's darting towards off the wall. You can see the angle of all these waves. You can see the free surfers down the beach over at Off the Walls and then down to Insanities as well. Here comes one. This one looking good.
Ooh.
From above. How deceiving it is from above. Yeah, so looked like it was something. This one has a little crease in it.
Wow.
Oh, it's going to be a crazy drop. Here we go, Slater. Straight into it. Growing barrel. Winding down the line. It actually gained girth as it went down the line, but Slater caught up there incomplete.
Wow, that wave, if he was a little bit wider, I feel like for sure he was coming out of that. I mean, and in my eyes, that would have been, if he came out of that barrel, made that drop, that was the best wave of the heat for me. Biggest wave, thickest lip, most critical drop. Wow, I mean, he summoned the wave and it came. As we have a look here, he was just that little bit too deep. You could see that he got a lot of travel time there. It's that little bit wider. I mean, that shot before we were able to see it. But yeah, just ran off without him. It sort of had a little bit of a bend.
Yeah, it was that second section that was really the highlight, right?
Yeah, that second section really stayed open. That first section that he pulled into sort of was a bit crumbly. It wasn't really open. It was that second section that once it really hit that reef properly, it really started to throw.
Well, it should be elementary right now for Ethan Ewing with just 20 seconds on the clock, as well as the lead and priority.
Strider's in heat.
Strider's in the contest area. He knows to steer wide when a set comes through. And now it's official. It's going to be Ethan Ewing on to the round of 16. We see Kelly Slater bow out of competition, but will continue to celebrate his career here at Pipe. But it's going to be Ethan Ewing into the next round. We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break. Get charged up. Put some froth on it. We'll be back. More action. Ryan Callahan, Jake Marshall will be joined in the water when we return. Ooh, the GX550, new body design by Lexus. Incredible, and the Lexus bento boxes as well on site, but that GX550 got a couple of models out there. We got the classic package, we got the sport package. Incredible utility vehicle. As we come back here to Sands of Ehukai, and we welcome you back, Kelly Slater, if you're just joining us. Eliminated from competition. He's got a short walk back to his house. Ethan Ewing He's going to go to for an interview because he's in the round of 16. It's Kaipo Guerrero along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. Overlapping format. We got a new heat in the water. Ryan Calnan, the Novocastrian, up against Encinitas, California's Jake Marshall. How's that heat, Flick?
Whew. Another exciting heat coming up. I mean, both of these guys, I mean, Jake back on tour now after, fighting it out on the Challenger Series. I got the pleasure of calling some heats of his during Erasira last year, and he was just looking so silky smooth. His surfing was looking really on fire. And coming up against Ryan, who had his best year last year on tour, and, had an amazing result at Bells Beach with Ethan Ewing in the final.
And there's Arcal.
There he is.
6 seasons on tour, like you said, Flick. Last year, his best finish, finishing number 10 in the world. And all by the way of that final that he made at Bells Beach with Ethan Ewing. But Ryan Calnan, the one thing about him is most of the waves scoring today are backdoor, but Ryan really surfs really well in a backhand barrel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ryan's backhand is definitely one of his strengths, I think. I remember the first time I ever saw Ryan surf when I was about 10 or 12, and I'm a goofy footer, and I always remember being like, he's someone I would want to surf like. He's just got this beautiful flow between his maneuvers, and he was someone that kind of didn't really need to grow into his style. He kind of just already had it. Sometimes you see those younger kids, they sort of need to grow into their body or grow into their style, but Ryan always just had it. So, yeah, it's going to be really good to watch him out here. And
the pride of Meriwether, right? And he's got a lot of support there in Meriwether, and one support of Ryan Calnan, 4-time world champ Mark Richards. Liam O'Brien got a wave during the break. Actually, Sam Pupo got this wave, and that's a 5.83. That happened during the break.
Oh, a little bit of a claim.
Take a look at Liam's wave here.
Yeah, this was beautiful. Just drives down the line and comes slingshotting out of that one with a little carve. But I love the shape of that wave. That was just really beautifully surfed. You can see he was quite deep in the barrel there. Really had to drive through that section. He's really connected out here. I've got to think, as we look at this here, this allows us to really see how deep he was in this barrel as he comes flying out of this one. It's a really beautifully shaped wave for today. Finishes off with that big double arm layback. But yeah, Liam's looking so connected, and I've got to think that it's probably due to the fact that he's just been putting a lot of time in out here in all conditions.
That's right. 7-point ride for Liam O'Brien and the lead in the priority heat. Liam O'Brien talked about a little bit that, he went out and charged yesterday afternoon, got some bombs, and so I think he's carrying over with that confidence into this heat right now. Speaking of confident, Ethan Ewing must be confident. He's into round of 16. He's looking strong, AJ.
He certainly is, Kaipo. And Ethan, you had plenty of nights to go to sleep knowing that the next day you could potentially face Kelly Slater here at Pipeline. How did you stay mentally sharp, not just for Pipe, but knowing that you were going up against Kelly in this heat?
Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking, but also exciting. Just coming up against Kelly, he's always been one of my favourite surfers, and probably the greatest to ever surf this wave for sure. So I just tried to do my own thing and just try and get as much time out here as possible. This wave is so challenging, and there's a lot of different faces, so just trying to learn as much as I can.
What do you think you learned in the last few days of the free surfs out here that you were able to apply to today's heat?
It's definitely a little bit less scary today, but I don't know, I've just been trying to focus on the rights. As soon as it got called off yesterday, I thought because it's going to drop so much that there was going to be right, so I was kind of just focusing on that, and yeah, just trying to learn as much as I can, and yeah, learn from the GOAT.
I mean, no one better to learn from, but Ethan, coming into the season with the finish that you had last year, from the injury into Tahiti to coming back at finals, finishing world number 2, what have you worked on this off season to prepare yourself for another run?
I've just been trying to just get better at surfing. I felt like there was moments or contests last year that kind of surfed under, which I don't like. So I'm just trying to do my best surfing in the contests, and just flow from there.
It's a good start today. Congratulations, Ethan. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing will be coming up against the winner of heat number 2 in the round of 16, currently in Heat 2. Sorry, he will be in Heat 1 of the round of 16, coming up against Heat 2 winner Liam in this heat, which is currently Liam O'Brien. So O'Brien with the advantage over Sammy Pupo. Pupo needing a 6.35. Pupo also under the priority of Liam O'Brien. O'Brien with heat control at the 12.5-minute mark.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Liam's just looking so connected, and I've just got to go back to that point where, you know, he's just sort of been out in all different conditions. He was looking really good on the first day of competition as well. He just looks focused. He looks connected, and he's been really active in this heat too. I mean, he had those 2 waves back to back, really in quick succession. You know, I mean, that was still when Kelly was out in the water as well. So Kelly's probably turning around being like, "What? These waves out here?" You know, and Liam had an amazing read on this reef. So we see Kelly coming up the beach.
Yeah, always popular.
Yeah, 1 second. April.
And maybe we'll get a word with Kelly Slater. Right now, 11.5 minutes. Liam O'Brien, you talked about the confidence, and I talked about, you know, his free serve yesterday in survival conditions. He paddled out there. He's been wearing a helmet for actually for all the sessions that I've seen him surf here at Pipeline and Backdoor. He's been wearing a helmet, and that is another addition, Flick, that we've seen this year. I think we have an all-time high of surfers taking that helmet option just for that extra safety out there, which is applauded.
Yeah. Here we go. We'll get back to that.
Because Arcal's on the backhand. Talked about his backhand tube riding.
What?
Controls his speed.
What?
And we told you about that. Ryan Callahan, Arcal, in and out, and just the way that he was able to control his speed in that barrel. Under priority got that wave, by the way, too.
That was incredible. And to talk about him doing it on his backhand, right? You've got to, and Ryan isn't a small guy. He's a tall guy. That was a smaller to medium-sized wave, and he had to really compress his body to get super low and tight. Not an easy thing to do. I mean, it's pretty relatively easy on your forehand. You know, you can just bend your knees, you can crouch, you can get quite low. But for Ryan, who's a bigger guy, to be able to contort his body and really play with the speed of that wave, you can see here, this is it. Takes off. Beautiful crouch position. You can see him changing his speed there, sort of did a couple of little pumps even as he was grabbing that rail so he could make sure that he was going to match the speed of that end section of the wave. Super impressive. As we have a look here, and you can see his arm is in the face of the wave there. It's another way he's using the face of that wave just to slow himself down when he puts his arm in, and when he takes his arm out, which I'm sure he did at the end here, you just see his arm leaving the face of the wave just to maximize that speed there to make sure he came out. That was so impressive.
Masterful. Masterful in approach. Lob, Liam O'Brien off the bottom, tucks in, kicks his tail, gets the stall. A little bit of a shower on the way out for Liam O'Brien, looking to better his 5.17 and further distance himself from Sammy Pupo. Jake Marshall right behind him. Marshall, that one bottoms out, goes nice and hollow for the Encinitas surfer. So great exchange there, and we'll be awaiting more numbers. Sammy Pupo takes a trip to the bottom on the wave number 3 of that set.
Well, 2 diamonds and 1 carat. Or lemon.
Incredible exchange. Ryan Callahan, by the way, to update you, you can see on the score bug there, a 5.17 for Arcal for that backhand barrel. We're waiting for scores for Jake Marshall, waiting for scores for Liam O'Brien, and we're paying attention to the whitewater right now with a surfer getting pushed in. Okay, he's on the surface there. Sammy Pupo, you saw him on that wipeout, looks like he's fine. But you never can tell.
But no, you
World's
never
most
know.
dangerous wave.
And I think to get back to that point, you know, you're speaking about Liam. Here he goes again.
Liam, one more time. Speeds up, got the foot on the gas pedal. And O'Brien trying to find light, but is not able to do that. So 2 waves now we're waiting for Liam O'Brien. Consistency now getting turned up, Flick.
Yeah, really, yeah. A lot of waves coming through, a lot of opportunities. That was like 4 waves back to back. I'm actually surprised we didn't see Liam come out of that one. He's just looked so connected this morning that yeah, something must have happened inside that tube. But getting back to the helmet, I just think, you know, yeah, more surfers now than ever are wearing helmets, but there's been more injuries. There's been a lot of injuries go down, and I think people are starting to realize, you know what, like,
Hey, yeah.
let's put this helmet on. And you just never know, even on these sort of smaller days, you know, that
Smaller days, you're in the more shallow section.
You know, we've seen some, you know, really bad wipeouts at waves like Teoko on small days, waves at backdoor and at small pipe. You know, maybe sometimes you can get a little bit complacent. It's small.
Arcal, one more time, gripping onto that rail, but that one sped off on Ryan Calnan. But yeah, I like your talk about the helmets, because it's a protective layer that can save your life, basically, you know? And we've seen a lot of head injuries out here. Here's Liam O'Brien with the helmet.
Yeah, this was the wave prior to his last one. And you can see it was like a bit of a teepee as we look here. Really liked this wave of Jake Marshall. That was really beautifully surfed. Just sneaking out of that wave here as we have another look at Liam O'Brien. And he's just almost not putting a foot wrong this morning. But
So, go ahead.
Oh, this wave here, I really liked. It's nice and deep in the tube. You can't really see his board there for quite some time. Comes out with the spit of that, the spit of that barrel, and there's just something aesthetically pleasing when it, you know, the wave spits and the surfer comes out at the same time. It just looks so great to watch.
Yeah. So Jake Marshall, we're waiting for that score. It did come in at a 6.27 for Marshall, so he did take the lead off of Ryan Calnan. More sets coming through out the backstrider.
Oh yeah, definitely sets. Oh man.
Okay. So here he goes. Like a dog with a bone.
Oh. Sorry guys, didn't want to get caught inside. That was kind of a bomb. It's pulsing out here, you know? Like that Slater, he kind of let us down a little bit with wave consistency. Now we're seeing more waves come through. I just had to touch on how radical the drops look from out here and how steep and deep these guys are taking it. Just really just wait that last second and really just toying with that drop, just getting the rail engaged and then sucking up into the barrel. And just the views from out here are incredible. And I think that, you know, the judges really taking all those little things into consideration, how steep, how late, you know, where they're positioning themselves, how critical it is. So, and out here, everything was critical.
Yeah, thanks, Stratter. Yeah, our judges, we got a head judge, Luli Pereira, who has put out at the beginning of the season for the first 5 events the criteria and the general criteria, but then the specific criteria for each of the tour stops for the first 5 events. So there's been more transparency, more communication ever coming from the judges tower coming into this year. And so all the surfers been briefed. It's been a 1-page brief for each stop. From here until Margaret River that the surfers can review. Speaking about reviewing, let's review today's conditions. What are we looking at today, Jonathan Warren from Surfline?
Yeah, so right now what we have on tap is smaller leftovers of the pulse that moved in yesterday, but still overhead. It's going to be like this all day today. Pretty much what you're seeing now, just expect this all day. Maybe a little bit less, like just a touch less energy later this afternoon. Yeah, but we have a reinforcing pulse that's going to move in for Wednesday and Thursday. So expect Wednesday to be pretty much a repeat of today. And for conditions, easterly trades all day, like a little breezy, but favorable direction offshore.
Jonathan, can we get your, well, I'm going to wait for this because right now we have Sammy Pupo. Stay on board. Jonathan, we'll see if Sammy comes out of this barrel, makes some yardage right there, and Pupo
that was a sick one.
Coming out. Sammy is 6.35, and he will take the lead off of Liam O'Brien, who's been in the driver's seat for most of this heat. But quick follow-up question for you, and a brief one. For the rest of our event window, what are we expecting right now when you look at the forecast?
Yeah, so right now, and what we have been seeing is kind of a combo, right? We've been seeing this northwest and then a mix of northeast in there. We don't really like that. It's kind of crossed up. But seeing some pretty decent peaks here at backdoor and down off the wall. What's good is that later in the event window for Friday and Saturday, the last 2 days, there's a new west-northwest swell that's going to move in. And what's good about that one is that we're not going to have that secondary northeast to mix in. So more organized. Swell, surf height's going to bump back up with that next swell too. Not as big as what we saw yesterday, but still overhead, and looking at some sets to push back up to that double overhead mark. Again, that's like from around midday Friday through Saturday morning at least. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all of the intel. Jonathan Warren from Surfline, and if you're not a premium member, you should sign up. Sammy Pupo, we saw, during that touch with Surfline, catch that wave. He can turn the heat with a 6.35. We'll have another look at this one, Flick.
Yeah, this was a great wave from Sam. You can see he's just delaying that bottom turn there to allow him to get so deep in the tube here. Comes flying out. And I like that he just committed to this turn here. Beautiful surfing, and he liked it. Some big celebrations going on.
Another look from above. Question is this a 6.35?
I could see what he was trying to do. He definitely could see that, I'm a bit wide here. I need to delay this bottom turn just so I maximize that tube time. I mean, really, really feeling it there. But yeah, this here, that was that delay as he bottom turns up, snaps in the lip here. That technique he's using him to get himself really deep in the tube. And I'm not sure. I mean, this other turn here, as he backed it up with that layback jam in the pocket. I mean, he thinks it's the score.
Yeah. So what's going to work against him is he wasn't super deep in the barrel. What's going to work for him is he did get a turn after the fact. Arcal casual on a pipe left in the non-priority heat. Ryan Calnan looking to get rid of a 1-point ride. He's likely going to be doing that. But the important score that we're waiting for is for Sammy Pupo. And for Pupo, it comes in at a 6-point ride. Needed a 6.35, got a 6-point ride. Pupo's still trailing Liam O'Brien. He's hearing the news right now. You can see the splash of the water. He's disappointed. He thought he got the number.
Well, he definitely thought he got the number. I mean, we could tell by the celebrations after that turn. Seeing a bit of frustration as we see Ryan locking into another little tube out the back there. Whoa, and
the Pilates are paying off for Ryan Calnan. Flexibility right there.
Well, my knees would have just popped at the side of that. Wow, that was some incredible flexibility.
So Calnan, he is going to increase upon his scoreline. He's throwing away a 1-point ride. He got a 2.67 for that demonstration of flexibility. Down to 23 seconds, however, for Liam O'Brien, Sammy Pupo. And it looks like it's going to be Liam O'Brien who's going to be coming up against Ethan Ewing in the round of 16 with his advancement out of this heat. We just got 10 seconds to make it official.
Liam was just so connected in that heat.
Yeah.
It kind of just seemed like no matter what wave he surfed, he was always just going to make it out of the barrel. I think there was just that one, his last one, where he pulled in and he just didn't come quite out. But yeah, Liam looking really connected.
Lob, Liam O'Brien on his way to the round of 16, and we'll be on our way to a short break. We'll be back with more action. Joe Chappelle, Jesse Mendez will talk you through that action.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
I think initiatives like today can inspire ocean conservation just from bringing exposure to different people about it. I think that's really is the exposure and the experience of coming down here and seeing how beautiful this place is. I mean, when you look behind me, like, look at it, it's incredible.
Go and do this.
So right here we're mounding up water hyacinth, which is an invasive species, into a floating garden bed. So these are called huli. Taro is a really amazing plant, and it grows from what's called a huli, or a stalk. You plant that in the ground, and from that grows a makua, or the parent. And from that parent grows several oha, which forms an ohana, or a family, which is also the word for human families as well.
This project we hope to see in a decade from now feeding the community. So I feel like in a decade we'll really have a great example of how this can be done all throughout the islands.
First step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Like, let's protect this.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being with us for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, CT Standout Triple Crown Champion. And we are off and running in the overlapping format. Already some big news. Kelly Slater out. Going down to last year's world number 2, Ethan Ewing. Samuka tried to get a comeback against Liam O'Brien. It's crazy with this overlapping format, Jesse, how quickly we can get through this round.
I know it's exciting actually to have this format because we get a lot of waves reading, so there's never really a downtime. Mostly on a day like today, it's a smaller backdoor day, so you can paddle out pretty quick out the back and you can catch a lot of waves, so it's going to be an exciting day.
Liam O'Brien getting past Sammy Pupo into the round of 16, still halfway through. Jake Marshall and Ryan Callanan. That is the priority heat over this heat that just started. Connor O'Leary taking on Jackson Bunch. All goofy foot battle there. Connor O'Leary coming off his best year to date, finishing one spot out of the top 10. And now finds himself inside the pit at small back door. Getting nice and low, real strong, powerful surfer who has certainly been through some ups and downs as far as keeping his spot on the top 34. But I only think he's been getting stronger when we really focus on the last 2 seasons.
That's what I was just going to mention. Connor, it's in his best phase right now. His backhand's lethal. He kind of grew in size, so he looks so powerful, and it's just, yeah, upgrading his surfing in every aspect. Also tube riding to his backhand mostly. It's fun to watch, and just as I mentioned, you know, it gives them the freedom to catch a lot of waves, and he had 4th priority, let's say it, so he had 2nd priority on the 2nd priority heat, so he just snuck that one in. Got a small score, but it's fun for us to watch.
This overlapping format really makes so much sense at Pipe and Backdoor. You have so much more room to look at different parts of the reef, and you can show everybody your knowledge of this stretch of coastline. John's famous for being so dangerous in the overlapping format, with or without priority. We're real proud of this man from Australia. Great start here to 2024. Liam O'Brien is with AJ.
Yes, he is, Joe. Liam O'Brien showcasing that connection that he has with the water here at Pipeline. Liam, what have you been working on in the last week or so to stay ready for this moment?
Yeah, it's been a lot of waiting around. I've just been trying to surf, not too much, and not burn myself out, because you don't know if you're going to surf the next day in the heat or not. So, yeah, I've kind of just been having little dabbles here and there, and then after they called the comp off yesterday, I was kind of like, sat there all day. I was like, I've got to go surf, I think. It was looked pretty like a few good ones, so had a bit of a session then, and then, yeah, it kind of was nice because it's a bit smaller and more in control today, so it was, yeah, kind of set me up to feel a bit more comfortable today.
With the conditions, you certainly looked incredibly comfortable. How much confidence does this give you moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Sammy's really good out there. Obviously, nearly got the score at the end. I was pretty scared there. But yeah, like to progress through any heat, you're stoked because you get to go back out there and surf it with no one out. So yeah, I'm keen for the next round.
We'll see you then. Congratulations, Liam.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Liam O'Brien's one of those surfers you just would want to put on any type of craft, and you just would love to watch his style, how he'd ride twin fins, single fins back home at Burley Heads, but obviously doing great in the barrel as well as we catch up with this paddle battle with Jake Marshall and Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, very important moment too. We were like already past the halfway mark. They both kind of have decent scores on the board, and looked like Jake had a good wave just a little bit ago, so yeah, it's an important moment to get the priority right now, and yeah, dictate the pace.
During the interview with Liam O'Brien, Jake Marshall did go backdoor. Let's have a look. First with Ryan Callanan's wave.
Ooh, that wave just kind of hit that Ains part of the bank, and it kind of turned out weird. But this one, very nice. Just look how hollow that is. He was deep, came out after the speed, so that just shows how deep he was, and the judges are going to love that. It's going to be a good score for him.
Jesse, the feeling of riding a barrel and knowing that the spit's coming out before you, what does that feel like when you're inside the tube here at Pipe and Back Tour?
I guess that's the goal for everyone. When you're in a barrel, you want to like have a spit, and to be behind the spit, that just show how deep you are and how much in control of the fumble riding you are. So it's a great feeling when you get spat out. Actually, when the spit comes out and you come after it, it's even a better feeling. So that was great wave identification there for Jake. Just a beautiful A-frame, and that's what you're kind of looking for here at Backdoor on a day like today. You don't want that much of a stretched wave, because that sometimes run too much in the bank, or sorry, in the reef, and he ended up clamping in the end in between backdoor and off the wall. That's what happened at Ryan Cullinan's wave. So yeah, he was very smart to pick that wave, and yeah, perfectly and beautifully ridden.
First matchup for Jake Marshall and Ryan Callanan, and great to see Jake get his spot back on the championship tour. We saw him make his rookie debut last season. Had some key heat wins and some really solid performances, especially at Sunset Beach, and ended up seeing him back on the Challenger Series. Ended up getting a nice quarterfinal at the U.S. Open, final at Ericeira, and finds himself back on the top 34, representing Encinitas, but his family's had a home here right near Rocky Point for a very long period of time, so this has always been a second home for Jake. He actually spent majority of the off-season right here on the North Shore preparing for 2024 Championship Tour.
Yeah, he's right behind Rocky. You see him surf all these waves since he was a Grom, and it just shows how intimate he is with it. He's not scared to throw himself out of big sunset, big pipeline, and yeah, it's fun to watch him here, and so far it's paying it off. He has great scores on the board, and I mean, there's still a lot of time. Ryan is lethal. He's an amazing backside tube rider, so there's still anyone's game, but he's looking good right now so far.
Very true. I should say 2022 for Marshall was when he really showed up. That was the year he beat John Florence at Sunset Beach, as Jake will just shadow Ryan Callanan without priority. Marshall's always been so dangerous in between waves. Doesn't back down from a paddle battle. Really smart on his feet, working with his coach, Chris Gallagher. And ever since he was a little kid, I remember stopping by Jake's house when he was a Grom, and there was about, I don't think I'm exaggerating, about 30-something galleys. You know, when you're a Grom, you gotta have like 4 1s, 4 2s, 4 3s. You keep growing them, but they all went to good use because Jake's got younger brothers, so they just kept getting passed down. So it's really a treat for Coach Chris Gallagher, kind of being more of an uncle and a mentor to Jake his whole life, to still be standing by him now as he's on the Elite Championship Tour.
I love seeing those relationships. It's so personal, you know, it becomes family. And yeah, for Gally having him, for Jake having Gally on his corner this whole time, is such an experienced guy all around with surfboards, and strategically as a surfer, as a competitor, and also just overall in life. So yeah, good relationship for him there. And check this out, how this rip is going. It's coming from Ehukai with all this kind of sandbar that accumulated over the last few days with the northeast swell. It's kind of have a water exit moving into backdoor, so just kind of, they're battling right there. Look at that. Those are the most fit surfers on the planet, and they're like non-stop battling the whole time. So yeah, a little tricky there for them.
Especially when you need to stay in the zone, stay on your lineup markers, and the ocean's trying to pull you way down the beach. So these guys on a treadmill at the moment, with 9:10 on the clock. Callanan with priority. He needs an 8.6 to move into the round of 16. A veteran these days of the tour. And great to see what he's accomplished, even coming close to his first CT win last season when he finaled at Bells Beach.
Yeah, overall amazing surfer. Good at everything. Good in the air, progressive, great style, amazing tube rider, amazing rail surfer. So he's always one of my favorite to watch. And yeah, I hope they have some good chances by the end of this heat so they can perform, maybe have a back-to-back wave, and we can have a good time watching it.
There was a time I was sitting next to Ryan before he was on tour, and back then sometimes there'd be injuries on the spot. That still happens, and they're kind of looking for people who are going to replace those surfers in the event. Next thing you know, they tapped on a young Ryan Callanan's shoulder and said, hey, you're in pipe, and it was bombing. It took him 2 seconds to get ready. Jumped up, grabbed his board, almost got a 10 at backdoor against Dane Reynolds. It was such a huge opportunity and really showing that he was ready for his career to get going that day. 8 on the clock. It's up to Ryan if he wants this wave. He's going to go backdoor. Almost steps off on the takeoff. That was challenging, and it just really didn't let him in. As he regathers himself, let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, I'm over here at the Vissla Shaping Space with second-generation shaper and head of the iconic brand, Channel Line Surfboards, Mr. Britt Merrick. Britt, first of all, thank you for making time with us. But let's talk about pipe boards. Yeah. What are some of the key fundamentals in design for a board for Pipeline?
Yeah. This is one of Barron's boards, and what we're really concentrating on is the board being able to have enough volume in the right places to get in underneath the lip, right? Because a lot of the guys tend to ride pretty small boards these days, and so they want to be under the lip. So I distribute a lot of volume under the chest and forward, and then really bring down the rails, because you got to like hide the volume in the middle so they feel like they're paddling just a beast. But then right when they're up under the lip, they got to be able to roll it over real quick and knife it. So the rails are real refined on this sort of thing. And that helps for that. And then the second part of a pipe board is just coming off the bottom. You know what I mean? So it's got to be able to roll the rail really easy. So the tail's super sensitive. The tails are really thin, flat under the back foot, which makes it sensitive. Lower concave so that the board sits in the water. It's not so on top of the water. And some double concave, which helps it just roll over. And then it's just all about surviving the foam ball.
Talk about this. This is new construction I've been seeing coming out of the CI factory. A little bit about the construction on this board. It's laid up a little bit different.
Yeah, this is our Eco Carbon Tech, ECT. So it's different than normal carbon. Usually when you see a carbon board, it employs carbon fiber, right, for the layup. But this is actually pulverized carbon fiber that's been recycled from other sources, and then we add it to the resin. And it changes the whole flex characteristics and nature of the resin. So what you get is a board that feels much more familiar than a carbon fiber layup, which can be really stiff and sort of foreign feeling. This is going to feel like your normal PU with a stringer, but livelier. And it's got properties that really absorb the bumps in Hawaii, we find. So the guys are really liking these over here in the islands because it just seems to sit in the water, very neutral, absorbs the bumps well, but then is livelier and quicker rail to rail.
What about, this is our second year with the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. And talk about that. You know, now we're highlighting the board builders on the World Surf League. Does that come into your bid? Do you get any competitive with any of the other board builders, shapers out there?
Do we get competitive? I think we're more competitive than the guys surfing and the girls surfing. I mean, it's the contest within the contest. And it's always been there, you know what I mean? It's always been like, it's not just about the surfer. It's like whose board made the next round. We're always thinking about it. It's always at the forefront for us. So it's cool that Vissla and the WSL have kind of formalized that, because it's always been the subtext. And now it's part of the meta narrative. And I think it's cool. And yeah, we're super competitive.
Awesome. Thank you for your time, Britt Merrick, Channel Line Surfboards.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Thank you, Britt. That was amazing. We learned a lot in that piece with Britt Merrick. It's always fun to chat with Britt when he's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Really cool, waving the flag for Channel Island Surfboards, all started by his father, Al Merrick. Obviously, Al had a lot of world titles from Lisa Anderson, Tom Curran, Kelly Slater, and more, up and out quickly for Jake Marshall. During that catch-up with Britt, we saw Jake go down a backdoor, lost priority. Ryan holds it now. But Jake still with the lead with his 7.5 and 6.27. Still in a great spot, Jesse.
Yeah, and the clock's running down. It's going to be tougher and tougher for Ryan, but still time. There's still time and there's still hope.
4 minutes on the clock. These two have been spending a lot of time together. They're in opposite heats with Connor and Ryan as we see how this one started. Callan threading one at backdoor. 5.17, still his best wave so far.
Yeah, and Jake right here just able to identify those more hollow, taller waves, and that was a great spit right there and just great position. And that's the wave that we saw, just perfectly behind, just deep enough behind the fumble and just coming out with the spit. That was a beautiful wave ridden for him.
Well done, Jake, so well prepared, ready for a big start. And after getting knocked off at the cut last year. You always wonder what's going to happen to these athletes with their headspace, with their prep. Would he ever tire out of the game? And just comes back even stronger. You saw that with surfers like Leo Fioravanti, where they find more inspiration through that adversity. And Jake's one of those guys. There was a time he came like a heat away from qualifying and was devastated through the last couple events of the Triple Crown. Sometimes those blows are too hard to recover from, but Jake's proven to get back up every time. In great position so far in this heat. 2:53 to go. And Ryan needing now that 8.6. Connor O'Leary, Jackson Bunch, just getting started. And remember, Jackson was the hero of the opening round for the Hawaii region. Didn't really have anything that entire heat until 4 seconds on the clock came through and got an 8.77 hero type moment at Pipeline. As he just got this wave, Jesse.
Yeah, smaller wave right there, nice technique. Just able to get a nice cover up, nothing special, went huge right there, which is what I like to see from mostly wild cards. You know, they're here to blow up, so might as well go big. And yeah, just something to get on the board and feel the wax. And yeah.
I was talking to Maui standout, kind of a mentor to all the kids growing up on Maui, Micah Nickens, and he said he was really impressed. Jackson had a wild one a couple of weeks ago out here and recovered well. As we see a cave setting up for Ryan Callanan, stretching out further and no exit for the Australian. So many positives in that ride, and an unfortunate moment here as it looks like he's running out of time. 1:40 certainly would have been the wave to take the lead if he could have found the exit.
No doubt, Joe. That was an amazing, beautiful rhythm wave. Props to him. 100% did everything he could right there. Just big pump right there, which is so critical to do backhand. Went through the fun ball, passed through again another section, but just the wave didn't cooperate with him. That's all. Like right here, check out this pump he's gonna do right now. Gaining so much speed and so much drive throughout that section, which is so hard to do when you're so compact and holding your hand on the rail. And right there, as soon as he was coming out of it, the thing just closed out on him. Nothing he could have done, and that was definitely an excellent score.
Ryan Callanan finishing in the top 10 last season, his best year to date. That was even after the cut in 2022 when he fell off after Margaret River, showing his toughness to then turn in his best season to date. But he's down to 45 seconds to try to avoid a loss in the round of 32. And now he won't have priority, and Jake Marshall is one of the toughest in the game. He closes out heat so well when he's got the lead. He's going to be right on Ryan's back to shut this one down.
Yeah, it's looking tough. Looks like Jake's going to give him this wave. Let's see what's turned out to it. Yeah, when it's that small, pipe ends up clamping a lot on the end, mostly with that much sand that we have right now. We don't have that much, but just enough in order to make that rip go through. So yeah, that's why Jake didn't even look at that wave. He knew there wasn't excellent score potential on that wave, and yeah, high fives and into the next one.
Great sportsmanship there. Jake Marshall with a key heat win to kick off 2024 in a solid way. He's moving on to the round of 16 as the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI continues. Connor O'Leary will be the priority heat with Jackson Bunch, and we'll bring in Jack Robinson and Ramsey Bochum right after this.
I remember talking to Michael Ho and Derek, and we said, no. Single fins for for big waves, for sunset, for pipe. I was still doing single fins that year, just still pintails. And then little by little, we venture off. We just do, let's try a little thruster, a little longer. Let's try this out sunset. And just perfect for sunset, that big canvas turning. But pipe, taking off later, steeper, leaning forward and just engaging the whole rail and getting that tail to stay in, riding up higher. Like, before you get down to the bottom, you could just get like almost above, just pump. It just changed everything. That's it. That wasn't a stupid design. I was the one that was stupid for judging it, being so quick to judge that. As a 20-year-old, 21-year-old.
Oh, that was an absolute treat. Thank you, Visla, for providing a great catch-up with one of the greatest shapers of all time from right here on the North Shore of Oahu is where he shapes. Eric Arakawa has had a great relationship with Jack Robinson, and Jack loves riding his equipment. Been moving on to Sharp Eye a lot of the events these days, and could be on a Sharp Eye now, but probably has some Arakawas close by as well. Got to have everything to prepare for the big stage as Jack takes on Ramsey. Holy smokes, how about this moment right now? Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Jake the Snake Patterson. It is so good to see your face, my friend. How you doing?
Good, thanks, Joe. G'day, Jesse. How are you? Geez, I get tingles every time I walk down on this beach, I tell you that. Yesterday, for instance, like, whoo, that was a trialing day, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly
Poor old
was.
Travi.
Yeah, no, it was one of those days where we're on edge, seeing if things would clean up in time to run heats, but I think you're just tapping into the energy that we all feel at Pipeline. You know, you can't compare it to any other place in the world.
It is so crazy. It's just, you know, Pipeline breaks, what is it, 80 metres off the sand, so the spectators, and not much beach this year, so they're right there in the thick of the action.
Always so much to talk about with you. First of all, great CT career for people that missed that. Obviously, 5 great wins, kind of a good poker hand. We've got a couple of sunset victories, J-Bay, and then the pipe kicker. I like how you say it like that. It's like the best way to do it. The pipe kicker, we'll get into that later. But right now, are you on hand doing some coaching again full time?
I am. I'm coaching Kanoa at the moment and Cade Matson. And I'll be working with Sawyer and Ethan after Hawaii because they're working with Shane Dorian here. So got a full little pack as well.
It's like the best news ever because there's a moment where I thought you were going to start staying home and the tour just wasn't the same, Jake.
Oh, I love hearing that, Joe. Thank you.
No more
I
snake
miss you
tails?
too.
Hey.
I know, no more snake tails. Oh, I miss it. I really do. I mean, it's, you know, I've kind of like born and bred into the surf, you know, as, you know, Jesse, you know, you live and breathe this sport as you do too, Joe, I'm sure. But, you know, I think, you know, I've got more to give in coaching than I do sitting at home in an office.
Excellent. Sorry about your wipeout at sunset. Was it paddling out or what happened? Broken board on a bomb?
I gave Kanoa the wave before, which was actually my wave, but then and then I copped the one behind it.
As we'll get caught up in this heat, just getting started really. Jack Robinson during the break, getting a make-it pipe, and then Ramsey heading towards backdoor, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a nice way for Ramsey. What's so special about Ramsey is that actually his backside tube ride is probably one of the best things of his surfing. He's from Morocco, obviously, so he has amazing waves for him to train, and that was a great tube ride right there for him.
Snake, you've spent some time with Ramsey. I mean, it's almost hard not to get emotional. Knowing what he went through last year, hurting himself on opening day, didn't even get to put a jersey on, and then going through the Challenger Series. He's in now as a WSL replacement surfer, and I think everybody stood up and applauded that announcement. Everyone was really looking forward to him to put on the CT jersey after all that hard work.
Oh, the Moroccan god. Look at him. Look how good looking this kid is. Everyone wants him on tour, especially the girls, I reckon. But look, he's just a legend. Like, he's worked so hard. 10 years on the QS, I think, and he finally broke through. And then, as you said, Joe, just the heartbreaking moment of injuring your ankle. And you've had a bad injury before, haven't you, Jesse? Is like how long it takes to come back, and great work from the WSL to get him involved in this event and Sunset, I heard. So looking forward to it.
What was it like working with him all those years through the QS? I know I featured on Snake Tales, your video channel, multiple times.
He comes across as this quiet guy, but he is one of the funniest guys you'll ever meet. He's got such a sharp sense of humor, and he's always smiling and he's always happy. So I'm just stoked to see him here and having a chance. And I had a chat to him earlier, and he goes he'd prefer to go right than left at pipe. So as Jesse just said, from Morocco or the right-hand point breaks, he's a mastermind on his backhand barrel riding. So Jack's got to really be careful here.
It's not always the answer that you get from goofy footers, but Ramsey's special. He loves going backhand, loves getting barreled. He's got some slabs back home that he gets drained on. And Strider, man, Ramsey's been psyched. He's been in the Red Bull Athlete Zone all day yesterday, all morning today. He's really fired up to compete. Any insight on what he might be riding today?
Yeah, so he got here this morning, took a look, and said, uh-oh, I better go back and get some shorter boards, which he did. Jammed back down to Leo's house, where he's staying, grabbed a 6'2" and a 6'3". So he went a little shorter, and walking down the trail, he was just talking about how excited he was about backdoor. You know, to Jake's point and everybody else there, he is a hammer on the backside. So I can't wait to see him. He sacrificed not surfing all day yesterday because he didn't want to get hurt, because he wanted to perform here today.
Interesting
You got a
insight.
bomb yesterday morning.
Pardon?
Come on, Strider. You got a bomb yesterday morning, Ramsey did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well,
nice pickup. Well, he felt the energy off that bomb and then probably gave himself the rest of the day off. It's an interesting situation, isn't it? You know, when you have these crazy swells where you're going, do I surf, do I not, when it's a wave this treacherous? Jesse, I'm sure you've been through that when you're on tour going, is it worth it? Will I get enough momentum into the main event, or do I save myself and my equipment for when the heat starts?
I think it would play differently by each athlete, but definitely pipe is such a tricky one because it's so dangerous. We've seen Ramsey hurt himself before the event here. We've seen Lean O'Brien do the same thing. So it's a lot of risk, but also it's nice to pedal out. Mostly a day like yesterday, it was so big, and get that freak out of your stomach, because it's so sketchy to watch from the beach. And sometimes you pedal out, you're like, oh, it's that gnarly, but I'm used to it. I've done this before, so it's almost a confirmation for you.
Then smaller for your heat, you feel like a superhero compared to what you went through the day before. Let's hear from our heat winner in the last matchup over Ryan Callanan. Jake Marshall is with AJ.
That's right, Joey. Jake down here, excited to move on to this next round. I want to talk a little bit about that heat in particular, because you put up some really strong scores early on. How did you want to approach Pipeline today?
Yeah, there's some fun waves coming in at backdoor, so I was stoked, just wanted to get a few barrels and kind of see how the heat played out. I did a pretty good job in the beginning, but kind of left the door open for Ryan at the end, so that was kind of a mistake that could have cost me, but luckily it didn't, and I'm going to get a chance to surf again.
One of the things that I think is so cool about your story is just the momentum that you built up on the Challenger Series last year. You had some really strong finishes towards the back half of that Challenger Series. How are you carrying that momentum into this first stop of the 2024 Championship Tour?
Yeah, the Challenger was it was great for me last year. I kind of had a pretty rough year on tour and felt like I maybe just wasn't really confident and wasn't really doing my best surfing. So it's kind of nice when you're on the Challenger, you start making some heats and maybe start feeling like yourself again. And yeah, sometimes it's like a blessing in disguise, I guess. And I started to get my momentum back and kind of get my mojo back. And now I'm feeling confident and I'm feeling ready for this season. So I think it ended up kind of being a good thing for me. And now I'm back here and I feel more ready to go than ever.
You certainly look it. Congratulations, Jake. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you.
Well done, Jake Marshall, back on tour and enjoying his 16th start in a championship tour event. Happens to be the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. The beautiful homes there. See those tents there? That's the top of the scaffolding. Top floor is all the judges. Head Judge Luli Pereira looking over the competition at the moment. And all those beautiful houses as we go down the stretch. Have had some of the best surfers in the world over the years. Owned by a lot of the brands. Some even local families that just enjoy this view at Backdoor and Pipeline. It's the best place to be in the world, the most prestigious event on the calendar that all started back in the 70s. We've seen every change in surfboard evolution, from the single fins that guys like Jeff Hackman and Jerry Lopez rode to victories, to what we're seeing today in 2024. And always great to talk shop with a guy that's won out here in Pipe, Jake the Snake Patterson. Obviously, probably one of the most emotional moments of your career.
10 seconds changed my life, pretty much. It's like... yeah, what a well-winner day that was. This is a long time ago now, Joe. It's 98. I was talking to the kids I'm coaching. They were like 5 and 3 and some not even born. It's like, Kanoa's 25. It was 25 years ago, so it's a long time.
What shapers were you relying on when you came to Hawaii back then?
What, sorry?
What shapers were you relying on? Did you tap into the local knowledge here?
Oh, that year was huge, and I had to borrow my brother's board, Ant-Man's board. It was a 7.4. I rode it I'm not sure if you remember, Joe, but the first round, it was like 3 is out that year. So if you get third, I had Johnny Boy going to Mick Campbell. Mick Campbell was going for the world title.
That's right.
And it was third reef. I don't think there was anyone even got a barrel that day. It was like 20 foot and wash throughs. And we were out there. I was going perfect, big Margaret's.
Just like
7-4 and just did a couple of, did enough to win that heat and then went through and then for the rest of the event, it was pumping. I rode a 7-4 that whole event. So it was a borrowed board. It was a JC off my brother. So
all time.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Crazy.
Always there for you, especially when the waves get big.
Board, sorry.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a second-hand Shane Dorian board that my brother bought off JC. So
think about all the prep you do at these events, and sometimes those magic moments when you need a board, on a day that's bombing, rely on some good friends or family to get you over the edge, Jesse.
Yeah, and every once in a while it actually happens. Sometimes at Marks, people don't come with big enough boards and they have to borrow boards. I know people borrowed from you before when I was on tour, and it happened in Saquarema as well, because a lot of times people go to Brazil thinking it's going to be 1 foot, and Saquarema sometimes can get 10 foot, 12 foot. So, yeah, it happens. Not often, but it happens.
So, Jake, it seems like that's when the idea of coaching really began. Like when you were on tour and kind of coaching your friends, getting video footage, your archival footage is priceless. As we look at a back door with a man from WA, Jack Robinson, defending pipe champ, getting the make, throwing down a beautiful carve, just his second scoring ride in the heat with Ramsey. That's the non-priority heat. But
interesting that he got that wave under priority. The other guys are like a little bit out of position maybe, because that looked pretty nice off the takeoff, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It might be because they're on the second priority heat. They're sitting a little wider, and that wave just snuck a little wider. As you know, sometimes there's that Ains type of wave that it's in between, and if you're not sitting right there, it's just, it's a missed opportunity.
There's just certain guys out here that always seem to be in the right spot. I mean, Jack's one of them. Let's have another look. You can see where the pack was.
You're right, Jesse. Look how wide that one came through, and it's a little diamond in the rough there. I mean, Jack's one of those guys that really reads the ocean amazing. Like Kelly's one of them. I really rate the way Kanoa reads the ocean and finds little chip shots to get into waves every now and again. So it's a master class of these guys. It's not the ability, it's the way you read the ocean as well. It's a whole nother level of ability.
Beautiful read for Jack Robinson once again. And he'll take the lead off Ramsey. This is kind of the size of backdoor where you're really interested in the maneuvers they're going to throw down once they exit the pit as well, Jesse.
Yeah, for sure, because obviously we're not looking at the ideal pipeline and backdoor size, so it's a little smaller. So if you can combo it up, mostly with something critical, maybe a big air or something, the judges are going to eat that.
34th career CT event here at event number 1 of the 2024 season. This man has learned a lot in a short period of time on tour. That win in Mexico was to save his spot on tour. In 2022, he turned into a world title threat. Always had the talent, but then started putting it together in heats. Gets incredibly zen, is amazing with his breath work, can quiet all the noise and really do his best surfing on tour. It's really impressive, and I'm just so excited that he's got his lifelong sparring partner, Jacob Wilcox, joining him this season as Jack scratches into this one. Looking for another section to pull in on Robinson. Deep for a moment and a smart doggy door exit to get the completion. Just kind of enters that flow state where magic things happen for Jack Robinson. Snake.
All these guys are stuck in a little rip and they get sucked out to sea a little bit. He just snuck in and under. So I think that's going to better his lower score of a 3-point ride just then. So very smart from Jack.
Well read wave and really impressive when it's non-priority and 24 minutes to go. These are waves that Jackson Bunch and Connor O'Leary would be dying for. Let's have another look, Jesse.
Yeah, I see a lot of rip right there. So he's identifying that and sitting a little wider. And as you see, it cleans up throughout the wave. Not the most amazing barrel. He had doggy door right there, but still a backup score. If you look at the scores from the previous heat, they're very low. So he identified that. As Jake mentioned, he's amazing to read the ocean. So he's just applying that into it right now.
Such a solid row for Jack Robinson in the non-priority heat. A 5.83 and a 3.4 already, Strider. He's looking great.
We're basically sitting on top of each other during that moment. And then for him to really look at everybody, and everybody looking at him going, why is he paddling for this wave? All three of them had the priority in that heat over Jack and didn't go. And Jack seeing something, you know, he's like, oh, this is going to run. It's going to have a little doggy door. I'm going to get this thing. That just comes down to time spent in the ocean. And he's been out here. He knows this wave really well. So he just knows exactly what to identify in a wave and see that little corner down the line. Because there is a deep spot in the reef, and you got to know that it's there. And you got to know that those big, long, stretched out ones are going to give you that just tiny little moment to pop out the end.
Good man, Strider. Great read there on Jack's performance so far in this matchup. Ramsey has priority, still just needs a 4.74, so a tight heat. The priority heat's running out of time. Wild card Jackson Bunch leading over Connor O'Leary at the moment. Remember, we just lost Ryan Callanan, world number 10 from last year. O'Leary, number 11 in the world last season, just needs a 3.68, but he does have that crucial priority next to his name. O'Leary with a lot of starts here in the past, getting more and more comfortable. Has always been charging, coming from Cronulla. Got a lot of great waves to work with. Always had a great name through the junior series and onto the championship tour. But always tough when you're so well prepared and you get knocked out in the round of 32 at stop number 1, adding to the drama of the midseason cut.
Yes, and that's a great heat as well, because you're talking about both goofy footers, so that really makes the level of the heat pretty fair for going backdoor. It's tough when you have someone like Jack Robinson or someone that is a specialist at that wave. So this is a good heat for Connor. I hope they get some more action because it's slowed down a lot just the last 20 minutes.
Wild card stories are always unbelievable at Pipeline. Snake, you ran into those firsthand in your career where you'd have these pipe and backdoor specialists ready to just take your dreams away in the world title race.
Anywhere, mate. And here goes Con. He's going to look for turns here. This will be really interesting to see where the judges go. 2 huge big backhand hooks, and if he gets another third one, he needs a 3-point. What does he need? A 3-point?
6.8.
6.8.
Wow.
3 big backhand turns. We're at Pipeline, guys. Throw it out there. Put yourselves on the thin ice.
Yes, you love doing that, Jake. Yeah, no, it's fun when you really see moments like this. And this is where the pressure goes on the panel when pipe and backdoor are at this size. And they know they need to really consider these maneuvers for Connor O'Leary. The barrel is always going to win. But at some point, you've got to really balance it out with, the conditions that we have on hand. Jesse, what are your thoughts there?
Mostly in the situation of the heat right now, they barely got any decent barrels. So in my opinion, you cannot deny good surfing, and that was above average surfing, excellent surfing actually. So I think it's going to be a good score. I think he's going to probably, get the nod on that one. See that second turn right here was huge. And so much release and so much drive, and
As you said, it was excellent surfing, but we are at the Pipeline. This is going to help me coaching when this score comes through. A 4.83, he goes to the lead.
Look at that, 30 seconds for Jackson Bunch. O'Leary gets the message now. Going to turns, very smart decision. And just like Snake said, good for his coaching, but also good for the tour competing today, seeing how they're rewarding that type of effort at this size of backdoor and Pipeline.
Oh, he's swinging. He looks like he's seen something.
Remember, this guy only needs 4 seconds.
This is it, last chance.
Can he do it again? 4 seconds on the clock. Are we repeating what we saw in the opening round? Jackson Bunch needs a 3.83. Nice first turn. Big wide open end section. He's got to eject from the sky. O'Leary will be moving on to the round of 16. But a great effort from Jackson Bunch. Connor, quick celebration there as he moves on. And can't wait to see what Jackson does this year. Finaling at World Junior Champs, dominating the Haleiwa QS earlier this year. He's been on an incredible roll. Great job representing Maui in the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Italo Ferreira and Jordy Smith at the lineup. It's time. Let's open up this WSL vault. Oh my gosh, look at that head. It looks beautiful, Jake. Taking on Bruce Irons, the wild card that year. He won the trials that year. Went all the way to the main event, was crushing everybody. It was a moment where you're going, yep, Bruce is about to take over, but Snake had different plans. Bruce ended up getting that wave at the end. It was about to get chaired up the beach with seconds to go. Snake, what was happening in the water?
It was a crazy moment. I mean, we were going back and forth. The lead changed like 6 or 7 times. Best 3 waves back in those days, Joe. So I think, oh no, it's 7-4, dude. Look how big it is. It's like head-high pipe. I'm running 7-4.
It's working.
Yeah.
615 on that wave. Really busy finals day. I believe before this, you had maybe Galley in the quarters. And no, you had Kelly in the semifinals as well before this final with Bruce.
Yep, Gal. This is what Brewster went to the lead with a couple of minutes to go. Look, everyone coming down to cheer him up, and then this is it, 10 seconds.
Wow. A moment of a lifetime. Packing this, what looked like a closeout. Snake gets it on the buzzer. A 9-6. And gets a pipe victory over Bruce as we look back. What an era in the late 90s. On top of the world. That chair went all the way up to the top into the after party. What'd you guys do that night?
Oh,
just a quiet one.
We went down to Aloha Joe's and bought dinner for all the Australian guys, and all I remember is Damien Hardman ordered lobster for entree and main. Can you believe that?
It was on your dime. Why not,
Yeah,
right? Of course. It hosted everybody really well. Do you remember how much the prize money was back then?
I think I won $15,000.
$15,000. We've come a long way.
We have indeed. I really wish it was now.
But what a moment. I mean, you think about, the reputation that Bruce already had at that time. That's a young Bruce Irons, and competing on, on his home court. If you compare all your wins, is it easy to say the pipe win stands on the top, or would you have to kind of hold them all together?
No, pipe for sure.
Yeah.
It's the pinnacle of our sport. This is the proving ground for all surfers. Like, I grew up watching Tom Carroll put the samurai hat on and thing, and just going, oh my gosh, imagine even, they didn't even come into contention that I could ever even get a spot in pipe. And then all of a sudden I got on tour and then surfing pipe, and then, jeez, I just had a magical day that day.
Never give up, kids. And that's probably what you tell everyone you coach these days. If there's time on the clock, you've got yourself a chance. You can have that hero moment like Snake did way back when. Introducing a brand new heat, we've got Jordy Smith, a vet these days, 15 plus years on tour already. When you go back to all those great memories, winning J-Bay for the first time, always in the title hunt. Well, he's back. I did see him back with the medical staff, though, after his first heat. He had about 5-6 stitches on his foot. He said it happened on his second wave. Jordy's always down for a laugh. He's like, got my injury out of the way, bro. I'm ready. That's all that's going to happen. So he's trying to find some positivity. He was grateful that yesterday was a day for him to rest and try to make sure his foot felt a little bit better for today.
Yeah, he had probably like 4 or 5 day off, so that he can regroup very good from that big of a cut. But it always bothers you a little bit. But yeah, we'll see how it performs. I think he's going to be fine.
Beware the wounded athlete.
Always a great topic in surfing, and Jordy's dealt with that in the past. He had a hurt toe a couple of years back that he was trying to really compete through here at backdoor and pipe, as we see the vision from what we saw after his opening round matchup. We've got Dr. Spencer Chang there from Hawaii Pacific Health. Great guy to talk to about your body, and always helps people get back in the water as soon as possible. He was one of the heroes back when Bede broke his pelvis 3 places here at Pipeline. And Durbo surfing better than ever, the brand new hip. Thanks to guys like Dr. Spencer Chang. Jordy Smith, let's dive into this year for the big man. Do you have expectations on Jordy? Have any thoughts about what his form might look like this season, Jesse?
I mean, you always have big expectations for him. He's all around an amazing surfer, runner-up before for the World Tour, so he has a lot of experience, and Hawaii suits him very well. He was actually able to the last few years to move up here, so he got so much better at waves like pipe and backdoor. And not to mention Sunset fits him so nicely. And you see Jack up and riding.
Racetrack at backdoor, big spit. Jack Robinson ends up going down somewhere along the line. But man, he had a lot of speed going into that racetrack.
would have expected him to come out of that. That's like he's bread and butter, those things. He was flying through that thing.
So ends up getting clipped, but a great effort for Jack Robinson. Ramsey still holding priority. But Jack's just been finding waves that no one else has been looking at. Look at all the time that's taken him to get back on his board. What did you see here, Snake?
Well, look, he got a nice big pump. Maybe his board's a tiny bit too small for that long section. I was expecting coming flying out of that thing, and it was hollow enough. Just maybe his board a little bit small, but as you saw the wind when he took off on that wave, it's really picked up right now. Copping a little flogging pattern back out.
Wow, he certainly did. Jersey's already ripping off his shoulders, so really feeling it. A close one there. Would have really broken through to the excellent range if he got the completion on that effort. Snake, expecting any changes for Jack? You know, obviously he's a dad now and also has a childhood rival but best friend with Jacob Wilcox. How do you think that energy shift will affect Jack Robinson this year?
I think it'd be more focused. I mean, I think it'll be like, you see a lot of guys like when they become a father and have their own family kind of thing, and they re-evaluate. It's not so selfish about them. It's like about the family now, and they kind of refocus a little bit more. Oh, Tello, try to squeak out of that one.
Wow, Italo had a little jump start on that one as well. Got real busy. Such an active surfer, obviously on the open face, but even inside the pit, he can really pick up those rail lines as he's on the Timmy Pattersons once again here in 2024. Buzzer beater moment for Connor O'Leary. Connor's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, we were just wondering what Connor's heart rate was at the end of that heat, because having to finish with a buzzer beater for breakfast, Connor, not the way you planned it, but you'll take it. How did you have to adjust your strategy?
Yeah, I mean, the heat previous to mine, Jake and Ryan they were picking off pretty obvious looking backdoor waves, and I was like, okay, Jackson kind of went a bad wave, and there was probably like 2 minutes to go with the non-priority heats. I was like, okay, I'll just wait this out and wait for priority, and sat there and was like, am I in the wrong spot, or am I just, like, is there no sets? And then there was kind of all of a sudden it went from 17 to 3 minutes, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get a move on here. I only need a 3, and I took off on that last one, and it kind of had a good line, but I guess my whole game plan if it went wrong was to do turns, and I took off and was like, this thing's not going to barrel, so I may as well just try and hit this as hard as I can a couple of times and hopefully get the score. Is kind of a touch and go, because you just don't know, because no one was doing turns this morning. So yeah, stoked it all worked out, and hopefully I can get a few better ones in the next one.
But you get a chance at the next one, and for you, how important was it to recognize I can switch my strategy and I can still get this heat win? Like, how much confidence does that give you that you know what to do in these moments?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the help of Dog in my corner, we talked about it, and it's kind of one of them days where you can have 40 minutes and you could have to go to turns, and it was always in the back of my mind. So switching to it was pretty easy. I wasn't so sole focused on just trying to get barreled. So, I mean, I feel like there's always a day in this waiting period at Pipeline where it's like this, and you might have to grind through some heats. So yeah, I'm really stoked to get through that grindy heat. Had one last year and it didn't go my way, so I was pretty bummed. So yeah, stoked, and we go again.
Certainly friends and family stoked back home as well. You have anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, 日本の皆様、今日緊張してすみません。でも最後スコア取ってとても嬉しいです。次チューブもっと巻いていい波もっと乗って応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations, Connor. See you in the next one. Send it back to you, Joe.
Wonderful. Thank you, AJ. Connor O'Leary comes from a wonderful family. His mother, Kemi, was a competitor representing Japan in her career, and she's so proud of her son. He did dual citizenship for a bit. He had the Japanese flag on one shoulder, Australian on the other. This year, it's all about representing Japan in 2024 and beyond, as we see that big takeoff at backdoor, grabbing the rail, finding the exit. The man from Morocco, with the intention of going backdoor in this heat, pulls off a heroic exit against Jack Robinson.
Oh my gosh, talk about that drop. He was so late under the lip. That was amazing, and that was hard enough for him to just stick that off, and I thought the wave closed out and he just snuck under. That was a beautiful wave for him.
And more waves on the way live. Late takeoff. Jack trying to find the tube. Mid-face stall, packs it, arm bars it, but a little bit out in front. Jack probably feels the crowd when Ramsey pulled off that incredible takeoff that Ramsey probably did something special to take the lead. So very important exchange in the priority heat.
Well, I tell you, Joe, I was trying to work out why Ramsey wasn't on Geordie's 6.67 that we just saw, because that looked like a nice, beautiful backdoor ride. I was going, what are you waiting for, dude? And obviously, that's what he was waiting for. That was incredible. That takeoff, Jesse, you as a goofy footer, what are you thinking?
It's psycho just to think, because he positioned himself a little too much underneath. As you can see right here, he's way too under, but he somehow is able to just sneak himself under. And right there, that doggy door is so hard to do in your backhand because your back's against the wall. You're not seeing really the lip coming down. And check this out. Look how late he is on that takeoff. Barely gets sneaks under. And that was a beautiful wave for Ramsey right there.
The opening line of the paragraph that the judges sent to the surfers this morning is takeoff. The degree of difficulty on the takeoff, how committed they're going to be, will be heavily rewarded as they approach the barrel. And then on the contrast, Jack's wave, Jesse.
Nice wave there for Jack as well. It didn't have too much of opportunity, mostly where he was taking off. He probably would have liked to be like 10 feet deeper than that, but just great technique. And overall, obviously he's an amazing tube rider and he's going to make the most of it of every opportunity he gets. So yeah, great ride for him as well.
Judge is still thinking about that last exchange. Critical as we have another wave here. Italo scrambling under the hood, trying to pull off a miracle.
What? Oh.
Backhand floats and somehow was still on his board. What did he just watch there?
Oh, this is the stuff he can do, huh? That guy is just crazy. We saw that wave he had yesterday morning, rode the biggest board he's ever ridden in Hawaii. He said 7'2" he rode yesterday morning. And now look at his head. He's just frothing.
He's so fired
sick.
up.
For some reason, I just flashed back to the energy of his very first wave ever at the box in WA when he'd never been out before and he was kind of off balance and then packed it and got an 8. But that one was even more radical. It looked like he had a 0 chance to come out the other end. Who knows what he was doing in there?
That's going to be a big score.
I wrote him off. I was like, that was a mistake. That was a missed opportunity because that was a great wave, but somehow he came out of that. Check this out. That was kind of a mistake, but it turned out to be good because he put himself so deep, and that was an amazing finish turn. That's going to be excellent.
Wow, what a finish as well. Going for broke, knifing this section, and then pulls that rail up and under. Strider Wazalewski, what'd you see?
Oh, wow. This is radical. Yeah, Ramsey paddling by. He's psyching that under the lip. Just mayhem out here. Backhand this has been insane out here, how gnarly these guys are on the back end. Italo, under that hook, he looked like he was no-handed and grabbed and went over the foam ball looking into it. I was like, are you kidding? He looked like he was almost belly boarding and it came flying out of that thing. I don't know. It's just, I love this. The goofy foot madness is happening out here. We gotta love it.
Gotta absolutely love it, Snake. We love moments like this. Yeah, they certainly do, don't they? We love it, and you love it when you see them go backhand. I mean, obviously such a hard skill set to achieve backhand, but even a finishing move like that, Snake.
Unbelievable, and I hope they call that as made because that was incredible to stay on his feet. He got washed off a little bit, but he was out in front of it. Jesse, make?
I think it's a make, yeah. That's why I call it. It's an excellent wave, in my opinion, because it was critical.
Big story with Italo, coming off the splits that he did at Jeffreys Bay last year. Backhand free-falling float, sidelined him, but didn't allow him to fight for a world title at the finals and put a lot into his training. It looks like he's got his mojo back. Here comes Italo again. Off the bottom, nice setup work. He's got a lot of speed to burn here as it stretches out in front of him. And the softer section takes him out after the heroics from the previous exchange.
Doesn't make this like the 3-footer and makes the crazy one. Geordie behind him. Oh my gosh. Come out of this thing. Go on.
Geordie
10 points if he does.
Still in there somewhere until now. Amazing effort to start. Just couldn't find an exit. Smith, remember, had the opener 6-6-7. Still the non-priority heat with Italo.
Yeah, where are the priority guys? I don't get this.
What an interesting game when you have this overlapping format. Jack had a lot of success in the non-priority side of his heat. And then it tends to be the priority heat. It's kind of being maybe a little too selective once they know that they've got the pick of the lineup.
Come on, judges. Let's lock in some scores. We're waiting on Ramsey's score, Jack's score. I think Jack's little wave came in as a 4.33. Waiting on Ramsey's and obviously Attila's, yeah.
Yeah.
That can't be a 6.33 for Ramsey, right? Is that it?
That is it.
Maybe.
That is Ramsey's 6.33 and a 4.5. So
Wow.
those scores are in for the priority heat. It's enough for the lead. Jack chasing a 5.01. Highest score for Ramsey's wave was in the 6.5 range as we focus in on Jordy Smith and Italo Ferreira. Italo, a world champion back in 2019. He got that done by winning pipe over Gabriel Medina. It was a final like we'd never seen. Well, we've seen some versions of it, but it was different because it was an all-Brazilian final at pipe. Whoever won took the world title. It was Italo's day. He's got 4 wins over Jordy in his career. He's even had a 10 against him. Going back to Portugal. Jordy's been consistent at that venue as well, but that's when Italo was featuring that big backhand full rotation punt multiple times. It was his move to get himself out of jail, but also to just ice out his competitors and could max out the scale on demand when he just had a closeout section that season. So Jordy's got a bit of a hill to climb to even up the matchups. Just 1 win over Italo in his career, but off to a good start in this heat, Jesse.
Definitely, and on the heat under priority, like it seems like they're identifying better waves, and that kind of played out, like you mentioned, at Jackson Ramsey in their first half of the heat. So what's going on? Maybe the wave is not at that normal peak that they're thinking, and the guys with no priority are able to identify and sneak out and get those good ones.
Italo score in that crazy one at backdoor, 8.87. Now has a 1 to get rid of, and they've got plenty of time. Still 21 and a half to go, but what a beauty for Italo to show that he is connected this season to the energy at Pipeline. Jack Robinson, remember, defending event champion, now needs a 5.01 to advance heading into the final minute, Snake.
Well, this is going to be an exciting finish. Let's just hopefully Mother Nature has a little set so they both get an opportunity here. Ramsey's just like he's going to make sure if he makes a mistake, he's going to be there to eat him up.
55 seconds to go. Big one for our top seeds. Remember, things changing quickly this year. We've already lost to Kelly from the draw, lost to Ethan Ewing earlier this morning. Toledo out with the 33rd. So the yellow jersey's changing hands. Jack started with it last season after pipe, so already some themes getting mixed up the very early part of 2024. Battle continues. Jack does have priority. He needs a 5.01. Nothing happening there. Checks his watch. Can also check for priority on the Apple Watch and get the information he needs.
Wow, this is a crazy upset. Like everyone's fantasy team's getting blown apart right now. Kelly losing.
Huge.
Oh, Jack looks like he's on the block.
Exactly. The favorites tend to deliver at Pipeline. It's already a different story this year. Jack Robinson, last year's event champion, out in the round of 32, and the man from Morocco makes a serious showing at pipe and backdoor, including that incredible takeoff 6.33, enough to move into the round of 16. Long time coming for Ramsey, and it's got to be great for both of you. You've known him for so long, what he's gone through to get a key win like that, Snake.
Yeah, I'm stoked for Ramsey. I'm upset for Jack because obviously I'm a WA guy myself. But yeah, Ramsey needs it more than Jack, I think. So unreal for Ramsey.
Snake, this was all time.
Yeah,
Let's do it some more.
Good hanging with you guys.
Yeah, that was special. Thanks for joining us, and we'll get Snake more in the booth this season for sure. One of the great coaches, one of the great athletes and legends of our sport. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More action in the round of 32 right after this.
I think that this shaper rankings is cool because in reality, we've been competing the whole time, like all those guys, right? The Mayhems and the DHs and the CIs, and we've all been competing this whole time behind the scenes. And we all know it, you know, like when I'm watching a heat, it's not just about the surfer, it's also about the board. And I know that those other guys are thinking the same way. I think that one of the best progressions in boards for pipeline, and this is a bit controversial, but I think it's boards going shorter. Kelly in particular was leading the way on boards going shorter. And I think that what these guys do is they could sit right underneath the hook, right underneath the pit, get in. I think it's much more exciting, much more high risk and consequential when guys are riding these shorter boards underneath the lip. And so I think that that's kind of the best advancement is shorter boards at pipe, you know? So like my team this year, no one's gonna be on anything bigger than 6'2", no matter how big it gets out there.
Britt Merrick from Channel Islands. Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. It's around the 32 out in the water right now. And thanks to the show, I'm Kuiper Girl along with the world record holder, Laura Enever, and the guy that knows backdoor and pipeline really well, Shane Dorian. First of all, thanks for joining us, Shane. What are we seeing today?
We're seeing a lot of action.
Yeah.
Gosh, that last heat with Italo, that was bananas. I don't know if you saw that with that wave of his, but just really some insane performances this morning. The conditions are interesting. You know, it's like a little bit really tricky. You got to make some great decisions, but yeah, it's been amazing. We saw a crazy upset with Jack Robbo just going down. He's one of my absolute favorites out here, and yeah, just going to be a great day of competition for sure.
Yeah, I feel, Laura, it's tricky, and we see that when we see the upsets, but then we see brilliant moments like that 8.87 with Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, well, you think back to heats like Conor O'Leary's heat, and you know, it just, you know, none of them could even find any scoring potential and had to go to turns. And then those last two heats have just been pulsing. Italo's obviously going excellent on that amazing drop. That was unbelievable. And yeah, I feel like we're going to see that throughout the day. You know, we're going to have those pulses. We've still got this swell hanging around for the next, you know, couple of days. So I think we're just going to see those moments, and these guys are just going to have to capitalize and really wait and find their right waves.
Got a new heat out in the water. If you're just joining us, Baron Mamiya up against Federico Kikas Marias. There's Baron Mamiya, North Shore born and bred. He's had some great results here. Actually, as a wild card, he had his win over at Sunset, a 23rd career championship event for Baron Mamiya. And Shane, when we talk about Baron, I mean, this is a kid that has been turning heads at Pipeline since a very young age.
Yeah, you're right, Kaipo. He's, I mean, he's so like his level of comfort in heavy pipeline waves is insane. I mean, his like the acumen that he has at pipe with the reef is incredible. Like, I mean, all four of those surfers you see on your screen have a very intimate and important relationship with the wave here at Pipeline, and Barron's has been going since he was a little kid.
Yep.
I often watch this edit that Barron put out when he was 15 years old with my son Jackson, because he's my son Jackson always watches like all the edits when these guys were like younger, because it's super inspiring. And we always watch this edit of Barron when he's 15 years old, and it showcases him at Chopo and Tahiti and here at Pipeline, and it's probably the best barrel riding ever done by a 15-year-old, bar none.
Yeah, and Baron coming from that pack of Kalani Rivero, Makana Pang, of course, Moana Jones Wong, all that whole crew coming up, just being raised here, really on the reef at Pipeline. So it's very, very impressive. Impressive was Ramsey Bukham. He's had the upset so far today, AJ.
He certainly has, Kaipo. Coming in here, we have waited so long, Ramsey, to see you compete at Pipeline after the injury last year, getting the call-up this year. How did you stay focused on the task at hand today, which was casually taking out the defending champ?
I know. Yeah, Jackie boy. You know, I knew it was going to be a really tough one. I'm really happy to be back here, first of all. You know, it's been a long road for me, and I want to wish a very good recovery to Joao. He's like a very good friend of mine, like a brother. So I hope he's doing very good. And I'm trying to represent as best as I can. And no, I'm stoked. You know, last year was it was a bummer for me. But I believed, I stayed strong, and I knew my time was going to come anytime, you know. And it came this year. And try to, you know, enjoy the most out of it, and try to do my best, you know.
I would say we saw that today, just 2 waves needed in order to get through to the next round. What did you pick apart on those waves that you knew you could get the score?
Well, there's moments out there, there's moments, you see a couple hits before, sometimes it's super slow and sometimes it just pumps, and there's a rip going on too, so sometimes when the rip comes in, for like at least 5-10 minutes it's going to be pretty bad, so you're like, trying to find waves. So I started with a little one under prio. I was like, okay, 4-5, but then Jackie started with a 5-8-3. I was like, oof. So I waited with prio after, and I waited for this wave. I knew it was going to be a short one, but intense. So I tried to be as late as I could. And it was fun. It was fun, and it was a tight one, but I'm super stoked to make it and try to go all the way.
I know I want to talk about just this competition for you. It has been so long coming. What do you feel every time you paddle out there and get an opportunity to prove that you belong here on the CT?
Well, I've worked so hard for so many years, so I fully think I deserve to be here. This is my place, and I'm just trying to, now it's time for me to show it to everyone, and even to myself, because I deserve it, I deserve my shot, and I try to make the most out of it, and I hope it's just a start.
Certainly doing so far. Congratulations, Rams.
Thank you guys. شكرا دراري في المغرب ان شاء الله يكون الخير ونمشيو حتى الاخر.
Quite a story after 10 years on the QS. Qualified through the Challenger Series in 2022 for the 2023 Championship Tour. Had an ankle injury before the start of that season. He had to sit that whole season out. That was a heartbreak for the rockin' Moroccan, but he is now here replacing Joao Chianco, who had an injury earlier this season out at backdoor. And with that being said, we wish a speedy recovery to Joao Chianco, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. Really hoping we see Joao back. Just wanted to touch on that interview from Ramsey. What a moment. He's waited 10 plus years to have that first heat, moment where, just out pipe. It's just really, really special. It gave me goosebumps to think how hard he's worked and how much he deserves to be here. And really just take in that time.
Yeah, you can see the emotion in his eyes and just the way he was talking about how special it was. This whole moment is definitely not lost on Ramsey. And being one that, has followed his whole story and seeing him on the grind for a decade and then like the gnarly injuries and all that and the recovery, it's so brutal. And that whole emotional roller coaster when you're dealing with recovering from a horrible injury. And, seeing what you feel is like your chance just like up in smoke and gone away is so cool to see him on the screen, on the glass, doing that post-seat interview.
Yeah, I was in the surf with him actually out backdoor where like the afternoon that he got injured, and he was so excited. He just turned up to Hawaii. We were out there, but it was like a bit of a weird afternoon, a lot of bump on the face, and I went in and I saw him charge this big one, and then apparently the next one he went, and that was where the injury happened, and then next minute we just saw him getting helped up the beach, and just like that his year was over before it even started. So yeah, really cool. Congratulations, Ramsey.
Speaking of charging and bump, Baron Mamiya just took off on one on the non-priority heat. Hit a bump, charging, but took a wipeout. What went wrong here, Shane?
Yeah, I mean, he just was a little tiny bit late, which is, usually Baron's specialty. There's times where I wonder if there's such a thing as too late for Baron. His comfort level, like I said, on those heavy laughs out there is incredible. And that one, he just was a little bit late. He got stuck a little bit on that boil, and he just caught going on the face. But it's interesting, Kaipo, we've seen in the last couple heats, like if you pull up to the beach here at Pipeline today, you would automatically assume, if you know about surfing, that the guys who are regular foot would have a major advantage out here, just the way the waves break at backdoor. Normally it's a huge disadvantage to be on your backhand at backdoor, and in this heat with Italo, he's just been phenomenal. And then we saw Ramsey also step up. So I think it's a really cool opportunity. Like if you're a goofy foot going out there, you really have to have the right mindset, the right confidence to go out there and kind of put on a show.
Yeah, I agree. Taking a look here, you can see the two box pictures. Second box near the boards, Britt Merrick, Brent Power, Sean Ward. That's all the camp, the support squad for Baron Mamiya. Baron Mamiya riding those Channel Islands surfboards. Britt shaping them. Britt's the team coach there. Baron with the 88 on his jersey, representing his area code, 808. Yeah, we got a lot to say about Baron, but let's turn our attention now, Laura, to the priority heat. Italo Ferreira out in front of Jordy Smith, Laura, with an excellent ride, that 8.87 that Shane was alluding to, that that backdoor barrel on the backhand for Ferreira. Right now, he's kind of got a stranglehold on this heat with priority and the lead.
I mean, both of these guys, 8.87 for Italo and Geordie is 6.67, so they both got scores there, and it's really going to come down to these, the last 7.5 minutes. Obviously, Italo's got priority, so I mean, both sitting there wanting to capitalise on that second wave because they don't have any backups at the moment.
Yeah, Coach Shane Dorian, what do you got to do? You got priority. You got to get rid of that 1-point ride, Italo, to really break away.
Yeah, it really comes down to, how you utilize priority and then, just making really good decisions with 7 minutes left. And basically neither one of them have a solid backup score. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a nail biter. It's a good time to be a coach and not a surfer in the heat.
Yeah.
Our job is easy.
Yeah. Let's take another look at how we got here in this 8.87, Laura, for Italo Ferreira.
That was unbelievable. It looked like he was just pulling in to try not get the lip on his head and somehow just pushed through that foam ball. And that was just as impressive. I actually thought this was going to go up into the 9-point range, but it was mastery. And it was, look at this foam ball ride, just so deep. He was completely disappeared for quite some time there. And yeah, massive floater to end off there. So it would have felt good.
That wave had such a wow factor. Like when you talk about excellent surfing and excellent scores, like if you just go, wow, that was crazy, like it's automatically going to be an 8 or better.
Yeah.
And that wave had the wow factor for sure. And Italo is just one of those guys where you can just never count him out. His ability to completely baffle you is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it happen so many times. And whether it's rights or lefts, in the barrel or in the air, he's got the craziest variety.
Coming back to live action in the barrel, we saw the exit from Baron Mamiya on his second wave of the non-priority heat. So we'll see what the score comes through for Mamiya in his matchup against Frederico Kika Moraes, the pride of Cascais, the Portuguese surfer. No waves written yet. Let's take a look here, Laura, of Baron.
Yeah, smaller wave for Baron, but just wanting to get a ride completion. 3.5 that's coming at. So, just good to get moving, really. No priority, just want to put anything on the board. And, it's going to be hard with these waves under priority today when we're too small and too short to break in. But you look at this first heat and a 3.5 for either of these boys, Italo or Geordie, would be nice to have right now.
Yeah, tense times, down to 5.5 minutes in the priority heat, and it's going to be the battle of the backup between Geordie Smith and Italo Ferreira. Ferreira with priority over the entire field. You can see the booty on Geordie Smith's foot. He sustained a cut to the foot in his opening round heat. I believe it was his elimination round heat with a fin cut to the foot that gave Geordie Smith that injury. So he's had a few days off to heal up. He actually got taken care of right here on site. But is that even a factor, Shane? With the adrenaline and having having a cut on your foot, is that even a factor today at Pipeline or Backdoor for Geordie?
For sure. I mean, like a significant cut on your foot and that pain and just is it
mental? Is it physical? Is it
mental.
both? Yeah.
I would say it's mental for sure. I mean, it's such a psychological game out here at Pipeline and a confidence game that if you're thinking about your foot, then you're not 100% thinking about the task at hand. But I mean, Geordie's a champion and he's won a million heats and he's only one wave away from winning this heat. And I was going to say, you guys, we often talk about these guys and their ability on the wave, how amazing their surfing is and how amazing they are at capitalizing on barrel sections and air sections and just their mastery on the face. But their ability to identify a potential scoring wave and what that wave will score if they catch it is amazing. And we don't talk about it very often. Like right now, Italo Ferreira has just under 4 minutes left. He's got Geordie Smith. They both have ones basically in their scoreline. And if Italo sees a wave come in, his ability to look at it and go, that's at the most a 4, or that's at the most a 2, or that's at the most a 9. That's really amazing, and it's their ocean sense that is the real game changer in that way.
But even your personal experience, we've been digging into the WCL Vault coming into this event. We've been watching a lot of old footage, and I've seen a lot of heats with you out here, Shane, and you identified a lot of times these backdoor barrels. You've had some great battles out here. Personally, what do you look for in a wave?
I mean, a lot of it comes down to just like it just being a very comfortable zone for you, just like getting to know the reef, which is there's just no shortcut to it. You just have to spend a ton of time out there. And I've been telling my athletes, it's a lot of uncomfortable sessions. That's how you get good out here.
Italo going to turns here for the backup, and decide to, you know what, pull the trigger right now, get going, get a backup. Your thoughts on that decision, Laura?
Yeah, it's a tricky decision, but obviously the 887 to back it up, if he can get even into the 2 or maybe 3-point range, you know, we saw Conor O'Leary get a 4 for his turns in the earlier heat, so he just wanted to make it a little bit harder for Geordie. Geordie only needed a 3.21 before that, so if he's pushing it into the 5-point range, maybe 6-point range, that's going to really put that pressure on for Geordie, but
That
looks
was a
like
huge decision right there.
Yeah,
that was a huge decision for Italo
Yeah.
that, you know, it did 2 things, right? It put more pressure on Geordie.
Yeah.
Just going to put a lot of pressure on Geordie, but it also opened the window because he just gave Geordie priority with 2 minutes left. So out at back door, it's glassy, the waves are barreling, and that wave that Italo got was pretty substandard.
Yeah, I mean, a 3.17 checks in for this, Laura, so this is increasing the need for Geordie Smith to a 5.38.
Yeah, and the thing was, Geordie only needed a 3.1 as well prior to this wave. Would Geordie have been able to, you know, do those sort of turns? I feel like on your backhand out backdoor today, you can get a lot more critical and hit the lip, and maybe Geordie wouldn't have been able to get there. So it was, I guess, a defense move as well, if nothing else comes through. And
Sometimes you play offense, sometimes you play defense, sometimes you're able to execute and do both. And that was an example. Defense played by taking that wave, using priority. Offense played by increasing your score and really put Geordie Smith in the hot seat. And right now with the lull out the back, Shane, it may just be 1, maybe 2 more chances for Smith.
Oh, here we go.
All he needs is 1.
This is looking like
It's a
a
bit of a
lump.
nail biter we got going here.
So this is it, down to 1 minute. Geordie Smith decision time.
Looking like
Smith takes a look. Back door for Geordie. Geordie pulls up, pulls in, travels through. Second section for Smith. Comes through that.
Wow.
Driving, and out of the barrel, hand in the air for Geordie Smith. And he turns the heat at the 1 minute mark. I'm sure he's going to get the number of a 5.38, Laura.
Just what we were talking about unfolding has just happened. And that, like you said, Italo's decision to hold Geordie off, and that was such a hard wave to ride. That was so long, it got so small, and Italo, one last ditch effort, he hurt.
Wow.
He must have heard the cheers and been like, oh no, no, stomach's just dropped.
You called it, Shane. This is going to be an exciting ending, and it was an exciting ending.
Sure
Under
was.
a minute remaining.
Did
Here we
not
go.
disappoint.
Non-priority heat. Baron Mamiya, he's comfortable there at back door. Gets in, gets out. Score that for Mamiya.
I would love to do a vote, a tally. Like if you were in Italo's position, would you have gone the turn wave and waited? And you know, that was 40 seconds Geordie had to really.
Especially in
Give
real
that a shot.
time.
You know what they say about hindsight?
Yeah.
It's 2020 is
That's
perfect when you're looking behind. So Italo made the call right there, but Geordie Smith just got a gift right here and executed though, Shane.
He sure did. I mean, he rode this wave so hard, and it would have been very, very difficult to ride that wave on your backhand. I thought Geordie did an amazing job. He knew right away that was the score, and that was a gift, as you said, because, I mean, his whole fate was in the hands of Mother Nature herself, and she just whipped him right into a nugget.
Radical stuff, Laura.
Absolutely. I mean, that wave wasn't one of the biggest waves we've seen, but one of the longest barrels we've seen today. And to be able to ride that, like you said, Shane, it would have been so hard on your backside for Italo to capitalize on that and really weave and read it the way Geordie did. And
brutal.
Yeah.
And here we go, Italo. Here's the number. The number comes in at a 7-point ride, and indeed, Geordie Smith turns the heat, earns his spot into the round of 16. Italo Ferreira eliminated from competition, even with an excellent score. Exciting stuff. We got more exciting stuff on the way right after this break. Thank you for watching the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Check this out. Monstro. Yago Dora goes full rotation at Itaúna for a 10-point ride in 2023. 10-point ride in the final. His maiden CT victory. And Dora also got a YETI 110 stuck with a bunch of YETI gear for that. But more than that, the thousands of people celebrated on the beach. A brilliant moment as we're watching a moment of Jordy Smith walking up the beach. Jordy Smith turning his heat up against Italo Ferreira in the final minute. Kai Pugura along with Laura Enever, Shane Dorian on the call. As a competitor, Shane, how does this feel coming in with a buzzer beater for a heat win?
Wow, there's nothing better. There's nothing better than, because we've all had those heats where you needed that score and you're sitting there for 3 minutes or 5 minutes or even 10 minutes needing that score and it just goes dead flat.
Yeah.
So it just feels good, When you're out there willing it to happen and Mother Nature sends you a nugget and exactly the one you need, especially at backdoor, especially at pipeline, like where you dream of winning.
It's almost emotional. It is emotional.
It's 100% emotional for sure. And these guys have so much on the line. I mean, it's all of them, every last one of them have so much on the line.
Yeah, we were just saying in the break, how many times do you have a minute to go and just the ocean goes flat. And so when you have those moments where there's 40 seconds to go and you get sent a little gift, it's pretty damn special.
Got new heat in the water. Yago Dora, we saw that roll in for him. He's up against a tour rookie, Jacob Wilcox. So we talked about earlier the backdoor performances by the Goofy Foots. This is going to be an all Goofy Foot heat in the non-priority heat that just got underway with 35 minutes to go. Laura, here's some of the waves that happened during that last.
Yeah, so Barron looking left deep on this one and getting spit out completely, just in the perfect positioning right behind the peak. And also Freddie backdoor. This is more the 8th section. A throaty wave there for Freddie Marias and makes it out. So holding priority, that has paid off for both of them. Oh. And Yago, a little dive over the falls into the abyss.
Wilcox got one as well.
Wow, this is an inside drain of Wilcox starting off well. That is talk about those pulses, Shane, and when they come, they come. And that was a lot of opportunity for all of these surfers. Jacob Wilcox just starting his campaign against Yago Dora well.
One more look at Jacob Wilcox here, this time in slow motion, so you can really analyze the technique of the Western Australian, Shane.
Yeah, that was super technical. I mean, I've been watching Jacob Wilcox out here. Yeah, he has backdoor kind of dialed. I mean, I've had a lot of sessions out there now with him, and just his comfort level and his ability to kind of identify which ones he wants, those kind of apexy, wedgy ones. He's great.
Yago Dora goes pipeline and stuffs himself into a nice little tube with the completion there. So we'll see what that number comes through. Jacob Wilcox that we saw on that replay, that was a 6.33. Wilcox on his second wave. Backdoor again, stalls, nice barrel spit, and comes out. Rapid fire in this heat, and the consistency starting to pick up here. And we're owed a couple of scores in our non-priority heats, but the Goofy Foot's coming out firing, Laura.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, all Goofy Foot heat. This is going to be a fun one with Yago and Jacob, and yeah, but obviously Jacob, like you said, looking for backdoor, and Yago looking left for pipe, and yeah, I love that we have the regular foot heat and the Goofy Foot heat out there. So let's see.
You know, Shane, we talked about the feeling of winning a heat in the final minute. I want to really hear how it feels from Jordy Smith right now, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, don't we all? Because winning a heat like that gets the heart pumping a little bit more, Jordy. Before we get into that final wave where you got barreled for a long time at backdoor, I wanted you to walk us through. Saw you get some stitches, some bandages on your foot. What happened on that first day, and how's your foot feeling?
Yeah, second wave of the season just decided to deal me with 5 stitches. Just right on the arch on my back foot. So kind of when I press down on the pad with that arch bar, it kind of makes it a little tender. But yeah, I don't know, just filled it with some epoxy, some resin, little sand coat, finish coat, thing was fine.
It certainly didn't seem to impact you today. Obviously, Italo got a massive score in that heat, but then in the final minute, you find that barrel. What did you see that you knew that could be the score that turned it?
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't really see much. It was my only option. There was like 30 seconds left, so It was a good wave. It had a good line on it. I kind of forced the priority deal on the maybe about a minute and a half, 2 minutes left, and then that was my shot, and I took it. And fortunately for me, it just played out. So it went the whole entire part of the reef, and I knew I only needed like a 5 or mid-5, so don't get too greedy. But I was just stoked for the opportunity.
As you should be. How much confidence does it give you moving into this next round? The way you won this one, the way your foot's feeling heading into this first event of the season.
As far as confidence goes, yeah, I mean, I've got high self-esteem as is, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think it just reassures me that, my foot's not too bad and can get the job done.
Certainly did today. Congratulations, Jordy. See you in the next one.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jordy Smith getting care right here on site from Hawaii Pacific Health. Dr. Spencer Chang was able to, I think they use medical glue sometimes now in some of these injuries.
In a wax?
Laura? Yeah, well, no, yeah, rather than stitch, they can use some of the medical glue, and actually the technologies is pretty incredible. I've been glued up a number of times, so I'm telling you right now that they have
The glue
they have
sounds
good epoxy, like you said.
Oh, I got stitches in my eye and that sucked. I'd love some glue next time.
No, you can't. I don't think you can.
Just glue to the eye.
You can't
Just glue your eye shut.
Well, we got the numbers in, you guys, in non-priority heat that came out firing. A 6.27 for Yago Dora. Jacob Wilcox, 6.33, backed it up with a 4.67. So Wilcox in the lead over Yago Dora in the priority heat, the red heat. Baron Mamiya, that guy right there, in the lead with a 6.83 and a 4.5 backup, but it's a very tight heat because Federico Moraes, Shane, with a good score, that's 6.67, and has priority. Let's take a look at Baron's last wave, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, that's just textbook backdoor. A little bit of a weird crumble section right there. He chooses to doggy door it. He just he rode that wave perfectly. And there's Jacob Wilcox again. Like I said, he's got kind of backdoor dialed, like for a goofy footer. It just totally reminds him, I'm sure, of West Oz. He surfs a lot of little waves, like that Gas Bay wave. I watched a lot of footage of him surfing Gas Bay, and he has that like drop knee pig dog grab. He has that on lock. He's done that a billion times, so you can see that comfort level. He looks great.
Recognizing under priority, time for him to go there. You saw him look back, but nothing going there. Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, really interesting. There's been a lot of anticipation for him on the championship tour. I mean, he surfed 13. He's had 13 CT wildcards in his very young career, but now he's officially full-time on the CT. But everybody saw this coming, I feel.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for Jacob Wilcox to be here, and I know everyone back in Australia will be tuning in. I don't know what time it is, probably very early in WA, but as we see Baron, though.
Baron pulls up, pulls in, and comes out. Mamiya. Second section. What a bonus there. Throws a kiss to the judges on the way out.
I mean, anybody can do it out here. Anybody can get a really, really good score out there on the right wave. But Baron can get good scores on the wrong wave.
Right.
Like he just like can pull a rabbit out of the hat, and that's such a good example of that.
You can just tell he's sort of toying with it. Like he's been out there so many times. Obviously today it's always going to be dangerous, but he just has that comfort level that you spoke about, and just can find ways to see a wave and work out how I can bring that wow factor in the drop, or like he's done here, just get a little double barrel. So loved his positioning here. Airdropped, the tail came off the wave, and he's just ridden that to perfection, and then found this little bonus section on the inside gums, and
that's cool.
Pulled back look at it, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, just like you can see this, just so cool, like the speed management. He knew that wave was going to run and then pull back. You could see him just on the brakes right there, and then he widens that stance, put his front foot a little bit forward, just like negotiates that little sandbar section, and little mini claim right there. That was awesome. He's so good. I mean, and he's such a freak out here, and yet it's such a close heat. I mean, like, look at the scores. I mean, they both have high sixes for their first good scores, and now Baron backs it up with a 7.33.
And it really feels like Freddie and Baron have been surfing their own heats. Like, Baron's been looking mostly left. He got that one right, the 4.5, but he's been looking left the whole time. Freddie's had that one backdoor bomb that he has a 6.67 on, and but yeah, now you can tell 7.5 minutes to go. Baron's going to go, yep, I'm going to move over and come put some pressure on Freddie now.
Home court for Baron Mamiya, and let's hear what a win here would mean to the North Shore surfer.
I grew up watching Andy, Kelly, John, Jamie, you know, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe. And I always knew that, like, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest. And that's the, you know, I really want to do that. And yeah, I mean, that's at the pinnacle for me, for sure.
Well, he's got the talent to do so, and he's got the experience. He's on his way. Just a youngster, but really mature in his approach, just because he started at such a young age out here.
Yeah, and I love, he was talking about in his first round interview his boards, and you know, I feel like the last few years the big conversation around Barron and his equipment is that he loves to ride something smaller, but yeah, we were kind of talking about that. He really liked to be able to, you know, get under the lip, but in his interview the other day he was saying that he's gone bigger now. He's riding 6.5, 6.6s on that first day, and he's really started realizing that that little extra length is actually doing a lot for him.
Yeah, I feel like some of these young guys almost like they're so obsessed with the shorter board, it becomes like it's like they almost like intentionally handicap themselves to make it harder and more technical. And they're so good, and when they pull it off, it looks amazing because it's so dramatic. But man, once you get used to that couple extra inches, it feels so good. And then you're able to position yourself differently also. Like you have a much more flexibility as the wave's approaching to put yourself in a little bit deeper and just get that little bit of chip in. And he can still be super dramatic on a little bit longer board.
Especially when it's heavy. You know, you got like Mason Ho surfing free surfs out here on a 7.4. Yesterday we saw Italo Ferreira on a 7.2 when it was just like survival out there, but got a really, really nice barrel because of that paddle ability that you said, that comfort in rolling in. So it's nice to see the pendulum swing back and forth. Swinging on this one, Mamiya. Little caught behind, no harm, no foul. Situation was remained the same in the priority heat with Mamiya in the lead. Marias looking for basically a 7.5 point ride.
Yeah, Freddie doing what he does best. He loves to just drop anchor and just wait for those waves. He's been, I feel like throughout his career, someone that just has incredible, impeccable wave selection and also knows how to dial a bomb at any second. He's got a little telephone, and he'd be wanting to dial that now. 6 starts at pipe. This is his 7th event. Has not won a heat out here yet, Federico Moraes. That's the stat that we have right now. So this would be actually a groundbreaking moment for him, Shane, if he were to advance out of this heat.
Yeah, you know, and a track record like that at a surf spot like Pipeline, just with the, you know, pipe, just the lore of pipe, the history of pipe, it's just such an amazing place. And to know that you've never made a man-on-man heat out here is pretty wild. That would definitely play into your psychology, but he's one wave away from that 7.5 or better, and one wave away from the heat win out here.
Yeah, we actually saw that pulled back shot of the lineup then, and there was quite a lot of that white sort of sand that you could see. So a bit of a current at the moment. So I remember Ramsey saying in his interview, you know, you just don't want this current to be ripping through the lineup. You know it's going to make it tricky for a while. So, you know, something that's going to be playing against Freddie at the moment.
Yeah, with time winding down, if that rip just starts and you need to score and there's only 3 or 4 minutes left, if that rip is coming through the whole time, it's basically impossible to get a 2 right out there. Because the rip creates the surface to be all, you know, super bumpy and kind of crumbly. So no matter how good the shape of the wave is, it's going to crumble on you.
And we've seen that day in and day out, right, Shane? Where the day progresses, whether it's the swell angle or the tide, the rip moves over out the channel, and there's a period, maybe for an hour or so, maybe 2 hours through the day, that rip runs straight through the peak and gives it these jumbled moments. And then the chapter changes, the personalities of pipe change, but it's just that this time frame right now, that could be happening.
Yeah, I feel like...
Yeah, and it could be just like 2 minutes or 1 minute, too, and then it just switches on, and then a set comes and a perfect wave comes in.
Yeah, you can tell Freddie and Barron have actually moved down, like, to, you know, sort of almost the 8th area. So you can tell Freddie's trying to just get out of that rip current to just hope that something will come a bit further down the beach that could have some clean water and like you said, draw off the reef and barrel.
Barron under priority just hucks himself down the drop like it's a walk in the park for Barron Mamiya. Under priority, it's really the angst that Federico Moraes is feeling right now. Here we go with Jacob Wilcox. Great effort there.
Yeah, he would have had to know that that was like a low probability, you know. But you can see his comfort level, Laura. Just like knowing that, hey, there's a really good chance I'm not going to make this wave. I'm going to go and just have a crack at it, and just that confidence oozing. You know what I mean? Like, just to know that like I can take a beat down and be totally fine with it.
Totally. That's these WA crew. They literally are not scared of reef, and they grow up surfing really heavy waves. And yeah, like right here, Jacob just realizing won't be able to get out the doggy door, time to eject, and that comfort level, like you said, to just be able to know that you can pin through here and get another backdoor bomb on the head.
These younger guys have mastered the pin drop. That's like something that, like, you know, back in the day when I was growing up, no one really ever used to do, and now you see they got it that dialed.
Yeah, he needs a new DHD right now. Red Bull jet ski with Hawaiian Water Patrol bringing Wilcox to the shore. The pit crew on the sand. We trade out that broken DHD for the backup board, and maybe a little advice on the beach too.
Seems like that board break must have happened on the second wave, the bailing.
Yeah, and actually, when I talk about advice, Jacob doesn't have a coach. I need to kind of say that. He's been on record where he says, at this point, you know, I don't need a coach. I'm old enough to make my own decisions. So interesting, his perspective on, you know, having support and a coach.
Yeah, it's unusual in this day and age.
It's unusual in this day. Yeah, exactly. He's old school right there.
He was very unusual, you know, like when I was on tour back in the day. I don't want to be that guy out here talking about back in my day.
Yeah, go ahead.
but you know, it was actually very unusual to have a coach back then. And now it's really unusual to not have a coach, you know. And it is cool to see someone who wants to make all of their own decisions, their own, you know, game plan for their heats, watch the waves themselves, watch the conditions, and it's all on them.
Yeah.
You know, they win, they lose, they take that loss all themselves. So it's pretty cool.
It is cool. It's an old soul approach to professional surfing. We're down to 10 seconds. Baron Mamiya ready to close this heat out. Federico Moraes' last swing at it, up, down, and that is going to be his performances here at Pipeline will continue to haunt the Portuguese surfer. Local boy Baron Mamiya, however, comes through. And really, Federico Moraes, when we look at the numbers, had a good swing at it, just needed that backup score. Did not get that backup score as we look at the numbers. So it's Mamiya off to the round of 16. We're off to a commercial break. We'll be back with more action and more talk with Shane Doran and Laura Enever right after this. It's The Pulse. Let's get you caught up with today's happenings at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. This morning started off with Ethan Ewing sneaking out of a backdoor barrel. Ethan Ewing, a 7.83 was enough to defeat the all-time favorite here at Pipeline. Ethan Ewing taking out Kelly Slater in the first heat of the day. Ethan Ewing on to the round of 16. Heat number 3 in the round of 32, Jake Marshall, he's back on tour after qualifying through the CS. Marshall overcame Ryan Callahan to go into the round of 16. Jack Robinson, our defending champ, would be the favorite in this heat. Robinson took an early lead, but Ramzi Boukhayam, representing Morocco, with a big upset. The Rockin' Moroccan, he's into the round of 16, another upset today at Pipeline. That's The Pulse, And we're back to live action here. And a couple of broken sticks on the beach. Piper Girl, Laura Enever, Shane Dorian, talking you through the action here. And a new heat out in the water. Check out this one, Shane. Griffin Colapinto up against Haleiwa boy, Shion Crawford. What do you think about this one, Shane?
I love it. I mean, on paper, it's super exciting. Young Shion Crawford from right here in Haleiwa, Hawaii. You know, he's been growing up here on the North Shore, surfing these waves since he was basically born. Great surfer, and just he's got a great attitude, lots of super positive energy, and he's a beast in competition.
Just 18 years old. He's going to be that dark horse, that underdog. Even in your day, Shane, you had a lot of trials winners and those dark horses that would come in and really shake up the system. Shion has the potential to do that in this heat.
Oh, no doubt. And just in general, I mean, Shion's on the come up. I mean, he's such a good competitor. He's working his way through the ranks on the CS, on the Challenger Series, and he's got a pretty crazy repertoire of he's insane in little tiny waves, like in like a Huntington Beach type of beach breaks, and he's incredible at Sunset. He's pretty good out here at Pipeline. He's been putting in a lot of work, and it's so cool to see him get the wild card, and then all of a sudden, like this kid who's 18 years old gets a wild card and comes up against Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, and they're already playing the game right here. Look at these two, the smile on Shion's face, and the gamesmanship has begun as I go to...
I don't know if you've ever paddled anywhere near Shion.
Oh, he's an excitable kid.
It's like paddling against a jet ski.
Yeah.
Like, try to win a paddle race with that guy is like trying to win a paddle race against a jet ski.
He's 6'3", and just bones and muscle, and 18 years old. So he's going to be paddling Griffin, zigzagging. I'll go to the VIP headset with Jesse Mendez. What are you seeing out there, Jesse?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention to you guys. Sometimes the heat starts even before the horn. Like, they were literally in front of me, way far out to the right, paddle battling, and the cool thing about it is seeing Shion not intimidated by Griffin, one of the best surfers for the past 5 years, and just giving him a battle, giving him work. Just in the beginning of the heat, they didn't even caught a wave yet, and they're just going at each other. So it's exciting to watch.
It is exciting to watch. The youngster just going for it. Ask Shion Crawford, hey, tell me something about yourself, Shion. I've actually known him since he was a young Grom, but I like his quote. He says, I crank a lot of Fortnite, and I eat a lot of karaage chicken. That's the excitement of an 18-year-old, Shane.
It is. He's also like, I mean, he surfs a ton. He's like a frothing Grom still, and I mean, he's a teenager, so he eats like a horse. He trains like crazy. He's super into it, and he's really good friends with Eli Hanneman. He's really good friends with that whole San Clemente crew. Lives a super positive lifestyle, and I feel like he's going to be a weapon in the years to come.
Yeah, I see a bright future for him. He was actually with them when he got his best Challenger Series result in Sakurama just last year, hanging out with them with that quarterfinal finish. Another Hawaiian that's making, gaining points, moving through heats on the home court. Baron Mamiya, AJ, with a heat win.
He did get the heat win, Kaipo, and he did it by getting busy in this heat. 9 waves ridden, Baron. How did that help you find a rhythm?
Yeah, I woke up this morning and it looked really bad. Like, not gonna lie. So yeah, I kind of knew that it was gonna be a wave catching contest. I was all psyched to surf yesterday. I thought we were gonna run for sure. When I rolled up yesterday, it was firing, and I was like, oh. And then I don't know. I guess they said it was too big or something, but it's all good. But yeah, there's a couple little ones out there. It's not that great, but if you find a good one, you're stoked.
And certainly you found a few very good ones. How much confidence does that give you going forward at an event that you have made it no secret you would absolutely love to win?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up surfing pipe. I watched all my idols out here. I watched Andy, Kelly, John. Who was that? Oh, wow. Yeah, I watched all my idols, and, growing up, I mean, first time I surfed out here was with Uncle Derek, and this wave is just really, really special, and of course I'd love to win it. It's like it's a place I've dreamed of winning at.
You're one heat closer, Baron. As we talked last season, you talked about the imposter syndrome that you were struggling with in the back half of last year in particular. Finish off so strong, though. How have you worked through that this offseason?
Yeah, just been surfing a lot, It's been nice to be at home and, be with my friends and just dial in a lot of my equipment and stuff. it's it's definitely it's a huge learning curve to be on tour, you know, and surfing against all these guys. You know, everyone is insane. Everyone can win a comp and a title, and you know, sometimes you feel like you get really exposed really quickly. But you know, if you work through all the things that need to be worked on and you just keep grinding, you know, it's hard work's always going to show.
And it's showing today, Baron. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you could hear Baron Mamiya, you know, in true North Shore fashion, Shane. They, you know, yesterday was huge, wash-throughs, but Baron was ready to go.
He was, and you know, like depending on who like you talked to yesterday, there was two camps, and they were very divided and very, you know, extreme contrast there. You know, like you talked to the boys yesterday, and some of them were like, oh, they should be running for sure, 100% it's on, and others were like, no, they shouldn't run for sure, should not be on. And it's just interesting to see that contrast and like talk to those guys. Some of them were not prepared for yesterday. It was too much, too intense, too radical, too dangerous, too overloaded, too many wash-throughs, too tough, too hard. And then others just saw it as a big challenge, and this is what we're here for.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess, you know, really ultimately the decision was made, Laura, because they were looking at rideable waves in a heat period, and how many rideable waves would there have been in a 40-minute period, and they deemed that was the problem.
Yeah, and I mean, we watched all morning, and yeah, there were some absolute diamonds in the rough, but that rough was a lot of wash throughs, and yeah, very, very intense and really difficult. A lot of water moving and just constantly changing. The afternoon, you know, when it glasses off, we saw some highlights from yesterday afternoon that were pretty incredible. But that, you know, would have been too late for the contest by that stage anyway. But, you know, like you said, split camps between who wanted to sort of get out there and not, and just that danger factor, I think, really shining through.
This happened during the interview. Jacob Wilcox, again, in the priority heat, just looking so comfortable out there, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, just like the reliability factor with Jacob Wilcox, I'm super impressed with his positioning, where he paddles as the wave's approaching. He really knows how deep to be, like, you know, how to set himself up as that wave's approaching. He's been amazing out there, even in the free surfs, and then in this heat, you can tell he's just stacking them up, you know.
Yeah, also back to yesterday afternoon, I know there were a lot of surfers that were watching it clean up throughout the afternoon, like later into the afternoon, that wanted to get out there, but literally had to pull themselves back, itching off their seat because they just didn't do that fear of getting hurt or getting injured at the first event in a free surf. It can be a high probability, and I know a lot of them were just wanting to be out there, but just didn't want to blow their season.
Well, I guess the question for you, Shane, is: has there ever been a time where you've had to paddle out here in New Jersey when you didn't want to?
Yeah. There was a couple of heats I can remember where it was like truly dangerous. Like it was big, but it was not only was it big, it just was super dangerous. Like the wind direction was wrong, like onshore, but you had to kind of make a barrel to make your heat, and it just intensifies that danger factor. And yesterday was super dangerous. And there was, like, at the start, it would have been very difficult. It would have been really difficult to start the event yesterday. I feel like it was a little dicey for that first hour of competition. Would have been really hard for the first couple heats, but then it started improving, and it was it's a hard call to make in real time.
Yeah. Here's our heat check for the priority heat, so you can see all of the waves ridden by Jacob Wilcox. The scores coming in from the last waves ridden for the high waves ridden for both Wilcox and Yago Dora on the bottom of your screen, and the illustration right here, you can see Wilcox being much more busy than Dora in this heat. 6 waves ridden for Wilcox, 3 waves ridden for Dora. That's our heat check. So it gives you all the data all in one screen. When we go in, there are top score comparisons, of course, on the bottom, and all of the judges as well as the countries that they have come from.
And I don't know about you, Shane, but when you go out there, even if you're just free surfing and you fall on a wave, you're going to feel it in some part of your body the next day. You're going to be like, I feel a bit tight in my neck. I feel like even if you get slammed, like on your side, get the wind taken out of you. And these guys, knowing that they're most likely going to be competing today, you know, why would you go out in the afternoon and you know, risk feeling like, you know, feeling a bit crappy today?
And then the flip side of that is like, we're all surfing,
right? Yeah, 100%.
You want the wave of your life.
Yeah.
You want the wave you're going to remember forever that you literally cannot forget. And that wave was out there yesterday.
And no, and to your point, Liam O'Brien went out there, got a couple of bombs, and won his heat this morning.
Yeah.
But to the O'Brien conversation, I want to talk a little bit about with you, Shane, is that Liam's going to come up against Ethan Ewing, a surfer that you've coached in the past. So two good friends coming up in that round of 16, heat number 1. Your thoughts on that heat?
Yeah, I'm excited about that heat. I am currently coaching Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, you're coaching,
So I'm excited to see that heat. Two young, strong Australian surfers. I'm a fan of both. I think they both surf really good out here. Liam is a weapon out of backdoor and pipe. He's a little bit of a sleeper pick. Like, you don't think of him, like, when his name doesn't like leap off the page as you look at it. Like, oh, pipe, he's gnarly out here. But if you have watched his heats and you've watched his free surfs, he knows his way around this reef really, really well. When you formulate a game plan, we see Kanoa Igarashi entering the water here. When you formulate a game plan for Ethan, do you take in consideration the surfer that he's matched up against, or is it only about your surfer? Is the other competitor ever figure into your planning? Yes, for sure.
Okay.
It really depends on the surfer. Sometimes it's a non-factor.
Right.
And I'm like, hey, pay no attention to your competitor.
Okay.
Like, imagine they're not even there. Like, do not follow them around. Do not look at them in the eyes. Do not say a word. I don't care where they go on the reef. Just do not follow them. And then other times, it can be the opposite. You can really kind of manipulate the heat strategy, like depending on who that person has. And it's interesting as a coach, and that's part of what makes our job fun.
Right. Yeah, and that's really, that's interesting insight that you're just giving us right here as a coach. Let's take a look at our heat recap for our priority heat. It's an all goofy foot matchup. Yago Dora starts off paying. And Jacob Wilcox, Laura, though, finding some gems at backdoor.
Yeah, Jacob, he's pretty much only been looking right this whole entire heat, and it's paying off. He's in the lead against Yago Dora. He's got a 6.33 and a 5.87. Yago got this small little drainer here, 6.27. This is the best of his heat. It was long, though, and would have felt real nice.
Wilcox again, backdoor. The Western Australian's been busy out there, charging 5.87, 6.33 for Wilcox. He's currently in the lead over Yago Dora as we come back to live action with these two, and just under 5 minutes remaining in their heat.
And I know there was one wave that didn't get shown there, but it was Yago who got a backdoor bomb that he didn't complete.
Yeah.
And that must have been his 1.4, but if he'd been able to make it out of that wave, you heard the beach sort of erupt and then go, but having a look now.
Wilcox with priority, pulls in yet again, stalls the body, controls the speed, rides the foam ball. And Jacob Wilcox, wouldn't know that he's a rookie, Shane.
Well, we always say, out at backdoor, everybody assumes that being regular foot and being front side on the wave is a real advantage. But on a wave like that, you can see that Jacob Wilcox really maximized, what it's all about to be goofy foot and be able to slow down that speed management, be able to he basically drug everything from his knee to his thigh to his hip to his butt to his back to slow himself down, manage that speed and maximize his time and depth in the barrel. And it's so cool. That wave would have been really difficult to ride any better on your front side. Super impressive.
Yeah, so obviously Jacob using priority here. Yago did need a 5.94, so it'll be interesting to see if this comes through around that, but comes through as a 4.83, so he's not bettering his score. He has handed over priority to Yago, so it's hard out there today. This one did look like it was peaky. It didn't look like it was going to have too much wall on it, so interesting decision there to take that.
It's a difficult choice to make in that moment because time is ticking down, Laura. We got, there's only 3 minutes left in that heat, so the longer you can kind of make it so that your competitor doesn't have that much time at the end, the more pressure you can really put on them.
Well, that's going to help Wilcox right there. Yago Dora just took off on that wave, and that will not help him out. It will just drain time from the clock. Under 3 minutes for Yago. Again, like you said, a 5.94 is what Yago Dora needs to meet to get the lead over Jacob Wilcox. However, now Yago with a new challenge. He's under the priority of Jacob Wilcox, who has the heat lead.
Yeah.
That seemed like a huge mistake right there.
You could see him shaking his head, just going, what was I thinking? He must have thought that it was going to stretch out down into that Aints bowl and really throw, but unfortunately just shut down. So, bad wave selection there, and that'll be a tough mistake to swallow.
Well, it's easy to sit here and say that was a bad decision because we're in the booth chilling.
Yeah, you're omnipotent when you're in the booth.
it's a
When you're on the
whole lot
set, you're the
different.
smartest person in surfing. It's just
Yeah.
a complete omnipotent projection that you can make here. Way different when you're in a jersey, your heart's beating, and you're on the ocean.
100%.
2 minutes in the priority heat. And Jacob Wilcox looking to close this one out. Winner between Wilcox and Iago Dora will be faced up against Barron and Mamiya in the round of 16.
Well, a lot of people are excited about watching Jacob Wilcox this year, and this is a really, really great start for him to have just a great showing out here at Pipe. I think he's going to be a weapon at Sunset. I think he's going to be insane at a lot of the locations this year on tour. I mean, he's definitely one to watch. Imagine him at Cloudbreak. He's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
And that was the thing when Jacob qualified. Everyone was saying his surfing suits the CT. It suits these heavy water waves.
Yeah.
He's grown in the last few years, and he's really come into his power. And his power surfing is absolutely incredible.
To your point, his qualification journey, he had to move to the East Coast, right? He had to move to the Gold Coast to get more reps in, CS quality waves
Yeah.
to get onto the big tour right now.
Oh, he's just lost priority.
Lost priority. So opportunity right now for Iago Dora. We'll see if that priority switches. It sure does.
Waves approaching.
Okay, this could have been a big moment. Dora, here he goes. Iago, backdoor, big cavern, lots of room for Dora. Comes out with the spin. He's going to get a turn off the top. Dora needs a 5.94, and Iago likely to have turned the heat, another heat getting turned in the final minute. That priority switch, the wave came through.
Wow.
Everything happened, Laura.
Wow. Well, I said that, Iago made a mistake going for that last wave. Jacob made a mistake going for that left-hander there. And just the heartbreak that he's going to be feeling, hearing and watching that wave unload, as we see Griff on his first wave of his heat, is going to be a really tough pill to swallow for sure.
Jacob Wilcox was in control. Oh, here we go with Wilcox. So clock is still on. Wilcox in the backdoor barrel, answering back, traveling through here, and Jacob comes out.
Wow.
Back and forth. Talk about a show. Likely that Iago Dora turned the heat under a minute remaining with merely seconds, 4 seconds on the clock. Jacob Wilcox answers back. This one's going to be decided on the sand with these scores.
I love this sport.
Cool.
I love this sport.
Like
Just when you-
back-to-back huge
Yeah.
mistakes, and then back-to-back
Yeah.
full-on chances at the end. Just both filthy barrels.
Hey, nothing better than a wave on the countdown, honestly. That is just...
Wow. That's why we love it.
That's why we love it.
That's why it's so easy to be a fan of surfing right there, When they get their opportunities, there's nothing better.
Oh, nothing like these surprises that you get. Just when you think it's over, it just goes and goes until 2 seconds left.
Let's call it crazy. That was a crazy finish. Nuts. Insane. Waiting for the numbers. Let's take another look at all of this stuff that happened. Wilcox loses priority there.
I think that must have been the first left he even looked at.
There goes Iago on the comeback, Laura. 7.83 for Iago Dora.
That was a beautiful backdoor drainer. That was one of those perfect looking waves that had come through most of the heat. Highest score of the heat, 7.83. But then we are still waiting to see the complete replay. This was the second wave of the set, Shane.
Yeah, beautifully ridden right there. Hopefully we get to see another angle of that. That was an insane ride from Jacob Wilcox. Looked like he surfed that wave as good as he possibly could have. I'd love to see a straight-on angle of it.
Yeah, the only thing we'll be seeing how deep he was
Now
able
mind
to get.
you, Jacob Wilcox needs a 7.78. So that's really the story right now. Was that a 7.78? He did not get it. He got a 5.13. It is Iago Dora turning the heat into the round of 16, under a minute remaining. That was an exciting heat.
I'm a fan of both those guys, and even more so now. That was awesome. That was crazy.
Makes you a fan of surfing, doesn't it? We're going to take a break. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Laura. We're going to be back with more action here from the Lexus Pipe Pro. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse to talk you through the next heat.
Paddling into this one, wild card from the North Shore. Shion Crawford, super deep, gets blown out with the spit and celebrates. Well done to the young man representing Oahu, taking on Griffin Colapinto. Well done. Remember, this guy is brave, he charges, he's got style, and that's a great moment. Halfway through the matchup here in heat number 9 in this overlapping format. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, longtime competitor, CT standout. Love when we come off a break, right into a pit right there for Shion Crawford.
And what was most impressive, in my opinion, about that, I was watching that first half of the heat, and since the beginning, he put the commitment out there. He wasn't scared of showing his face close to Griffin, and it took him about 20 minutes or plus for him to get that wave, and starting with an excellent score. That's so impressive.
Shion Crawford working closely with Chris Gallagher. Gally was alongside Shion Crawford for that breakthrough win at Sunset Beach on the QS level, accomplishing a lot in a short period of time. One more look, Jesse.
Yeah, that might have been one of the biggest waves we had all morning. Beautiful backdoor wave just behind that apex, and that was very deep. See it right here. He's just behind enough, giving him that good roll in into backdoor in that section. And right there, it almost felt like he wasn't going to stick that thing. Started to close on top of him. The spit came out, and he just snuck just by a little bit. That was impressive ride for him, and he was rewarded. He is there. That's what he's saying.
There he is. Look at that celebration. He believes in himself. Kind of came out of his shell, so to speak, at Haleiwa at the Challengers Series at just 16 and showed how he could protect his lineup against the best in the world, and then took it to the Challengers Series. It's kind of like that outside edition, kind of like Eli Hanneman, you know, Brody Sale, that all hang out with the crew from San Clemente. A lot of great friends and a lot of intense ping pong battles after they get out of the ocean. As we have a brand new heat just kicking off. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Ian Gentile, takes on Kanoa Igarashi, a guy that's finished in the Final Five, a silver medalist, Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And looking for a quick start here to the season. One year he finished in the final out here. Kanoa back in 2016 was runner-up to Michel Perez.
And that's props to Kanoa, because it's just what Jake was mentioning a few heats ago. He's so good at reading the ocean, and that's what you kind of need here. You need to be able to adapt to the moment that what pipe is given to you or backdoor, because there's so many different moods throughout an event here. He gets huge, he gets over 10 foot, and then he gets kind of smaller like this, so you have to be able to adapt, and he's one of the best at doing that.
72nd career championship tour event for Kanoa Igarashi is giving us a lot of entertainment over the years. Last year wasn't a part of the Final Five talk, and so everyone talked about him slowing down from his momentum from the previous year, where he was managing a world title race and also representing in the Olympics. You almost wonder if it's fair to give him that kind of critique. You know, once you make it into the Final Five, anything less, you're going, okay, what's going on? Everyone expects more success the following season, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's that pressure that comes with being a top elite athlete, and it's going to come, that pressure. It's inevitable. He's probably going to, I mean, I'm sure he's going to be able to bounce back from it, but it's hard to keep that consistency throughout so many years, and he has been doing that. And it's normal that you have kind of a fallen out year, and regroup, kind of get your energy back, see your mistakes, improve, and start the next year even better.
So Kanoa and Ian in the non-priority heat. Priority heat, Shion Crawford. We saw that wave right when we came back from break. It's excellent. An 8-point ride. Colapinto now with priority. Needs a 3.84. Such a solid matchup. As we remember, Griffin fought for a world title on his home break in San Clemente. There was a sea of red on the beach at Lower Trestles. The entire town came down to back him. He ended up going down swinging to Ethan Ewing and finished number 3 in the world.
Yeah, man, he's what I most like about Griffin surfing in competition and is how unpredictable he is. Like, you never can expect, you never can guess what he's gonna do, because he always tends to kind of drop our jaws and go something bigger than you expect him to. And this is a great actually match for here. It's a consequence type of wave, and he's capable of putting himself in tough situations and pulling it off.
We have a very special guest now joining us on the VIP headset. A happy, familiar face that you see on the North Shore of Oahu. Longtime pro skater, now an incredible photographer. Arto Sari, thanks for joining us, Arto.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Gosh, it's awesome to see your images. Definitely recently of the North Shore bike path. I've been really enjoying your series. How did you find inspiration to begin doing that?
I don't know. It just kind of happened naturally. I mean, I was on the bike path, checking surf, taking the kids to school, and I kind of did that for a few years without a camera. I'm like, what am I doing over here? There's all these special little moments that I started seeing. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to start carrying a camera with me. So it was kind of a slow start, and seems like it's gathering a little bit of steam now that we're on here in live broadcast talking about it.
Oh, that's so cool. Arto, was this something that you did, at traveling the world as a pro skater? Did you always have a camera with you?
Yeah, well, I started skateboarding and traveling the world, so cameras kind of go with it. So I started shooting my friends and shooting the action part of skateboarding, and just, you go to all these places and you kind of want to have some kind of a memory of it. So I started just playing around with cameras and shooting my bros. So that's where the photography stems from.
As we're checking out some of your images now, Arto, just really, really impressed with capturing images of probably the most documented wave, and seeing photos of John Florence, but also your profiles are really unique. It's hard for me to find where you draw your inspiration from, because you kind of stand alone. It's really some of the stuff I've never seen before. I'm really impressed by all of your captures.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of obsessed with all the real life happenings. There's beauty everywhere you look. It's just, you kind of have to just find the right angle and look at it a certain way. So, I mean, all my photography really it's purely documentarian. I mean, shooting skateboarding, it has to be real. It has to be the real moment. You're not moving the guy higher, doing an air or whatever. So it's like all my photography is like, what I'm trying to say is the tricks I do it in camera. So it's that's kind of my love and approach to photography.
Arto, are you finding yourself in funny situations now? I mean, now that this bike path series is out there, do you find people going, oh, hang on, Arto's right there, like kind of posing for you a little bit, hoping that they'll get the shot?
Yeah, the tables are almost turned now a little bit. 'Cause for the first couple of years, I was a little bit afraid to point the camera at anybody. Everyone was like, wait, who's this guy? Get that thing out of my face. And now it's like, you kind of starting to get the look as like, wait, where's your camera? Is it in your hand or not? So it's kind of the last couple of winters, it's opened up a little bit, and I think just in the last month, I think I created some of my best work to date. So it's I really appreciate it. I mean, I love the community here on the North Shore, and I think it's a very special place, and obviously the bike path is the main vein that connects everyone. I mean, everyone's on it at some point during the day. So, I kind of, I'm always been obsessed with all the old school rock and roll photography, and a lot of that shot, all the coolest shots are on the backstage, and, bike path is basically the backstage for all this stuff. So that's kind of my inspiration for it.
Oh, that's awesome, Arto. Gosh, I would love you in all the classic flip movies when you're ripping back in the day and still today, and also all the images you're capturing. Anytime your name comes up in this North Shore community, it's only good things. So I'd be proud of what you've done, and keep up the great work. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Arto Sari, one of the great skateboarders, photographers, has been living over here on the North Shore of Oahu for many years now. Had to move to the United States once he became kind of a phenom athlete in skateboarding, and featured in a lot of movies. You can find him at the skate park, and more specifically, this bike path series is classic. You never know who you're going to run into on the North Shore bike path.
I know, it's what you said, it's the vein of North Shore. It really connects everyone together. Everyone at some point of the day is going to pass through it. So he's actually capitalizing that moment and making the most of it, and some beautiful images right there for us to see.
6:55 to go. We love hearing from fans as we focus in on the Pacifico fan picks for the round of 32. Griffin Colapinto taking 87% of the vote over the local boy, Shion Crawford. At the moment, Shion's the one out front with that big 8-point ride, Jesse. What do you think the fans were thinking here?
Yeah, and that's normal to see. You have a wild card, a Grom, up and coming against Griffin, which is one of the best surfers off in the world for the past, what, 8 years, 5 years, something around that. So you expect him to be the favorite in this heat, but Xian is just so comfortable here. He grew up here. He knows what he needs to do, and that's what he's applying right now. It's kind of a slow heat, but he has such a big advantage with that huge score. Like, now Griffin is really looking for something on the excellent range to actually match, because if you look, still 6 minutes left, most likely Xian's going to get an average score in that time. Mostly, so yeah, actually Griffin has to look for something big, otherwise he's probably going to go home.
Xian Crawford's father runs a surf shop on the North Shore by that famous bridge in Haleiwa, Surf and Sea. Always great to talk surf, and he's always so proud of his boy. Xian kind of coming into the spotlight a little bit later than his peer group. You know, these days when you're 10, there's always already kids living the life of a full-blown pro. As we see the drop in for Xian, slamming on the brakes, looking for something to work with there. Did well, but won't be much of a score since he didn't have a second scoring ride. That'll go into his top 2 for the time being, as we see a wild one, a right just kind of racing down the line. And we'll see priority now go to Ian Gentile, Kanoa Garashi, second priority now.
And unfortunately for Griffin right there, because that was a great wave, it had a great shape, but looking back here, you see all that water moving out, and it's really going straight through pipe, so, and backdoor. So the beginning of the wave is very crumbly. There's a lot of texture, and that's what happened on that wave that Griffin was paddling for. Down the line, it really does clean up a lot, so you kind of want to almost look for those waves that connect all the way to almost off the wall right now.
3-time world champ Gabriel Medina, one of the best at pipe and backdoor, preparing for Crosby Colapinto, Griffin's younger brother, in heat number 11 of the round of 32. Great to have Crosby grabbing his jersey as his big brother is still enjoying his heat with Xian. Another great sibling duo on the championship tour. Both working with Tommy Whitaker, longtime CT standout, also a great coach for several years, adding some great energy to their sparring crew. But yeah, Griffin and Crosby have always been pushing each other. I think more so than ever, though, Griffin taking that big brother role, making sure that Crosby is maxing out his potential.
He has, and I can only imagine for them and their family to have both of them on tour right now, as well as Miggy and Sammy. It's probably so special. I can't wait to watch them on the heat together, because it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, I think Crosby's already talking about a dream heat with his big brother. We've had some classic versions of brother battles on tour. I think the Andy Bruce final in France was something everybody was looking forward to. The Hobgood brothers, wow, they pushed each other so hard. Remember, they'd say, hey, if anyone's going to knock you off tour, it's going to be me. You know, that's family right there. But, you know, it obviously fueled some of our favorite performances. We had a heritage heat with Damon and CJ at pumping chokes a couple of years back. Hope you guys are doing great.
Yeah, and that battle started probably 30 years ago at ping pong at the house, you know? Like, it just grows inside of you, and they're pretty honest about that, which was cool. It was fun to watch.
So Griffin heading into another year, this one a bit different. You know, he got to feature in the title showdown at Lowers, his home break last season. Didn't go according to his plan. Had the big dream of winning a world title in front of his friends and family. And now how does he regroup after a long off season? And can he match that same success he had last year, or even go one step further?
I mean, as far as talent, obviously, there's a bunch of variables that could happen. Maybe a heat that is very slow, like what's happening right now, and maybe an injury at some point. But the talent is there. The heat drive, he has it on him as well. So, yeah, if you have to expect someone to do it, it's him.
Running through, a little bit of room on the inside in the tube and trying to slam it shut. Xian Crawford looking for a better backup score. Now heading right at backdoor. Griffin Colapinto has got some room to move. Lays down the grab rail wrap to just seal the deal. Great combination after making that barrel ride into a nice carve. Griffin's best so far. Next one, little slam off the top for last year's Rookie of the Year, Ian Gentile. As the non-priority heat still has plenty of time to really start heating up. 1:15 on the clock. Griff versus Xi'an, important wave for Colapinto. And the story for Griff at Pipe is just trying to get more consistency. Had one breakthrough year where he got into the final series. There's a lot of stories in years past where he's the highlight reel in the lead up to an event and then would just get lost and make mistakes when his heat started. Let's have another look. Last wave for Colapinto.
And that's what I mentioned. See the crumble right there, but as the wave goes through the reef, it starts to clean up more, and actually that was a grower. So that's what you're kind of looking for in a beautiful wrap just to finish the wave, and this is going to be a great score. I'd love to see this front angle right here. Check it out. A lot of lump in the beginning, but as the wave ran through, it started to clean up, and just to really put the nail in the coffin right there. Just nice wrap with the rail grab, and yeah, he's moving to first. I have no doubt on that. That was a beautiful rhythm wave for Griffin.
Great speed management for Griff, and then got to let go of all that speed into a grab rail carve. How do these feel, Jesse?
It feels amazing, mostly when it actually gets right on point, like what happened right there. He was just under the lip enough. The wave was steep to the point that he was able to drive through it and gain speed throughout the turn, so that was a beautiful wave for him.
Colapinto maxes out the clock, so they're out of time. Scores are starting to drift in. Remember, with Xi'an's improvement, Griffin chasing a 6:17. He's feeling happy, and he probably has a good feeling it's about to change. Here's the judges' reaction. It is enough. A 7-point ride from Griffin Colapinto, and the win over Xi'an Crawford. Crawford out in the round of 32, even with that high single score of an 8-point ride. Action continues here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Medina and Crosby in the lineup right after this.
Congratulations, you have provisionally qualified for the 2024 Paris Olympics in Tahiti.
I'll try my best to win another medal for Brazil.
You have provisionally qualified for Paris 2024.
Wow, that's amazing. The Olympics is one of the coolest experiences of my life, and so to do it again and go back to Tahiti, I feel like I got a good relationship with that place.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold.
Represent Hawaii and all that, going to the Olympics, and it's the biggest sports stage in the world. I'd love to win it someday.
With the experience under my belt from the years previous, I just feel like I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
It would mean the world if I could get that medal.
Really looking forward to being in the Olympics, be on that platform.
So many brilliant athletes. It's been a huge goal of mine and something to work towards.
I'm just gonna put my head down. Just gotta work hard and do my best.
My dream as well, and I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see. Show's on.
Put my best foot forward and guarantee that I'm going to be there.
It would be amazing to get a good result to inspire the next generation.
You feel like you're representing every single person.
That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt. That belief of being able to win a gold medal, I have it more than I've ever felt it.
It's pretty surreal. I know I'm going to have to dig deep. You're Olympian forever. You're a medalist forever. Those people are not forgotten.
Tahiti Bound. Follow the journey with Tahiti Bound, championed by Shiseido on WorldSurfLeague.com. So much to look forward to in 2024, and even right now, season opener still underway in the round of 32. Three-time world champ, a pipe champ, one of the best ever. Gabriel Medina, the number 6 seed into this event, taking on a rookie from San Clemente named Crosby Colapinto. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and a very special guest from South Carolina, Cam Richards. Cam.
How are you guys?
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You need anything? Coffee?
I'm good.
Whatever you want.
This is chilling. Plenty of action.
Plenty of action. Pipe means a lot to you. We all know that. It's still emotional to think about the wave that you caught on the board that your dad shaped for you. At the time, I watched a clip that you said, "That's it. You've peaked. There's nothing better coming." Are you still sticking to that quote?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, it definitely changed my perspective a lot. So thankful just to be out there, and every time I come in safe, I'm like, okay, good, because it's going to be hard to beat that, but also fun just to give it a try every once in a while to maybe top it, but I'm good if I don't.
How's the story went? Did Eli Olsen call you into that wave?
We talked about it. He didn't call me in. He was just like, yeah, you can catch waves like this. I'm like, yeah, and kind of just started paddling and just kind of caught it. And then, yeah, the rest was history. It was pretty surreal. Didn't feel real till about like a week after, maybe.
Gosh, thanks for joining us for the call. How cool is that, Jesse, that there's just a wave called Pipeline. One wave can change your entire career.
It definitely does change your entire career. And it was a free surf wave, wasn't even a competing wave, but that just show how of a proving ground Pipeline is. And mostly, I think the perspective from a guy that is not a local, how hard it is for you to actually find that wave and have the opportunity. And he took the advantage, came to him, he went and got the wave of his life.
Where's that board now?
It is sitting in our surf shop, Village Surf Shop in South Carolina. Hung up. My dad won't let me touch it. Kind of the first thing he said after he saw the wave. He said, I need that board back.
Originally a birthday present to you, and now back to Pops.
Did that ever happen? Did that ever happen in history? Actually, he took it back. The board is like, no, this is an amazing board, but it's mine back again.
That's exactly what happened.
That's great.
It's cool because now you look at it, and the last wave that it rode was that wave. So,
gosh,
be really cool.
Insane. Let's get your thoughts, Cam, on Gabriel Medina this year, because he missed out on the World Title Showdown last year. I mean, remember, he was in the final in Tahiti. There was an Olympic spot on the line, a spot in the final 5 on the line. For a guy like him, how is he going to, kind of show the world what he's got the following season?
Yeah, I mean...
We'll get there in a moment, actually. Let's watch the 617 from Gentile, Camp.
That was pretty. Wow. Looked so fun out there.
And then the front-on angle, Jesse.
Yeah, just a nice wave rhythm right there. Great finish. He's such a tall surfer. He makes everything look so big every time he does anything. So it's mostly in a powerful wave like backdoor. It's nice to watch Ian surf.
Yeah, last year's Rookie of the Year. Real quiet, humble human being. His speech was hilarious, emotional, off the cuff. He had some notes written down, but you got to really see who Ian Gentile is as a person. Just real quiet, lets his surfing do the talking. And gosh, for a guy that had so much hype on him as a Grom, he had a perfect heat in the Open Boys, San Jose Nationals at Lowers. Remember that heat?
I saw it. Yeah, I didn't make the final, but I got to watch. It was impressive. I remember that was the talk of the town when we were kids. Like, he was just on a different level than us, and we were all just like so impressed. And I'm so proud of him. Like, so cool to see. Like, yeah, because he did kind of take a little break or whatnot, and just to see where he's at now is amazing.
So cool to see where he's at. Yeah, we'll talk about the story of Gentile in a moment, but we've got to hear from Griff after a wave like that at backdoor. Griffin's hanging out with AJ.
You certainly do, Joe, and Griffin coming up to me afterward and saying, you love it, you thrive in these moments. What is it about this moment where you need a score at the end that brings out the best in you?
I think just like the challenge of it, I was just thinking out there, I knew I needed a score, and Shion had an 8, so I was like really behind. And but yeah, just like you're never out of it, so just that feeling of like knowing you can come back, and just the opportunity to be able to have that is so exciting. So yeah, I think that's just it.
Griff, we've been so lucky to hear so much about how the mental side of your surfing has impacted the way that you surf in the water, all the work that you put in, journaling, preparing for those moments. Is this one of those where it pays off, all that time spent on your mental game? It pays off because no matter how much time, as long as there's time left on the clock, I can do it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that come into play. It's a lot of like preparation and the relationship I've made with this wave over the years. This is my like original favorite wave, and it's taught me so much in my life. And I think just out there, just trusting that I have that relationship and believing in that, I think it sent me that wave, you know? And it was also really cool. I was like needing a score, and I looked over in the channel, and my brother was paddling out for his heat, and I was like, no way, how cool is this? So, you know, just like focusing on the right things when you're out there instead of like the scary fear of possibly losing. So, yeah, that's it.
Speaking of your brother, he's in the water right now. What words did you guys exchange this morning before you both got ready for this round?
He's the same thing as me. He spent a lot of time out here, and I think he really believes in his barrel riding skills and his relationship with Pipeline. So I think it's just trust in that, and that's it.
Well, we'll let you go back to rooting for him. Congratulations, Griff.
All right, thanks, AJ.
Thank you so much, Griffin. Feeling it, believing in himself, deep in his meditation. Happy to get that score to turn the heat on Shion Crawford when he needed it the most. As we see the split peak sticking in Pipeline, but Medina takes a higher line on the first section, has to punch through at the end, and he'll get caught. So he'll start off with an incomplete number, but you can tell he's really warmed up, ready to go. He said no big drastic changes to equipment this year. He trained a lot in the offseason. I think he was a little bit upset not being able to compete for a world title and just hung out in the gym, as we see an up and out now. But for Medina, he said the one thing that's different is he's 30 now, so he's got a lot of years behind him to go with those 3 world titles, but a lot of losses. I think sometimes we don't spend time on those tough losses that Gabriel has had. I mean, it's not like he's been lost out of the title race the years he didn't add more. Sometimes he would lose a title in the final, like against Italo or against John Florence in the final event of the season, Jesse.
Yeah, it's such a dramatic career. Like, it's so tough for you to regroup after those big losses, and to see him still showing his best at this stage, it's impressive to see him show how much confidence he has.
Great heat just getting started. Let's get some psych from Strider Wazalewski.
Ian just got picked up by the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Looks like he broke a leash. Maybe a board, can't see from here, but they swooped right into the whitewater in the impact zone, picked him up, getting him back over there. It's for a surfboard change or a new leash or some kind of new equipment to go on. I mean, just think about the intensity of what's exploding right there on the reef. Just sitting out here, the current is just whipping across. So there's a lot of moving parts out here right now. And for these athletes having to battle through that, it's pretty heavy out here. Just watching this intensity of it on the inside right now, watching the water photographers getting pounded. There's not an easy game out here in the channel. There's no channel today.
Thank you, Strider. Hey, Strider, quickly, a wind update. What's it doing right now?
It's kind of like butter. It's just nice, smooth conditions on the surface. Just kind of like an easy east wind, probably about 10 knots and nice and clean. Just that little bit of rip that runs through the lineup. Looks like Gabriel's looking at this one. Is he going?
He is going, Strider. Thanks so much. This one moving quickly at backdoor. Gabriel still hanging in there for a moment. I saw that red jersey push through a really tight, compact section. And now he's had 2 tries, one at pipe, one at backdoor. Remember, non-priority heat, so plenty of time for Medina just to roam this lineup. Always so impressive, even as a rookie. When you're breaking down strengths of the rookies on tour, when he showed up, he was already proving himself in the air with big Supermans, winning events like the King of the Groms, and they're, well, how's he gonna do at Pipelining? Quarterfinals, first start. Just talking about that relationship with the wave that Griffin was speaking to. You know, what was that like for yourself, Cam? Like showing up at a wave that has so many stories, so many sometimes horror stories as well, and then deciding, yeah, I think I want a piece of this place.
Yeah, it was weird. It kind of chose me in a way. I tried a lot when I was younger, would surf out here and could never really get waves, and then actually it all kind of came together after 1 year at the Vulcan Pipe Pro. My first heat ever out there. Probably the only 2 backdoor waves I've ever gotten, but it was a 10 and like a 9-8. And after that, like, I don't know, just once I was able to be out there with only a couple people out, you really get to dissect the lineup and not have to be like, you know, scared to step on anyone's toes. And you get to really appreciate how good the wave actually is when you have the opportunities to be where you want to be. And so, yeah, after that event, I kind of just was able to feel comfortable out there, knowing that I have the ability, just have to put myself in the right spot. And yeah, it's cool. But my favorite thing is, like, for Medina, like, I love watching him out here because, like, even a couple days ago I was surfing, there was probably 2 people out, 3 people out. And Medina, one of the best surfers in the world, it's not that good. It's giant and it's scary, and he's out there. And like I really respect that because like you never know what you're going to get out there. And I just feel like the more time you're out there, the more comfortable you can be, and then at any size. So I have a lot of respect for those dudes that like send it on the big days. Like even yesterday, like Liam O'Brien was out there and he got sick waves, and it's like you have the most important contest of your life. And so a lot of people like to rest, and I respect that too. But like it is cool to see him go out and send it when it's definitely not perfect, but it's what you got to do.
Yeah, it's such an interesting way to play the game. Do you sit back, save your equipment, save your body, or can you get the wave of your life if you put in 4 hours out there? I mean, Jesse, you know, it's like what Cam was speaking to. It's when you're warming up at pipe before it's your heat, you know, you don't want to get in anyone's way. You want to make sure that you're being respectful at all times. Definitely the toughest wave on tour to get reps before your heat actually starts.
Totally, and that just goes with what he mentioned. For people that are not locals from here, the best opportunities you're going to have to actually perform and get good waves out there, it's on those giants, like kind of wash through days, because there's going to be less crowd. It's going to be more unpredictable. A lot of people are not going to pedal out. So he gives you that chance, even though there's one every 100 that is amazing, but at least there's not many people battling for that wave. And yeah, it's I think time spent in the water here is key at Pipeline.
Let's check in with Kaipo Guerrero to get some advice on protecting yourself at Pipeline and here on the North Shore.
That's right, Joe. Here at the Beach Marshal, jerseys are handed out here. Optional head protection here, and also sun protection. New expert sun protection from Shiseido, SPF 50 plus, environmentally produced. This Shiseido sun protection. It's a new lotion coming out from them, and Shiseido Blue is a great partner that we have with WSL One Ocean on all of our sustainable activations this year. So thank you to Shiseido for the sun protection.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Great advice there, protecting yourself from the sun and also the reef. So great opportunity for competitors to grab a helmet if they choose to use it, big or small. It's up to them if they want to use it. Some decide not to. Cam, where are you at with the helmet conversation?
I'm in the market.
Yeah?
I want to get one. Have yet to like try many on, but it's definitely much needed, and we got Medina paddling.
Gabriel Medina looking right at backdoor, going right into a stall, but a lot of speed to shove him out the other end. So just a small number. I just love how active that Gabriel is being right now here with Crosby Colapinto. And now rolling into this one, Kanoa Igarashi just on his second wave of the matchup. Travel time solid. And a beautiful peace sign to claim a beautiful ride, a small back door. Well done for Kanoa, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great, and I guess we got Ian answering back.
Gentile, quick one there into a closeout. Remember, Ian had the 617 a while back, so had the lead over Kanoa. Important wave for Igarashi to get back into the seats with just 3:19 on the clock. Kanoa is so solid at backdoor. That's when we saw him just go all the way to the final. Similar size too, when he achieved that runner-up finish. That's when he famously opened up the spot for his good friend Zeke Lau, because Kanoa was able to double qualify. Both just have an easy glide back into position, but Priority Judge is always watching. Priority will go to Kanoa with 2:45, and we'll start with his wave. Cam, what'd you see here?
I saw some good, clean fun right there. Well ridden, just a perfect little inside wave, and probably be a nice score. And he's I mean, if you're getting barreled out at backdoor, it's a good day. So, good day in the office.
And then kind of focusing on the importance of the heat, Jesse, the barrel for Kanoa compared to Ian's 617 from earlier.
Yeah, probably a little longer, touch smaller, maybe cleaner. Let's see Ian here, and we'll go back to that.
Important one for Gentile, slows down, maxes out the tube time. Beautiful exit on a well-timed wave.
I like the jump claim. He waited to get off the board to claim. That was sick.
Exactly. And probably, had to do it that way because he felt good. Don't want to bounce off the reef.
There's a lot going on before.
A lot of decision making when you pick the way to exit out of a barrel like that.
It's so scary how shallow it is right there.
Yeah.
Literally just kicked out. It was ankle deep.
Takes more fins, more boards, more body parts, I think, than any other
part of the reef in the world.
Specifically that end of backdoor right there. It's just like knee-deep water no matter how big it is. It's the sketchiest thing. Like the more you drive through the barrier, you're like, oh my gosh, like it's getting shallower. So you're just holding on to life to make sure you make that wave.
Down to a minute 25. Last for Kanoa, 5:17. Last for Gentile, 4.5. Ian still out front. As we look at this one again, Jesse.
Yeah, and that more important than actually Kanoa's wave was actually who was going to get priority to get the backup, because both of them, even if Kanoa got the score, they were going to need something else. And this was great identification for Ian right there. Nice, beautiful style, just the foot just in front of the board a little bit to give that extra drive and just sustain him enough. And nice doggy door. Great rhythm wave, and he capitalized on it.
Well done for Ian Gentile and Cam being a part of Ian's generation. It's interesting when you mentioned earlier how Ian did have to take a break from surfing, you know, and think about you guys, how long you've been living the life of a pro surfer, you know, like 9 years old, 10 years old. It kind of could make sense. You could have empathy for Ian going, yeah, he has been doing this a long time. He has been trying to prove himself to sponsors, to in heats, where you might just have a moment where you need to step away.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was amazing, and it was obviously it's so good for him. But yeah, at such a young age, he had so much attention, and it was all well deserved. And but I'm sure that's a lot of weight on your shoulders, and it probably just yeah, I think it was good for him to take a break, and now he looks so comfortable and he fits so well on the tour, and just so fun to watch. And like as a friend, like growing up with that, like it's really inspiring, really fun.
Scores in and official results in for Ian Gentile, getting the win over Kanoa Igarashi to move on into the round of 16. Cam, loving the time to spend with you. Let's keep talking pipe as we take a quick break. Miguel Pupo and Imai Kalani DeVault hit the lineup right after this. The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By YETI, built for the wild. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. And by Vissla and Florence Marine X, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro.
I just wrote like, I am a pro surfer, I'm kind, I'm positive. I'm going to be the best surfer to come out of San Clemente, okay? I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me like fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Appreciate it, the boss.
Crosby is a little more a wild card.
A goofball, he'll play any character.
I'm a basketball professional from Australia.
They're really in tune with their emotions, and they're not afraid to show it.
Love you.
Wow.
I feel like competing and being a professional surfer is almost like a fast track to loving life and finding yourself. My name is Crosby Colapinto, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
We've got a special rookie class, and Crosby's a big part of it. Younger brother of Griffin, but now it's his time to shine. Finished 4th last year on the Challenger Series to qualify for the championship tour. Big result, featured a final with Eli Hanneman at the U.S. Open on the south side of Huntington Pier, a place where he competed so many weekends growing up in Southern California, and it all paid off. Let's break this one down. We've got Miguel Pupo now hitting the lineup with Imai Kalani-Duvall. Joe Trappell still with Jesse Mendez and Cam Richards. Let's break this one down. We'll start with Miguel Pupo, Jesse. This guy's got a great reputation at Pipeline. A lot of backdoor today. What are you expecting out of him?
I've actually seen him get so many backdoor waves, mostly doing events. Like when it's free surf, he does focus a little bit more on Pipeline, which most goofy do. But he's incredible backside tube rider. And not to mention, like, he's going through the best phase of his career. He's just mature. He's working with Adriano, like, behind the scenes. And he has so much knowledge out here that, yeah, he's going to be one to watch, as he usually is in every event.
Sunset Beach will be celebrating 100 championship tour event appearances for Miguel Pupo. Qualified with arguably one of the best rookie classes of all time, John Florence and Gabriel Medina. That was at a mid-season rotation we used to have, so their first event was lower trestles back then. And ever since Sammy got on tour, there's just a different version of Miguel Pupo, Cam.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorites to watch out here. Like, as far as a non-Hawaiian, he's kind of the same deal. He's used to, I didn't see him, like, he's always out on, like, the big days. He's always out when it's scary, and he's very talented, and it's always kind of the dark horse. I feel like everyone forgets how good he is out here, but and then also at Chopu, any big barreling left, I mean, he's super fun to watch and just an all-around awesome human. So.
Yeah, it was really cool when he won over in Tahiti, and he kind of reminded us that he had big heat totals, in the early rounds there. Wasn't almost added to favorites because the results didn't say quarters or better, but he was like, I've always had it out here. He knew it. He believed in himself, and it was just a matter of time before he went on a roll. As you guys can already see, priority established, and well, now taken away. Stand by for an update on Pupo and Imai, and we'll see if they just get back to positioning themselves here in Heat 12. Paddling now, and we won't have to worry about that decision because Pupo's looking backdoor, puts his head down, and he finds a way out. It's almost a little extra stall there. And a nice surprising finish for Miguel Pupo. There wasn't a ton of room in there, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. The wave was really trying to knock him off the board. Like a lot of chandelier going through, mostly through that probably 20% end of the barrel. And he was able to muscle through it. And that's what's so tough when you're in your backside, because you can't really see that much. Your back's against the wall and the lip's coming down on you. And yeah, he killed it. Good effort there for Miggy.
Also great when you see what Medina's been trying to do for the first half of the heat with just incomplete scores. So for Miguel being in the non-priority side, getting a make, that is crucial. We've kind of seen that theme quite a bit today, Cam, of that non-priority heat kind of getting more of a roll started.
Yeah, priority is always scary. Like, you never know what's a good wave, and you don't want to blow it, so it's almost better sometimes to be in the, to have not priority. And yeah, you see these guys are making it work. I mean, Crosby still hasn't caught a wave, and so Miguel's probably very stoked. So
13 minutes on the clock with Medina and Colapinto. Let's now catch up with last year's Rookie of the Year, Ian Gentile, with AJ.
That's right, Joey, coming in as the Rookie of the Year. Ian, I know that you joked in the speech that you didn't really want to win it because you didn't want to do the speech, but you built some momentum towards the back half of last season. How do you feel that carrying over into the first event this year?
Yeah, I definitely felt a lot better in the back half. I was scrambling a little bit with equipment in the beginning of the year, and then towards the end, I kind of felt like I was more settled. Oh, somebody just got a good one. Sorry, I lost train of thought.
More settled coming into this year, and certainly out here at Pipeline. You've had some moments that required all of your focus, but how would you describe the way you have approached Pipeline this year?
Yeah, I put a lot of effort into just trying to get better at waves like this. Obviously not here, but I went to Fiji a couple times, was fortunate enough to do that, and really just focused in on trying to get better, trying to get as barreled as I could be in the off season. And yeah, with the intentions of here and elsewhere, like Portugal is a big event like that. That it's when it's good, it's all about getting barreled. So that was was what I did in the off season, and I'm pretty stoked.
How excited are you to see that paying off here early on in pipe on to round of 16?
Yeah, it feels really good. Like, it's just a whole different reality being on the championship tour. You know, this is the majority of the events are like this. So, yeah, I spent 4 years trying to qualify, and I remember like having to figure out how to surf waist-high waves, and then got on the championship tour, and I was like, whoa, it's been a while since I've really like surfed good waves like this. I need to sharpen up my game, and that's what I tried to do in the off season.
Well, it's showing up. Congratulations, Ian. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. And it's really cool insight. There's a lot of surfers that talked about having to actually look at their surfing. They're already pros. They're already like in the mix to qualify, but actually changing everything and learning how to surf, you know, small waves again, or learning how to surf world-class waves. Adriano de Souza, world champ in 2015, talked about redefining his whole act once he came on tours. We'll get caught up with Medina at backdoor, Jesse.
Yeah, nice wave right there. Almost felt like he highlined it a little bit too much and then ended up getting lipped. But check this one out. That was a gem of a wave. Nice offshore, super clean, and he was just driving through that barrel perfectly. And not to mention finishing it off with a bang.
Solid finishing move, and what a great feeling for Crosby, Cam.
Yeah, that must feel insane.
Big guy, but what's he doing there? His board didn't really stop moving as soon as he took off.
Yeah, it was kind of scary right at first. I was scared he was going to like not do that first pump to get over that foam ball, but he read it perfectly, and yeah, that must feel insane.
Not bad when you're making your rookie debut and you're in the excellent range.
Exactly.
Big
Against
slam
the best
there.
surfer in the world. That must feel pretty good.
And not to mention, he has been sitting for 25 plus minutes, so that really builds up the nerves on him. So for him to pull that off, it's impressive.
Crosby looking focused, and it will hold his position. Big 8-3-3 as he leads over Medina. Now Imai Kalani Devault on his opener against Miguel Pupo. Completion there, big vertical hack with the drift. Love that turn from Imai. Imai actually opted to surf Sunset yesterday. Trying to figure out where he was going to put himself, and decided that he'd just have a blast over there. He said it was super fun, and then kind of returned to pipe and backdoor today for game day. Kind of a cool comeback story as well for him, of qualifying, having some close calls not go his way, and crawling back through the Challenger Series. So now celebrating his 9th start at the championship tour level. And more representation from Maui as well. Love that Imai's back on tour, but Crosby's got an interesting situation in the priority heat, leading over Medina in a day that we've been losing pipe titles. You know, from Kelly earlier out of the event, from Italo Ferreira losing to Jordy Smith on the last exchange, from Jack Robinson going down, the defending event champ, and also even thinking about Kanoa Igarashi, former runner-up in the event, already eliminated by Ian Gentile. Let's get some more insight from Strider Wazalewski in just a moment. He's got to reposition because I think he's getting caught inside. But Strider loves that. When he's reporting, he likes to feel the energy. We'll catch up with him in just a moment. 8 minutes on the clock. Strider, do we got you?
Yeah, I'm here. It's just there's a bunch of sets coming, so I'm gonna one-arm paddle.
How's your shoulder feeling?
Shoulder's good. We're back from the surgery, but you know, when you see those sets on the horizon, you know, my POMI, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, told me there's 2 more coming, so I'm gonna keep it clean. Just keep a little paddle here and have the conversation.
Yeah, I'll keep talking about your backpack. That weighs a lot.
Yeah, you get sucked over the falls if you don't get under it in time.
Jeez, and still doing the one-arm paddle. You're doing a great job.
So, what's going on in there? You guys having a good time? Talk to me.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see how you're feeling. I don't want to put you under pressure if you're going to get smoked.
No, we're good now. We're good. We're out of the zone.
Okay, great. Great. So, yeah, a lot to talk about, especially with Medina in the water. And he's caught 7 waves and still yet to make a completion. And another one, he kind of looked like he was in 2 minds, Strider, whether go backdoor or pipeline.
Well, he's kind of gotten pushed against the wall in this heat with, you know, he's up against a young buck that's got a lot of talent. And I watched them paddle out together, and they were basically poising each other, pushing each other as deep as they could onto the sandbar. So the heat really started before the heat, and watching them, you know, watching Colapinto relax into into this heat and letting everything flow by and then finding that wave. The gems are there, and I think that, you know, they're just having confidence and waiting for that one good wave. Colapinto's got one. Medina needs one.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, it's interesting seeing Medina in this position, but 6:30 is all the time in the world for a 3-time world champ and one of the most consistent at Pipeline in the last decade. We'll see this decision making right here, Jesse.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a good double up. The wave had a lot of size, but as soon as he took off right there, he identified that that wave was stretching way far ahead of him. So he had kind of to straighten out. And he's those type of guys that look for opportunities in any wave he takes off. So he kind of looked left, was like, maybe there's something there, but both of them closed out, and it was just, yeah, now it's on Crosby up and riding.
Crosby up and out after qualifying for the Challenger Series. He got sent on a photo trip to Kandui in the Mentawais, and it was with Gabriel Medina and Samuel Pupo, and they got skunked. It was completely flat, like they couldn't even grovel. It was just flat. There was nothing to do. And Crosby said how cool it was to actually kind of have a mini celebration party with a guy like Medina and Samuel. And he got to just kind of ask Medina questions and more in a laid-back atmosphere where there isn't a big trophy or paycheck on the line. And he really enjoyed his time with Gabriel on a personal level. And to have a matchup with Medina so quickly in his rookie career, you know, he's just beyond excited for this moment. This is one of the matchups he was hoping for.
For sure, when you get on tour, when you're in any of the Tour Challenger Series, Key West, the big heats are the most important and the ones you look forward the most. So it's special for him to be sitting in that situation as well against probably one of the best surfers ever out here at Pipeline and Backdoor.
Now passing the 5-minute mark is Medina dealing with a lot of water and a lot of current right there on the head. Still needing a 7.37 to catch up with Crosby Colapinto. Time for a heat check. You can see all the activity for Gabriel Medina. 8 waves ridden and still no completions out of the barrel. Got close on his start, that first wave cam, but ended up getting clipped on the bonus section. Certainly been trying.
I think he just had the one, too, that he almost made at the very end. Like, would have been a whole different heat if he made that one. And yeah, now he's just in such a bad spot. He's like in between backdoor and off the wall and can't get into the current to go back out at pipe, so he's having to paddle through backdoor, and it's just not a fun place to be, but looks like he might have a little window to get out, but nothing more frustrating in a heat when you're just duck diving the whole time. Especially if the waves are good, you see like your competitors getting drained, you're just duck diving. So.
Such a frustrating part of it, right? When you just can't get out to perform again. But if anyone's prepared physically, it's definitely Gabriel.
Sure, he's fine, yeah.
Pretty hard to win a paddle battle against Gabriel. Jesse, have you ever accomplished a win over that, just in paddling?
Maybe when we were growns, definitely not when we were older, because I was always pretty tall and he was smaller, but since he's got on tour, he's been way too like fit for me to beat him in any paddle battles.
Not everybody posts their training program, but I think Medina knows he's psyching out the entire tour when he's just throwing weights around. It's just a daily activity that he's really fallen in love with, Cam.
Yeah, he's into it, and it's pretty impressive. It's yeah, I definitely don't know much about that gym place, but it's impressive, very impressive.
Yeah.
Heard about it.
I've heard about it, yeah. I was thinking it'd be cool to like open up like a bar or restaurant called The Gym. Where are you heading tonight? I'm going to the gym.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, don't steal it.
Right next to the village, you know?
Yeah, make you sign something. Yeah, it'll be connected to our shop.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. Where's Cam? He's in the gym again.
Yes. Every day.
He's always at the gym.
Yeah. Haven't missed a day in weeks.
With Crosby in the water, you know, there's a lot of his fellow competitors, best friends in the world, all watching. His coach, Tommy Whitaker, and also getting knowledge from Snake as well. Tommy and Snake, best buddies, all focused on Crosby, and a big moment for his career. Still has a guy like Gabriel Medina up against the ropes. Just saying that is just a powerful feeling, and Crosby's trying to channel that towards himself. He's been doing a lot of meditation like his brother, trying to visualize these wins before they happen.
Yeah, and we see Miggy up and riding right now. Just looks like the wave's just running a little bit too much, but the score that Gabriel needs right now, 7.37, doesn't translate to actually the reality of the heat. Like, most likely you're going to see Crosby better in his 0.5, which is ridiculous for him to do, and Gabriel will most likely need more than that. So he's in a tough spot right now with a minute and 50 left and no priority.
Yeah, basically Crosby gets up, even if he has to go to turns, just replacing a .53 is going to be devastating for Medina. So we'll see if Crosby is going to pull the trigger with priority soon. They're just shoulder to shoulder. Medina's been working hard just to get in position for the last 7 minutes. And now with 90 seconds to go, Medina kind of tries to force Crosby to use priority, and the rookie doesn't fall for it.
Yeah, he noticed that they were kind of out of position, sitting too much in the shoulder, so it was like there's no scoring potential on this wave where we're sitting at the moment, and smart of him, skipping priority and sticking to the side.
Wow, could we have another giant name out in the round of 32? Pipe champions, world champions have been knocked out already today. And watching Medina warm up, it looked like he was going to be unstoppable through the last few weeks. I even talked to Mark Occhilupo the other day, one of the best goofy footers of all time, a world champ as well, and he couldn't stop talking about how good Gabriel was looking, what he expected out of him, and with 42 seconds, no priority, still needs a 737 Cam.
Yeah, just not his day. Just having some tough luck, and this, I'm sure it'll fire him up, and he'll be very gnarly at sunset. But 20 seconds left. We've seen crazier things happen, but
it was kind of similar to what happened last year. Medina knocked out early at pipe, where traditionally he's been in a lot of finals and even one pipe title that he had over Julian Wilson. Remember, he was runner-up to Julian, runner-up to John Florence. He's always in the mix, so a round of 32 loss would be shocking and really put as a big upset for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. The rookie has just done it, taken out one of the best at this event and on tour, Crosby Colapinto, putting himself in a great position in the Rookie of the Year race already. Moves on to the round of 16. And an 8.33 was really all the difference in the world. Cam Richards, always love spending time with you.
Always a pleasure.
Can't wait to see you in the jersey again, or is that?
Maybe. I hope so.
Ooh, I like that.
I would love to be in this contest, that's for sure. But yeah, we'll see. Just been kind of just enjoying surfing and enjoying life and slowing down a little bit, but definitely being down here watching the contest gets you pretty fired up. So
love that.
We'll see. Yeah.
Stay tuned for also some special clips. He's always stacking them with Lane Stratton. As we will take a quick break, more to come. John Florence hits the water right after this. Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Let's take a look back to 2021. John Florence. He's deserved the title here for years. 2021, he got that very title, and he's on a list of pipe champions. The backyard for John, really easy. He knows backdoor, he knows pipe, he gets big scores. By the numbers, the best competitive surfer out at Pipeline in our current generation. John Florence takes the win, and John Florence out in the water against David Silva, DVD, the Brazilian from Guarujá, Brazil, with a big challenge with John Florence in Heat 13 of this round of 32. Thank you for joining us at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. I'm Kaipo. This is the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier, and Hawaiian Pro champion, North Shore resident, and brand ambassador for Florence, Joel Centeo. Thank you for joining us, Joel.
Thanks for having me.
It's so good to have you. And, you know, John, out in the water. I mean, you know John. You've known John since he was the yay high. Tell us a little bit about John Florence that people may not know.
Well, I mean, everybody knows everything about John here on the North Shore. I mean, he's born and raised right here, you know, on the beach at Ehukai and Pipeline. And so, you know, just a great ambassador for Hawaii. Obviously, two-time world champion, and he's very beloved here in Hawaii.
Yeah, and, you know, to talk about John and the brand Florence, I do want to highlight something that you guys are doing there, is all the lifeguards here on the North Shore look the best they've ever looked, because they all have Florence gear, and those guys are so stoked for the support.
Yeah, you know, for us with the Florence brand, we are truly honored to actually partner with the North Shore Lifeguard Association. What they do day in and day out here on the North Shore, just, you know, watching over the surfers, keeping the ocean safe, is just truly amazing. So for us to just partner with them and get them in our gear is really massive.
Yeah, and the community appreciates that. So John, David Silva, no scores as of yet. We look at the priority heat with just 15 minutes remaining, Flick. Miguel Pupo up with a slim lead over Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai just up 2, and he takes the lead off of Miguel.
Yeah, I think both these surfers, Miguel and Imai, you know, it's a smart game plan. I mean, we just saw Medina in that last heat, you know, lose with a pair of ones, basically. So any sort of traction that you can get in that non-priority heat, you'll take it. So they've both got, I'd say, good backups right now, and now they're looking to sort of find that wave where they have priority.
Well, let's hear, you know, we talk about John. There's so much talk. Let's hear from John himself on what it's like out here.
My whole life, the dream had been to be on tour, and then I got on tour, and then it was like, had to go through the stage of like learning how to believe that I could beat Mick and Kelly and all these guys, and winning a world title is the goal, right? Like, and that's my life goal. If I win a world title, like, it's all done, I'll be happy, it'll be good. And then it's just funny, you know, you win a world title and you wake up the next day and you're like, holy shit, it's over. Okay, like, and then another day goes by and you're like, wow, like, I'm one more day separated from that kind of like that feeling. And then another day goes by and another day goes by. And then all of a sudden you're starting the tour back up again and everything resets at 0. I had so much fun learning. I had so much fun working with Ross and just my team and looking at it and learning that, like, hey, that process was really it. That was like the thing that made that whole thing so special.
Yeah, John Florence, I mean, he had a hero's welcome here on the North Shore. Murals, I think Mike Perillo painted the murals that were on the at the Bonsai Skate Park, Joel, and the whole community uplifted with his world titles here.
Yeah, that was amazing. His first title, and just the welcome he got as he came back to the North Shore. It was like literally like every house, everybody was out front just cheering him on, and then he went right to, you know, his elementary school, Sunset Beach LL, and they just greeted him, and it was just such a surreal feeling, you know. It felt like it took him a couple years to get going, and once it clicked in, it was like he was on fire those couple of years.
Sure was. We're celebrating actually John's 100th career event on the championship tour right now. And what I mean, we're still, you know, at 31, he's got years ahead of him if he chooses to do so. John Florence is going to start though with David Silva, his challenger, just getting to his feet, getting off. That's going to be nothing but just feeling things out on his board for David Silva. So as I was saying, 100th career event for John Florence, 2 world titles, 8 CT wins, including the 2021 title here at Pipeline. Average place, quarterfinals or so. Heat winning percentage for his career, 65%. That's the 3rd highest of the field. And we look at 16 career 10-point rides for John's 12-year career on the championship tour. Impressive numbers there. Dropping into this one, Imai Kalani DeVault looking to take the lead off of Miguel Pupo. And Imai should have just done that, Flick.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take the lead, but I think he would have probably wanted to be deeper in that barrel. I mean, he did the best he could by the looks of it, but that whole time you could kind of just see the nose of his board sort of poking out there. So just choosing the bail option there, I'm a real big fan of that. Sometimes it must have been really shallow, you know, like to choose that option right there.
Joel, you've competed out here. I know you surfed a lot of backdoor. What's the decision whether duck dive or bail? What's that based upon?
Well, I mean, at backdoor, it's super shallow on the inside, so I always kind of opt to bail, maybe go and grab onto the reef and get through it. Or I just will opt out and just paddle all the way around pipeline side. I think that's usually the safest. But you see a lot of guys when they kick out at backdoor, they're kind of usually peeking over to see what's coming, and then they make their decision. But we've seen some heavy waves land on some guys' heads over the years.
Any scraped knuckles on the way paddling, duck diving back out?
Oh, totally. Like I've had some funny scenarios where actually paddling out at pipeline, there's one rock right in the center, right there on the inside. And I remember one day paddling out, it was probably about this size, maybe a little bit bigger. And as I jumped in, I went and got stuck right on the rock. I was like teetering on my 7.0, and it was like embarrassing. I just kind of made like it didn't happen and just paddled around through the sandbar. I think I had a big hole in my board, but yeah, I usually opt around the paddle around.
Yeah, good choice. So, Flick, as we thought, Imai did turn the heat with 2.67. Miguel Pupo now looking for 2.17. Pupo with priority and 10 minutes on the clock.
10 minutes is still a long time. I think we're going to see these guys, they're going to want to improve on that. I think, you know, they're probably thinking those 5s that they've got are going to be their backup waves. I'd like to think that it's been a little bit slow right now. We even saw it at the end of that heat with Crosby and Gabby. And I'd like to think that, yeah, there's going to be a flurry of waves. It seems like it's been doing that this morning. It's sort of been pulsing on, off. So I'm hoping for a flurry of waves. And, I mean, it seemed about right now that John's entered the water, wouldn't it?
Yeah, usually those guys seem to bring the waves when it comes, but right now it looks like there's just a little bit of a rip going through the lineup here, and I think it just has to do with a bit of the swell direction. You know, it's funny that northeast has been kind of wreaking havoc on this lineup. We had the big west yesterday, but it was still kind of northeast on the end. The good thing was it cleared the sand out of the pipeline lefts, but it's still just kind of breaking up the swell. And then there's this nice little rip through the lineup here, but hopefully it gets through and we get some smoother faces and some sets.
Yeah, to put perspective, moving from the left hand of your screen to the right, that's going to be the northwest aspect of the swell, which has been the majority of the swell so far with that bigger swell. That northeast swell would be moving from the right hand of your screen to the left, and those opposing factors, sometimes those swells hitting each other, both diminish the northwest swell, but also bring those like broken up conditions, right, Joel?
Yes, exactly. And I think that's what we're seeing. You know, I think yesterday, you know, when we had the big west set and there wasn't a whole lot of northeast kind of sets, it was a couple good moments, you know, but it was few and far between, and there just wasn't enough waves for the competition. But yeah, the last month has been pretty funky just with wind and weather and swell directions. You know, we had a lot of west swell throughout January, which is obviously great for pipeline. But we've been getting these fronts come through that bring kind of the north or the Kona winds, the west winds, and that really kind of shreds up the lineup. So I think we're just seeing a little bit of two swells, and that's why it's so broken up out there.
Yeah, and that's the challenge. But there's been some glimpses of just incredible performances out here, and one incredible performance came from a rookie, Crosby Colapinto.
Well, Crosby coming in with a fantastic score here in this round of 32, going up against Gabriel Medina. You did not catch a wave until more than halfway through that heat. How did you stay present in the moment and wait for your wave?
I think for me, I was just like really happy just to be out there, and then just surf against Gabriel was like, it was pretty cool just to like realize where I'm at, like being here surfing pipe and surfing against Gabriel was just like, I just felt like I was pretty grateful. So it's like when you're grateful, you can be like more present. And it was definitely like, oh my gosh, I don't have a wave. But then I realized that like he didn't have a wave either. So that kind of calmed me down too. So, but just like trusting the ocean and just trusting the amount of time I've put out at pipe and just believing in the ocean to give to me.
And walk us through that excellent score that ended up being the reason you won the heat. How did you see that wave develop?
I mean, there weren't too many good waves coming in, so it was kind of like I just saw a peak and I saw there was some ripples in it, but then I saw clean water, and then I was kind of just like, okay, I got to go on this wave. He was kind of just caught a wave, and I went, and I was a little bit like hung up in the wind, and then once I got down, I did like 2 or 3 pumps, and I'm like driving through it, and I kind of felt the foam ball like kick my tail, and it kind of just like pushed me out, and then that feeling was like pretty special.
I can imagine so, and now you're on to the round of 16 in your very first event here on the championship tour. Your brother also on. Be honest with me, how far down the heat draw have you looked to where you guys would match up?
Once we already surfed like the first day, we already like set it, so that'd be pretty cool, but we both got to make our next heats, and it was actually a pretty cool moment. I was out there and Griffin was losing with like 2 minutes left, and then he got a wave, and I was just like, from right there, like when the heat started, I was just happy that he made it, and I was like, okay, sick, like that's a win already. And then to make that too and come in and celebrate with Griffin and it was pretty special. I'm just super happy.
Enjoy every moment, Crosby. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
That's right. So if Crosby and Griffin get through their round 16 heats, they will meet up in quarterfinal 3 here at Pipeline. So we'll see that potential brothers matchup. Could be cool. Could be really cool. The other thing too, I mean, look at today. Joel, we've lost pipe champs. We lost Kelly Slater, Italo Ferreira, Jack Robinson, and just then Gabe Medina. 4 Pipeline champions going down in this round of 32 today.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. Those list of names, I mean, they're always standouts out here, but I think it just comes down to like today's a tricky day, and so you know, you got to maneuver the lineup. You got to make sure you're picking the right one, and I feel like, hey, this rookie class, you know, watching Crosby, you know, do what he did. He just, you know, he held tight and he waited for the wave that he knew he wanted, and it came to him, and you know, he put Gabby in a tough position. But yeah, these are those days that it's like, no matter who you are, you can get in a weird situation needing a score, and so I think that you got to really make smart decisions on the ones you're picking. You know, like the different angles, the east, the west. You got to look for the right one that has the right line, and when you have priority, you got to make it count.
Yeah, use of priority, and also the rookie class right now, Flick. That's subject in that no longer are the rookies hiding in the bushes anymore or like intimidated by any of the big names. They come out swinging into this one. Miguel Pupo, that happened during the interview. That was a 4.27. This happened during the interview too, Flick.
Yeah, this was little drainer there, and then just thought he wasn't going to come out, but he just came shooting out from that tiny little exit point. So it was Imai.
Yeah, went back and forth on that exchange. So Miguel with 4.27, had the lead momentarily, and then Imai 5.13, the answer back, put Imai back in the lead. Current situation with 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. You can see up there on the score screen, Pupo needing a 4.63 right now. Pupo has priority. There's Imai Devault, our heat leader. You know Imai, Joel.
Yeah, Imai, Maui boy, Hawaiian surfer. He's amazing. You know, he's such a cool, calm kid, and his style is amazing, and he is so good in all types of waves, but especially here on the North Shore.
That's right.
I think his power and his style really stand out.
Yep, Kamehameha alumni, Imai Kalani Devault. Makawao is where he represents upcountry Maui here. That's where all the farms and stuff are, upcountry. You know about farms, Joe.
Yeah, we have a little farm here in the North Shore.
That's good living right there. That is good living when you're bringing farm to table lifestyle. That's a whole nother subject. That's a podcast with you right there. Yeah. But it's really, the fact that, I guess I'm going to touch on it real quick because no one's riding a wave, is that you can actually, you're living a sustainable lifestyle here.
Yes, we are. So we live, I raised my family in, you know, I grew up on Makakilo on the southwest side of the island, moved out to Haleiwa, and then about 5 years ago, we moved up near Wailua on 5-acre lot. And, you know, we decided to kind of take on the farm, you know, living off the grid. And it's been an amazing journey, just kind of learning and doing our thing up there. But yeah, we have a fruit orchard. We grow our own vegetables. We raise our own meat. We do lamb, rabbit, chicken. And we live fully off the grid, so everything's solar and battery. And it's beautiful views up there, and the food's good.
You know what, Joel? It's inspirational because what you guys show is that it can be done. It can be done in this fertile land of Hawaii, and the bigger picture, I guess, would be less dependent on outside sources for our sustainability as the most isolated, populated land mass in the entire world.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like Hawaii is like, it's good for farming year round. You know, our climate's just amazing. Sun's always out, we get the rain. And so everything just kind of flourishes and grows so well. And like you said, I mean, most things are imported to Hawaii, you know, and something like growing our own vegetables or fruits or the meat is like, we can do it all right here. And we do it right here on the North Shore. We're like 2 minutes from Haleiwa town. And it's been an amazing journey to just raise my kids up and understand where their food comes from and all that. And as we see Miguel kind of run through that one, but couldn't make it through.
Yeah. Great message, great lifestyle with Miguel Pupo. That may have been his last chance. He needs a 4.63 right now to overcome Imai DeVault. That's not going to be the score, and just the paddle back out flick is going to wipe a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, it was almost looking like he was going to maybe be able to find the exit there, but it got so small at the end and just compressed, and there was, you know, at the end there wasn't really any room for him to come sort of firing on out. But yeah, I mean, I actually would have thought that there might be a bit more of a flurry of waves as we see Imai out the back again.
Well, that does it. That is going to do it with Imai, because if the door wasn't closed before, the door is closed now. Watch the fins, though. You're going to need that for the next heat in the round of 16, Imai. Making it official, Imai Kalani DeVault on to the round of 16. Miguel Pupo starting the year with an equal 17th. We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break right now. I'm going to get a double shot with extra froth. We'll be back with more action and more Joel Centeo here from Lexus Pipe Pro. Let's take a look into the WSL vault, looking back at 2015 and an emotional heat win, the heat of the year with Mick Fanning. Let's put this into context. This morning, Mick found out that his brother Peter had passed away. Fanning up against Kelly Slater. As you see here, Fanning up against John Florence as well, but Mick pulled through, summoned the courage, put on the performance at pipe. John Florence, he came out swinging with a 9.83. John almost there, but it was Mick that was able to fight back with an 8-point ride and this 9.3 emotional heat win. Moms on the beach celebrating, and a wonderful moment in surfing in 2015. That's a feel-good story there. Slater drops in. That's an 8.3 for Slater, but wasn't enough. Fanning's waiting for the number. Gets the number. Congratulations. Another wonderful moment from the WSL vault. As we turn to live action with a split peak, we're going to stay with John Florence back door. Florence just through the cavern, got the headlamp on, comes out into the light of day. Full rail carve, bending the fins on that Pizel surfboard. John Florence, that's what we expect from John. Here we go with the new heat. Seth Moniz goes pipeline. The Hawaiian grabs rail and comes out. Seth tucks that away. Stay away from the fin, Seth. But that's a nice start for Seth Moniz as he's matched up against Callum Robinson. David Silva gets a little barrel time of his own in the heat against John Florence. Kuiper Girl, Felicity Palmentier, Joe Centeno on the call here. That's a flurry of action right there. We got some catching up to do, Joel.
Yeah, we do. You know, this format's pretty awesome. You know, when there's a flurry of waves, there's just so much action. And yeah, that first wave by John, you know, he waited. He waited through the whole first part of that heat. And once he got the priority heat, he looks like he made it count. I don't see the score coming through yet. But then we saw Seth get a nice little one, as well as David, too. So a lot of action happening now.
Yeah, John's going to turn this into a 20-minute heat. Of course, the first 20 minutes of your 40-minute heat, non-priority flick. Second 20 minutes, the priority heat. And that's when John decides to strike.
Yeah, it just reminded me, well, I'll get back to that point in a second. It looks like we've got more action.
Silva goes back door this time. The Brazilian does a good job of negotiating the barrel there. So judges are going to owe us 2 scores for David Silva. And we'll keep you updated, waiting for anticipation for a big number for John Florence.
What I was saying before was John's wave reminded me, I think it was last year, of that one he pulled into. It was pretty small backdoor.
Oh my.
Here we go, having a look at the replay here. This is David first, going pipe, comes out, nice short barrel. But yeah, back to John's. This one here was just a disappearing act. It just stretched so far down the line and just kept weaving and weaving and weaving through each section there. Wasn't done yet. Finishes off with a nice carve, but it reminded me of that wave last year, you know, where most of the camera operators were like, no way is he coming out of this. And there was one, I think it might have been Johnny, who was still on him. He was like, no, I believe you're coming out. And all of a sudden it just came firing out of this barrel. And this board looks quite short here.
It's an excellent number. Here's all of our judges' scores. A 9.17 for John Florence. You can see a couple of 9.5s thrown in the mix. Take out the high, the low, 9.17 for John. And his stats are going to improve here at Pipeline. He already has a average heat score through his career here at Pipeline of 14.59. His heat winning percentage at Pipeline, John, 72%. That's the best out of all the surfers in the field. Mind you, Medina's 69%, Slater's 69%, 72% for John. John, he's surfed 54 heats here. He's won 39 of them. So when you talk about Pipeline and John, Joel, he continues to pretty much break records.
Yeah, he's just so comfortable out here. You know, I think his first Pipe Pro was back in 2013. I was actually looking at photos with John Pizel, and he had this little red board, I think it was like a 5.4 or something, that he was paddling out when he was, you know, maybe 13 years old or whatever. And he's just been out here for so long and just putting in the time. And a day like today, this is like a cakewalk for him. Yeah. He's just looking for a certain wave. He's going to be the deepest possible, and he's going to come out it off the wall. And I think he just makes it look so easy.
I remember that event. He was building sandcastles in between heats on the sand. Totally comfortable. John again in the barrel. He's going to get a backup here if he's able to make his way out. Of course he does. Of course. John Florence backs up that 9.17 just like that. Maybe he only needs a 20-minute heat. Seth Moniz nearly comes out of that one.
Isn't it kind of funny, like when like guys like John or Jack Robinson or Kelly, or when Andy used to go out, it just gets a little more glassy. Right. The wave just tends to come in a little bit more.
It's like Pipe knows, right?
It just knows, I think.
It's like his own like living organism, like that. It seems that way. We've seen that through decades. You know, when the guys that have the relationship come to Pipeline, the waves come at the same time. Let's go out to Strider out in the water. What do you got for us, Strider?
We got a red hot John Florence paddling by at the moment right now. He's got a lot of strump in his paddle. John is trying to figure out ways how to stay inside the tube, where most of us are trying to figure out a way out of the barrel. So that's just the biggest difference, I'd say, between the average surfer and these guys. They're just incredibly prone to finding a way to stay inside of that tube as long as possible. And, where the average guy is trying to find a way out of the tube. So really impressive to watch his body language, the board speed, slowing stuff down, just doing everything he can to maximize that tube time. Incredible work by John.
We agree. He got a 6.83 as a backup, a 9.17 for that first wave of the heat. So he does now have David Silva in a severe combination. And a severe combination is that 16-point combination that Silva is. Flick a look at all the judges' score from that last wave.
Yeah, we had 3 7s and 6.5 and a 6. Dropped the highest and the lowest, 6.83. I mean, he did that in 10 minutes. So amazing. I mean, he knows every inch of that reef out there. He knew exactly what waves he wanted, and he did it. It can be done in 10 minutes.
Some more sets coming through here. Priority to David Silva. He's got to get himself out of combination. In the non-priority heat, priority with Callum Robson. Beautiful shot here. Joel showing the bottom. Before we get back to that, we're going to hear from the last heat winner. Oh my God, congratulations, Imai Kalani Devo.
Congratulations indeed, Imai, coming through that heat, really having to grind it out. What did you want to accomplish in that heat that you were able to get the scores?
Yeah, slow one. Never kind of the heat you expect to go at a pipe. You kind of want to get those crazy heats where you're getting big scores, but just how pipe is, there's windows, and just serving here a lot, you kind of learn. Like, I didn't necessarily go in thinking I was going to get crazy waves. I knew 2 5s were kind of making a lot of heats. So, yeah, I got it done. Nothing crazy, but just stoked to surf again.
As you should be, and I know you've been dialing in your equipment coming into this year. Walk us through what you're riding and how it worked out there.
Yeah, I was riding a 6.2 CI by Brit. It's a pipe rook, so it's a board designed for pipe. More foam, like under the chest for paddling, so you can ride it a little shorter than maybe other places, just with that extra foam and leaderage. So, yeah, the equipment's feeling amazing, and just shout out to CI team, super grateful.
It's always good to know that the board under your feet is working out, but you've put in a lot of work this offseason as well to get your mental game just as sharp as the equipment that you're riding. How would you describe your mindset coming into this year?
Yeah, it's really good. I'm more confident now than I think I've ever been. Just comparing to my rookie year as well, I started off here with a 33rd, which was like gut-wrenching, and to make a couple heats, it feels really good. I think I gained a lot of experience that rookie year and last 2 years on the Challenger Series. So, yeah, I'm feeling really good, just happy with where I'm at, and just hope to keep getting more heats in.
As you should be. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Pipe Rook, it's a hybrid model designed off the baseline of the Rook model over at CI. Britt Merrick did some homework. He brought boards here and had all of his CT team riders, both men and women, come here early in the season. And Britt brought quivers for all of the surfers. They all got to try the boards, do some fine tuning, and some didn't need tuning, some did need tuning, but he had that, that preparation for the season and the support provided by Channel Islands to these surfers, Joel. I mean, that is all-time stuff is when you talk about support.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and I think that's what it takes. The level of surfing is so high now, and then just having that connection with your shaper and working in all conditions, whether it's sunset, Haleiwa, pipeline, and working on that perfect board for the right condition. And I think, all these guys are coming into the new year so dialed in, with what's under their feet.
And we may have a takeoff here, and we do. Callum Robson, backdoor barrel, travel time for the Australian from Evans Head. And that's going to be a nice start. That's going to be his first score in the non-priority matchup.
I like that way from Callum. I feel like he's sometimes a bit of a sleeper pick, which he shouldn't be, right? Because historically showing he does well in these waves. I mean, first day of the competition that we got started at, ended up posting a 9. I go back to Portugal last year, he got a 10 for a big barrel And for some reason, he just doesn't come to my front of my mind when I think about Pipeline. But I've got to start changing that sort of narrative because Callum is just, he's so incredible, like threading these barrels, especially at backdoor.
I think, he's the working class hero when it comes to professional surfing, especially in Australia. He's a guy that, played a number of sports. He's naturally athletic, right? And just, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of glimmer on him. He's really about fundamentals like this.
Yeah, I just love the way he surfs. I love how hard he works. And the heat that he won earlier on the first day of competition, I mean, that was against Gabby, and that was a hard-fought heat. Gabby actually ended up using priority on him and dropping down in front of him. And so, and when Callum actually got that 10, it was actually against Gabby. We'll get back to that in a second. Live action, David Silva pulling in on his backhand, almost coming out, getting close.
He knows what he needs to do. He's in a severe two-wave combination right now of a 16 points. So he knows he really needs to get something in the 7-point range to even give himself a chance, Joel.
Yeah, that was really close. I think that would have got him really close to at least pulling him out of the combo situation. But he just got clipped right on the end. And then here we got John again. So just positioning is perfect. Easy money for him on that one. He's just going to keep picking the right ones and keep putting scores on the board.
Yeah. Joel, you work with Paisel surfboards. What do you guys got cooking over there? You guys got any new stuff?
Yeah, we got a couple new models, but around here, for someone like John, he's just focusing on his boards for Pipeline and Sunset. And so John's go-to is probably the Ghost Pro. He's probably on a 6'0" or 6'2", so pretty small, but this is small waves for John. Yeah. And then as they kind of probably go down the road, he'll probably be riding his Red Tiger or maybe the Radius Prime. It just depends. But around here, John and John Paisel are working on those models specific to these waves.
So basically a short step up when we talk about the Ghost, and then when we talk about the Red Tiger or the Radius Prime, more of a performance surfboard.
Yes, a performance shortboard.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Cool. You guys are doing really, proof's in the pudding. We see more and more people gravitating to Paisel surfboards. And so it's not like they only work for John, right? There's a big field of professionals as well as just everyday surfers who are enjoying the equipment.
Yeah, I think with John Paisel, I think and John together, I think they changed the game with your step-up surfboard, because the Ghost is you ride it actually smaller. Yeah. They put the foam a little higher up, and then you have that pulled-in tail, and you can ride it shorter and bigger surf. But something about that Ghost that it just loves to go on the rail, and you can do some of the best carves of your life. And so it's a great board for the North Shore and anything above head high, really. Yeah.
So really, hats off to the designer, John Paisel. Really, it was a new geometry in surfboards when the Ghost came out, with the wider point further up, the thickness further up, the gun kind of tail on these short boards, and that was all the brainchild of John Florence working with John Paisel. John Paisel, a longtime North Shore resident, originally from Santa Barbara, California, where he actually learned under another Santa Barbara legend. I want to shout out Matt Moore, and a lot of the great design. John Bradbury, of course, Al Merrick. Everyone knows about Al Merrick, but we're going to go down the list of Santa Barbara shapers because that's a great surf community as well. I got sidetracked a bit. Let's get back to the action with a 9.17 and a 6.83 for John. Felicity, what can David do at this point?
Oh, he's got 3 minutes. Here goes John again.
John again, and John again in the barrel, and John again disappears, and John gets a second,
no.
And why not squeeze out of that one too? It's a John show.
Well, it's just crazy because that wave just grew, and he knew exactly what he was looking for. As he dropped in, he slowed down, and then as it kind of ran through it, he started to pump through it, Out there, I would think that almost looked like a closeout, and then he just went right through it. And so I think that's just a testament to his skill out there.
Rocky Horror Picture Show, let's do the time warp again, just because he just time traveled through there. Where did he go? I don't know. Second section? I don't know. Still going. John Florence. We'll see if he tops Felicity at 6.83. Feels like it's me.
Oh, I think it might be close. I think if it had stayed sort of the same, similar size to when he took off, it kind of got a little bit smaller as he was traveling through the barrel. Here we go. Let's have a look. Takes off. When he's in the tube there, he's really deep. Comes out of his first section, stalls again, and then speeds up. You know what?
Yeah.
It could be higher.
Yeah. Here again from the water, Joel.
Yeah, just so technical. You know, I think he slowed down, but he put himself right on the foam ball, and that's what you want to see, right? You want to see him completely disappear, and then as the wave sped up, he pumps right through it and makes it look too easy.
Wow.
It looks like he did better his score there. So
From that angle, you could see it.
Yeah, let's take a look again in slow motion to really appreciate the technique, the stop and go that he's able to do, just controlling his line so well and altering his line through the barrel. That was excellent surfing, and that came in at a 8.17. So 2 excellent scores for John Florence. So 9.17, 8.17. He's going to add to that average heat score that before this event was 14.59, his average. He's going to up the average because he's just got a 17.34 two-wave total. Ran away with this one.
And just another 2 excellent scores. It's just incredible. I mean, that last wave took me a second time to watch it on the replay, but you could just see exactly why he got that excellent number. I mean, basically 2 separate barrels. He changed his line so many times. He was just so deep and just sort of having the ability to really play with it. To him out there right now, it sort of seems like child's play. He just knows exactly what wave he wants. He knows where he wants to sit on that reef. He knows every inch of that reef, and kind of like it was another day in his backyard. He's going for a play.
Yeah, I think probably Seth and Callum are probably like, give me that one, give me that one.
Right?
But he's like, nope.
My yard, my playground.
My rules.
My rules. Well, John is the highlight of the day so far with that 17.34, as we expected from John. You got to be a proud uncle at this point, Joel.
I am, you know. Just really proud, you know. Obviously, I waved the flag for the Florence brand here in Hawaii, and no better person. He's our founder, and he's a great guy.
Yeah. Well, the numbers are outstanding for John Florence. 2-wave heat total, I think the highest of the day so far, and of the competition. 17.34, 2-wave total, and 9.17, 8.17. John into the round of 16. We're going to step away. When we come back, Matthew McGillivray, Eli Hanneman will be out in the water.
And I was wondering if almost for you, like surfing was similar to kind of those other things I mentioned for me, where it was like I needed something else to do.
There are obviously a lot of parallels there between music and surfing, but for me, they're so disconnected because surfing is like, it's just not something I have any ambition with. It's just something that I just enjoy.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Cold Beer Surf Club is out right now anywhere you get your podcast, featuring Chris Shiflett, lead guitar from the Foo Fighters. John Florence running up the beach, just torched Pipeline. 17.34 two-wave total, 9.17, 8.17. John just set the bar at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. As we roll into another matchup in the round of 32, Matthew McGillivray up against the rookie Eli Hanneman. It's Kaipo Guerrero along with Felicity Palmentier and Flick. This is a great heat. I mean, both of these surfers just coming up through the ranks. We've got Maddie representing South Africa, and right from the Hawaiian Islands here with Eli. But you know what? We're going to take a break getting to that heat because we want to get to John right away. John, what does he got?
As we have to, Kaipo, after a heat like that, John Florence putting on a clinic here at Pipeline Back Door. What had you so in sync with the water from the moment you paddled out?
Actually, the first half I wasn't that in sync with it. I couldn't get away for the first 20 minutes. I was really trying. I just wanted to get a couple to stand up on. But yeah, once the heat switched over, I feel like the waves got a little better in that second half. And I was just in a good rhythm with the priority and had a couple of good long rights.
Walk us through what you saw on those waves, because there were a few that you were in the barrel for so long and you always seem to manage to find an exit.
Yeah, it's pretty fun when it has a little bit of north like this when they do come, because they run along the reef really nicely. My first one was actually pretty perfect. I kind of was able to stall and then get pumping and kind of play with it. And the same with the last one too, kind of foam ball ride. Different different parts of the barrel are totally different, but it was fun.
I know you've ridden so many waves out here. What do you take from this last heat, carry it into the next round?
Yeah, just that was a lot of fun. Just another heat, so super fun to surf out there with no one out. But yeah, a lot more work to do for this event, so just going to keep on going forward.
We'll let you get to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess really I guess something that I'd like to know from John is how he's going to sustain. How is he going to sustain that excellent surfing throughout the entirety of this event? Because this is just around 32. So here we go, Callum.
Whoa. Big draw. Went down.
That was Eli Hanneman. This is Callum Robson.
Oh, whoa, that was almost board breaking. You could see that the board was right underneath the lip there. It's pretty heavy.
And that's why we wear helmets. So actually, in the context of that, we had this conversation earlier, in that we have the record number of surfers taking the helmet option, and it's a wise decision. And I would hope that this trend continues, especially to the younger surfers coming up, because this is a dangerous place. And this is the only dangerous place. I mean, any kind of shallow wave, a helmet is a smart idea.
Oh, for sure. I think if over the last winter, even last winter, we've seen more injuries than ever. And I think that's due to the fact that these guys and women are pushing themselves more than ever. They're taking off later under lip, the boards are shorter, they're trying to get more critical, and we're surfing at one of the most dangerous waves in the world here, Pipeline. That reef is so shallow, there's so many, crevices in that reef, and I think it's an amazing trend, and I think it's something that everyone should really be considering.
Here's our Pacifico fan picks. 55% of you picked Seth Moniz, 45% of you picked Callum Robson. So that tells me that as far as the fan base, pretty evenly split between who you think is going to win this heat. Remember, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heats, and then you can pick who you think are going to win the heat, and then we extrapolate all that data and we put it into our Pacifico fan picks. Seth Moniz with a slight advantage from the fans' point of view over Callum Robson. Eli Hanneman in the new heat against Matthew McGillivray, and
what?
Way behind the peak there. Valiant effort by Callum Robson.
Yeah, that was a really good effort. You could see his idea there. That wave was a real little wedge and kind of needed to be behind the peak as we just see him getting detonated by that second wave of the set there. Yeah, he needed to position himself that deep just to, really maximize that. But
okay, broken board.
Wow.
So just like that, and just like this, Seth Moniz out of a pipe barrel. So the Hawaiian making it look easy. Opened up with a 4.67. Now he's going to have a nice backup score in his matchup against Callum. And meanwhile, Callum's going to have to come to the beach and get a new board.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that actually had happened on that bigger wave before. We saw him take off right underneath the lip. He didn't even get to his feet. The board broke straight on.
Yeah.
The lip broke straight on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if it had a tiny little stress fracture in it, a bit of a crease. He paddled back out, didn't think anything of it, and then it maybe happened after or even in that barrel, just the power of the barrel, the way the wave broke, and yeah, just ended up snapping that board.
So we're going to deposit him right back on shore. Callum on Darren Handley designs.
Yep.
So he'll have a backup there. Darren's been on the North Shore for a couple of weeks right now, working out with his team riders and so forth. Let's take a look what happened.
You could just see he was just so deep on that wave. And I didn't really see an exit for him. Just got absolutely crumpled. So we see someone's leash is a little bit tangled.
Okay. So he's going to get a quad as the backup.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see how that affects things. Swallowtail quad back up on the Darren Handley. And Callum's going to paddle back out. He's going to hear that he needs a 6.17. Last score that dropped for Seth Moniz, a flat 6-point rise. So 6.17 is the requirement right now for Callum Robson with a little over 11 minutes on the countdown.
I mean, we just saw John get 2 excellent waves in 10 minutes. So it's definitely not over for Callum. He's got plenty of time on that clock. He's in their priority heat at the moment, as we see. So that's his backup. That was the board he was riding, and that's a thruster right there.
Yeah.
So he's now, his backup board, which he's on, is a quad.
Give it to security. You don't get to keep the fins or the leash. This is how we do it. We take off the fins. We take off the leash. You can have the back half of the board. No problem, Grom.
10 points for trying.
Too many people watching right now.
Got to at least try. Yeah. Better to ask for forgiveness and permission, right?
Well, you notice the front half of the board's already gone. Those are great souvenirs, by the way, on the North Shore. And you know what? Boards break every single day here.
Oh, it'd be good to get a stat on that.
How many boards broken in a competition? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just a daily occurrence. It's pretty wild.
Sure, I think Molly snapped one. Was it yesterday at sunset I saw? So yeah, they're snapping all over the place. But got plenty more of where that came from.
Yeah. Have you ever snapped the board before you've caught in a wave in a session? That's a real shocker. I can tell you I have.
I've snapped away a board on a duck dive.
Yeah, a duck dive.
Yeah.
Before even surfing.
Yes.
Paddling out, everything's done.
Yeah, it's all over before it even begun.
Yeah. That's when you know you're having just a tough day.
Having a shocker, mate. An absolute shocker. Betty Crocker.
A Betty Crocker. 9 minutes, 45 seconds, priority heat. And, we got some updates from the beach with AJ McCord. AJ.
Well, got a little bit of insight from Callum Robson's camp when they brought him the board back down, and I asked, what did you tell him? And they said just what he needed, which is obviously a 617, and to stick to the plan. I asked what that plan was, and the person from Surfing Australia who's in his camp, he said to just trust your instincts. He said Callum's got great instincts out here at Pipeline, and he just reminded him, stick to it, that's his plan. New board under his feet, so we'll see how quickly he can get his feet in the wax and get ready to go.
Thank you so much for all the intel right from the water's edge there. Robson trailing Seth Moniz at the moment.
You can see him taking a couple of deep breaths there, a couple of longer exhales. Just having a quiet moment to himself, trying to regain that nice mindset.
Well, thank you to Lexus for all of their support, and a really exciting thing is happening right now. Lexus is just offering their 2024 GX. It is a new body on the GX. Comes in the premium edition, the luxury edition, and the all-new Overtrail edition. I actually drove the Overtrail edition. It is a deluxe ride, massaging seats on that Overtrail edition. New body style, rear locking differential. The Lexus GX, new for 2024.
I could do with a massage.
That one, huh?
While driving my motor vehicle.
It was a glorious day in my Lexus GX. I rolled down the windows and I was trying to catch the attention of everyone in the neighborhood who knows me, because that whip is a lot nicer than my actual everyday car.
Yeah, that is a mean-looking car.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Well, we got 7 minutes, 35 seconds remaining with Seth Moniz with heat control over Callum Robson. Seth Moniz with the lead, with priority, and posturing in a commanding position right now. Seth Moniz, number 7 on his jersey. Really interesting in that he had to get that number off of Mick Fanning. Mick Fanning's number was 7. And so, you know, he hung with Mick, and when he was a rookie on tour, Mick was retiring. Hey, can I have your number? Mick says, of course. Young man, go ahead. 7 representing the number of people in his family. Tony, Tammy, Isaiah, Micah, Joshua, Kalia, and Seth.
Yeah, and what an amazing family of absolutely incredible surfers. And I mean, just when you grow up in a family like that and with so many siblings, I mean, it's just an amazing environment to sort of foster that competitive sort of.
It's crazy,
yeah. It is. And they all turned out as incredible surfers.
And he's the youngest, right? And so like Isaiah and Micah are the goofy foot rippers, right? Josh, obviously, you know, big brother, regular foot ripper. Then 2-time world longboard champ, Kalia, sis just brings some femininity into the bunch. And then mother and father, Tony and Tammy, who are absolute legends and have been so supportive of, you know, not just their wonderful family, but the overall surf community.
Yeah. I mean, such an incredible family and so beautiful and giving. And anyone who spent time with them would let you know that, yeah, they're just a good time to be around.
Here's Seth Careers finishes over at Pipeline. Of course, we all remember that final with Kelly Slater in 2022 and Seth Moniz being in that final. 9th place last year. Liam O'Brien had got the best of him. So, but I think, you know, in this short career at Pipe, I think there's much more to come from Seth Moniz.
For sure. I mean, he's already showed us so much. I mean, that year that, you know, absolutely incredible. They had some really beautiful moments before paddling out for that final and then during the final. And, you know, there was something that clicked. I actually thought that that day was Seth's day, but just, I mean, we'll get back to that point in a second.
Because here he goes. Moniz goes back door this time, under the hood, in the barrel. He got caught up there, so in completion, he's going to hand over priority and a chance to Callum Robson now. Robson out the back. Looks like the Sharp Eye surfboard is in one piece for Seth Moniz. And Callum Robson, needing that 617, now has priority.
Yes, this is dangerous times right now for Seth. He would have really been hoping that, you know, that one he just took off on was going to better that 467. Almost had potential to do so, just that wave stretching out right in front of him. And we know what Callum's able to do out here at this wave and in waves of consequence. So, I mean, Callum, before we could see him just taking in some big, nice, controlled, deep breaths, getting rid of that carbon dioxide, oxygenating himself, trying to get his head back in the game. And you can kind of see there's a little bit of a rip moving through that lineup right now. You can see Callum sort of moving, navigating his way through that.
Yeah, so Callum, he's had 2 starts at Pipe, and both of those 2 starts, he's made it through this round. So he's always made it through this round in his short career here. Here he goes, backdoor barrel, and it is a big one. The spit comes out, and Callum comes out.
No way.
That is what we were just talking about, the never give up attitude for Callum Robson. The fact that he's an absolute charger, and just the dexterity, the reflexes to make that drop, to get through that section. That was a big, wide open barrel with a lot of foam and spit in it, and he came through.
Wow, I'm just so impressed by that. Once again, it's just unbelievable surfing, just so clutch. You know, he needs a 617.
He got it. He got it and some change. Let's take a look at this flick.
Oh, it's just such a late drop, engages with that rail so deep in the barrel, weaves through and comes flying on out. You just tell this angle here, just so late up underneath that lip. And that barrel just stayed the same size the whole way too. A lot of the barrels we've seen today sort of have diminished in size. They've got smaller as they've surfed it, but this one just held its size the whole way through. He was so deep and just fully engulfed. The wave spits, and it looks like he got gobbled up there, but he just comes shooting on out. And
hey,
it was amazing.
It may have been a little bit of divine intervention that his thruster. Look at the react from the crowd. What I was going to say is it may have been a little bit of divine intervention. breaking that thruster and having that quad
True.
and 4 fins in the water for that wave. Look at the number, 9.33. Could that be our cup noodle wave of the day? We're going to find out at the 8:05 post show, but Callum Robson, I got 3 letters, W-O-W. Wow.
It was just so good. I'm taking my hat off. I mean, he's going in my top 5 pick next time when Pipe's around because, whoa, he is definitely in that conversation of such skilled barrel riders, so technical. He really has a good read on this wave.
And seriously, I still think that if he had his original thruster on that wave, it would have got, there was a lot of foam
so true.
in that barrel, and he got those 4 fins in there. You know, with a quad, you got 2 fins in the water at all times, no matter what, and you can be so directional on that.
Yeah.
I feel that happened like at the right time for him, a happy accident.
Yeah, I've got to echo everything you just said there. There was a split second where I was like, no way he's getting out of this. He was too deep, and maybe he was meant to snap that board.
Yeah.
It was all part of the plan.
Yeah, what do you guys got in Australia? Huey. That was Huey's plan right there.
Yeah, it was Huey.
Take a board and give him one that's going to work through a foamy, spitty barrel, and that's exactly what he did. Now Seth Moniz needs a 7.84. Moniz with priority, just under a minute remaining, so clutch time for the Hawaiian. He needs a set wave right now.
Wow, I'm just blown away by that, and blown away by Callum just continuing to sort of foster that connection with this wave, and just critical. Like he was under the pump, you know. Like he really needed to convert there, and he more than converted. I mean, he only needed a 6.17 and dropped a 9.33. Just. I mean, he probably would have watched John just do it in the heat prior and been like, okay, those waves are out there. They do exist.
All right.
Ooh.
Seth pulls back on that one. That means he's just going to have one more chance. Priority did not flip for Seth Moniz, so still with priority. But it's going to be the clock that ends the run for Seth Moniz. Pulling into the barrel here. And traveling through there, coming out, right on the buzzer, the next heat, Leo Fioravanti. We'll find out if that counts. That was right on the edge. Fioravanti ready for that heat, but yeah, there was no transition. We'll find out if that counts. Here's the numbers right here, 9.33, 4.5. Callum Robson on to the round of 16. An incredible effort by the Australian. Could it be the cup noodle wave of the day? You be the judge.
My thoughts on this Shaper rankings are, it's great. The athletes, traveling athletes, order boards from the local board builders just because we have more experience, more knowledge of the break, and we get more feedback from the surfers that's consistently surfing in the spot.
A lot of guys have been going a little bit flatter on their boards, but it hasn't changed that much as people just went a little bit shorter, especially at just in general in North Shore.
I'm really grateful for the people working alongside of us, like my wife Ikiko, she does airbrush and corresponding with the surfers, the customers, and on the production side we have the laminators, sanders, hot coaters, air brushers, and supply side, the materials. We couldn't do it without them.
Callum Robson, you little 2-pound, you. One of the best barrel riders on tour, showing that last year it wasn't an accident that he had the 10 at Super Tubos. He's been pulling into round ones. The last couple rounds have taken out one of the favorites in this event, Hawaii's own Seth Moniz, out in the round of 32. Because Callum went into the 9s, as you can see. A great view of Kamehameha Highway and this beautiful coastline here on the north shore of Oahu. Big farm right there, Sunset Beach Elementary School. And if we keep going, we'll get to Leo's new home. He, purchased a home here a couple of years ago, has it built, engaged to a local girl. Things are going great for Leo Fioravanti. Finished 9th in the world last year as he takes on rookie from San Clemente, Kate Madsen. This wave did count. He got this right as his heat began, and that is just the intensity that Leo brings. Already with a 7.33, barely getting counted in, backing it up with a 5.17, and he still has 36 minutes to go. The Italian, easy to say he's on fire to kick this one off. Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, Jesse Mendez for the call to finish up the round of 32. I think we just got to stay hot with Leo Fioravanti right now, Laura. That was an impressive start, definitely at this event so far.
Absolutely, picking up where he left off last year, obviously in the final against Jack Robinson, and that was his breakout result here at Pipeline. So wanting to do that again, and he's got the mojo. Yeah,
and he definitely deserves to feel confident these days. Jesse, as you know, you've been close to Leo for a long time, and seeing him accomplish a final last year, he'd be seeing the door wide open with these big names out in the round of 32 today.
Totally. Leo is just such a powerhouse out here. He's kind of a dark horse. No one really expects him so much, but he's a great tube rider. Grew up in France at Hossegor, which it's just waves of consequences. Even though it's sand bottom, there's a lot of barrels, so he's very good at identifying all those type of situations. And yeah, right there, what a dreamy start, a 7.33 and a 5.17.
Just before we could even blink, and you can see he's reaching veteran status, achieving that already with now 46 starts at the CT level. Began with some great wild cards where he was able to get past what would probably feel like an uncle to him or a mentor, Kelly Slater. Back at Margaret River, an emotional one for him in France after he recovered from a dislocated shoulder. Tons of injuries, just created a very solid workout program to be one injury free, but to be stronger than ever. Fioravanti's, the nightmare injury would definitely be Pipeline when he broke his back in competition years back. When I caught up with him last year, though, he said he wouldn't trade it for the world because that turned into a lot of adversity, but a turning point for growth and strength as we focus on Leo. The last 2 seasons. Last year was the final at Pipeline, kicking off number 2 in the world. Year before, the 9th. So you see that steady improvement. Quarterfinals, making the cut was a big deal for him. Getting that 5th. After the cut was made, semifinal in Tahiti, quarterfinals in Rio. Remember, he had that crazy air reversed to beat Jordy Smith in the round before the quarters. So Leo had a lot of key moments last year that built his confidence as a top 10 athlete, and now he'll be gunning for a spot. The WSL Final 5 story as we look at a nice section for Hanneman to come flying out the other end. Impressed with Eli since his injury a couple of years ago at Pipeline. See how confident he is over this shallow reef. Even when it's pumping, he's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes for it. He charges Eli, and he really needed that wave at this point in the heat. He only had a 0.17, so that'll feel good to get the ball rolling. Matty McGilvray behind. He also hasn't really locked in anything too consequential, but yeah, Eli here, a nice inside drainer along the backdoor reef.
Nice position in there, came out without a problem. A guy that I think was most known for an unbelievable ability above the lip, winning the U.S. Open with a big full rotation against Crosby Colapinto, but I think everyone's seeing now how well-rounded Eli is and well-prepared for the championship tour. Talk about barrels. This guy loves to get shot. Callum Robson does it again, AJ.
He certainly does. Callum Robson just wowing us down here on that beach. The 933. How did it feel coming out of the water?
Yeah, that 933 felt pretty special. I had a pretty rough start to the heat leading up to there, and I was out of position on a good right and had to take off late. Then I was a little bit deep on the last little right and snapped my board. And then I just got to the beach and just made sure I just took some deep breaths. Patchy, guy in my corner, helps me a lot. And he ran the board down. I just took that time just to breathe and slow things down and try and just reset. And then ended up paddling back out, and that wave came to me, and I just took the drop, just got the edge in, and then felt like I wasn't going to come out. I was like, oh no! I almost felt like I just was like still water, and I wasn't moving. And then I just seen the exit, and I seen myself coming out, and I was like, no, get me out! And then I just got out, and then I was just like, please, can I ride out far enough so I can make it look like I made it, and come flying out, and I was so pumped.
Everybody was so pumped, and I got a chance to catch up with the guys in your corner who ran you down the board. And I said, did you give him any strategy tips? And he said, no. He just needs to trust his instincts. That's the plan. How have you developed the instincts that got you the perfect 10 at Super Tubos last year, a 9-0 in the opening round, and now a 9-3-3 today here at Pipeline? Yeah, I think I do my best when I'm just out of my own head. All those three moments, like that last moment in my first heat and the 10, was all moments where I just kind of let go of everything and just got out of my own head and just focused on surfing and doing the best I can and focus on what's in front of me. So I think when I do that, that's when I do my best. So hopefully I can do something similar in the next heat and keep it going. How do you carry it to the round of 16? I want to go watch the wave because I think I just want to go see it and see how it looked because it felt pretty sick. And then drink some water, maybe have something to eat or something little, and then just chill out. Try decompress after such a big moment. Like adrenaline's running through me pretty hard right now. I'm pretty excited, so try to cool things down and then get back up for the next heat. Looking forward to it. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Callum Robson trying to manage the stoke and the adrenaline that he's feeling after getting into the nines and taking out a former runner-up at this event, Seth Moniz, who probably was the favorite on paper with what he's accomplished at pipe and backdoor. So managing that, how do you actually accomplish it, Jesse, when you've got blown out of a pit, you're flying, your head's in the clouds, but you got to pull yourself back down because you have to start from scratch.
I know, and it's not so far until he paddled back out for a heat. So like he said, he mentioned that in the interview, he had to regroup inside a heat, so that's why he's going to have to do it again. It's going to restart. Everyone starts from scratch again, and you got to pull yourself together because it's going to be another big battle. And he's good at that. He shows that. He's proven multiple times. He's so confident. He's conscious about what he needs to do in heats, and he's able to identify those waves and put it together.
Taking on John Florence in the round of 16, Callum Robson doesn't mind being the underdog. He's proved that a few times over the last couple of years, Laura.
Absolutely. He has proved himself as a deadly underdog, especially, up against, the likes of Gabby and, those top contenders. And, John would be looking at that after seeing him get that 9-3 and be like, he just has the momentum and he's so good at finding those and willing those absolute bombs to him. So, yeah, he's going to be a tough opponent for sure if he can find those waves in his heat with John.
Especially in an event where we've been losing a lot of big names. Let's get caught up here. Airdrop controls it, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great. And that just shows how much ability Matthew has in tube riding. He could have knifed it and actually went forward, which would be way easier for him. But in order to do that kick stall and airdrop, it slows himself down just enough to actually get deep in this barrel. So he could have ran that wave out so easily for where he was positioned, but he just put himself in such a good spot and, yeah, getting rewarded very well for sure after that ride.
And the little airdrop gives that little wow factor as well, just the wind under the board and that little bit of disconnect just to, like you said, slow him down and, best wave of the heat for these guys.
717 for McGillivray, the man from Jeffreys Bay, impressed us on the opening round when he did that crazy free fall backhand. We've seen him do that at Chopes as well, but talented on his forehand this time, getting his best numbers so far going backdoor. The messages from the judges and the officials at WSL to all the athletes, they talk about airdropping straight into the barrel. They actually have that sentence written down. You can do that and pull straight up and under. They know how critical that is, how risky that is, because it's pretty easy to do the splits when you're trying to just free fall and stomp a critical landing at pipe or backdoor, Laura.
Yeah, and I feel like there's been that conversation around boards and the way that a lot of these guys out there on tour are able to, you know, make the takeoff look more difficult and be more difficult to add those extra points and, you know, that little extra, you know, wow that the judge is going to get to see from it. So, yeah, I love when they can do that. Obviously, John is amazing at it. Barron's amazing at it. Kelly, you know, he's done some crazy airdrops out of the lips over the years and just been able to do some craziness.
It's true. We talk about positioning all the time, how you enter a wave, or how willing you are to go late and to pull up and under some of the best of pipe, like Jamie O'Brien, who won as a wild card back in the day. It's impressive how easy they make that look when it's one of the toughest skill sets in the game.
Yeah, and also it's good to talk about it because when you're watching in the camera, you don't see any variables. Like, you see a beautiful wave just being ridden. You don't see all the wind that is coming up the face. You don't see all the secondary and third swells that are kind of going cross. And all of that, you feel it so much in a wave at Pipeline because there's so much energy and so much water moving. So even you got to give more props to those guys because they put themselves in situations that are so hard to manage and they make it look so effortless. It's impressive.
Matty McGillivray with the lead over Eli Hanneman. Hanneman, born and raised on the island of Maui and spending a ton of time these days on the North Shore of Oahu. It was a full career decision. I think it was actually really hard at first when you've got your best friends that you hang out with every day on Maui and it's like, wait, this is good for my career. Even though it's a short flight, you don't get to see your best friends every day, but he knew he had bigger goals. He wanted to focus on pipe, on sunset, spent time at Haleiwa even for all those super sessions. A constant swell that you get here on the North Shore, and we've seen him grow ever since he made that decision to leave home full time. Gets back to Maui as much as he can, but right now you can tell this kid is more focused than ever and living up to the hype. He's actually talked about that, you know, having the expectations of being a phenom at about 10 years of age. It's basically been the media, sponsors, everyone saying, okay, wait till you're on tour. And when he got on the QS and it wasn't happening overnight, that's when he really had to dig deep to see what kind of athlete he was.
For sure, and I mean, we've heard that sort of same narrative with people like Jack Robinson, John Florence, you know, being these phenoms that have it all as grommets and they just charge through the junior ranks and, you know, yeah, have that exposure from the get-go, but then they jump on the tour and the QS and the waves are a bit tricky and they're just not performing the way that they, you know, were expected to, and then all of a sudden the pressure comes like flowing in and, you know, to get over that, you know, these last few years, Eli would have just grown so much, and it was really amazing to see him qualify and make it to this arena.
Really, I'm just thinking about the first time I met Eli. We were over in Maui when you were competing over there, Laura, for the season finale when it was at Honolulu Bay, and Pat O'Connell was walking around with Eli, introducing him to people.
Yeah.
Now standing next to Potts, '89 world champion. Pat was explaining to Eli, he was like, okay, Potts was you know, back in the day, because Potts was known as one of the best young kids in the world, left home about 14, and I think Eli was looking up at Potts going, whoa, like, what does that even mean? You know, because he was living this life as this child prodigy, and I think it was kind of cool for Eli to meet the example, you know, of a guy that went from that to a world title back in the 80s, and Eli's looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, and it's there's only a very handful of people that are prodigies in such a young age, you know, like in this event obviously we had John, Gabe, Eli, Ian Gentile, but most, like actually all of them took at least 2 years for them to qualify. Jack as well. Like, it's not that simple as it looks, you know, so you got to put in the work no matter what.
Down to 2:55 to go. It's kind of cool with Eli in the water. With Cade in the other heat, they're not competing. Cade's in the non-priority heat with Leo, but it was because of Eli that got Cade his official spot as a rookie on the 2024 season. An emotional moment. I think Cade made a post about it. He just said, wow, I owe everything to Eli in the world because Cade had lost out right before. It was out of his hands, and Eli was like, I got you. Took the win, and Cade got his spot on tour. something that they're going to be celebrating for a long time, Laura.
Yeah, I remember seeing that video on social media, and it was a very special moment. And I think Eli might have even done a claim, and it was like WT or something. I don't know. But they ran in, and it was like just saying "World Tour," like "Let's go." And Randy and Cade and Eli just had this big hug, and he was just so thankful that he'd been able to, beat someone and help him qualify.
Totally. That was a huge moment for both Eli and Cade.
It's been a lot of those moments over the years where a friend's been able to go out and be a real showstopper or like absolute, I guess, killer for results, for everything.
Yeah, it's very individualized to this sport, and then all of a sudden it's not. Where someone could actually provide a glory moment, for a competitor, for a friend, and we got to see that at the season finale of the Challenger Series last year. And for Cade and Eli, they're both 21. They're the youngest full-time on tour. Cade coming off a crazy back injury where he lost a major sponsor, but he never lost the belief in himself that he could be here one day. Cade and Crosby and some of them, they had a little qualification celebration party at this place called JD's in San Clemente. Everyone was having a blast, and it was a pretty memorable night, except for their speeches. For Cade and Crosby, when they watched the tape back, they're like, well, we can't even understand a word we're saying, but it was filled with emotion.
Sweep that one under the rug.
They definitely took advantage of a great night on the town. 20:45 in the non-priority heat, but the focus will be on 40 seconds for Eli. Priority just needs a 4.68. Different ways to get that score today. Jesse, we remember back to Connor O'Leary going to turns, and that helped him get a similar range number. We'll see what Eli has in store for us.
Yes, but someone's up and riding Leo again.
Fioravanti, a little wave maggot right now. He's still going, and he finds an exit without a problem. Remember, he's still in the non-priority heat. This has been a theme today.
Yeah, wow. Look at that, Leo. 7.33 backed up with the 5.17, and then this other backdoor trainer. All while Matthew McGillivray and Eli are just, they've got obviously sevens and stuff, but that'll be a tough one for Eli to hear.
Wow, tough one there. And if you're Eli, you're going, how come I'm not on that wave that Leo just got? Eli's going to run out of time. He's out of this event in the round of 32, and Matthew McGillivray moves on to compete again today here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break with more action to come as we finish off the round of 32 and set up some big matchups in the round of 16. You're watching the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Leonardo Fioravanti throws down a big number once again. 7.93 to go with a 7.33. Unstoppable. Still has 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Cade, you never want to let that big of a gap go in a heat. You always, even though you could be losing, but you want to keep that closer. You wanted to at least have one of those sevens that Leo got, so you're in reach position. But sitting now in a combination of 15 points, a little over 15 points, it's going to be a tough task for him today.
What a way to perform in the water. Last year's runner-up in this event. As we have a new heat getting started as we enter into the round of 16. World number 2, Ethan Ewing, impressive this morning, eliminating the GOAT from competition. Kelly Slater out in the first heat of the round of 32 because of Ethan and a fellow Australian. from Burley Heads. Liam O'Brien's been charging. Looked really comfortable in his round of 32 matchup today. Great heat for Australia right here, Laura.
Absolutely, yeah. These two are long-time friends from the same sort of area on the Gold Coast. Obviously, Liam Burley Heads, Ethan Stradbroke, but spends a lot of time down in that area on the Gold Coast as well. So these guys have known each other for a long time, and this will be an exciting one.
We were kind of talking about it early in this event, kind of in between heats too, just where Ethan Ewing sits this year as a threat. Obviously, last year runner-up in the world, and it kind of looked like the areas that he'd need improvement in were barrel riding in events like this, and you're seeing it live in real time. I am so impressed with Ethan's prep for pipe and backdoor. He's very humble about his progress, but he is looking incredible. Like, no hand grab in the barrel in the opening day, picking the right waves against the GOAT, who has more experience than everybody combined. And I'm just thinking, like, he's just like Joel Parkinson was saying, every time we see him surf, he's made an improvement, and that theme is true here at pipe and backdoor.
Yeah, and that just shows how much talent he has. He just needs to have repetition and get used to those type of situations, as we see Leon up and riding.
Liam O'Brien grabbing the wall to slow down. Well positioned in the pit. Loves a forehand tube coming from the Goldie. He hops out to a clean exit and an early lead over Ethan Ewing. Both these guys, regular footers, both fairly quiet. Really funny when you get them going, that's for sure. But they both enjoy letting their surfing do the talking. You can tell they are just in love with their jobs. As we take another look at Liam's success on this one, Laura.
Yeah, sitting a bit wider at that eighth section, and a nice drainer along the reef here. Just all he had to do was just really tuck in and ride that, and you could tell it just had a beautiful line on it. It was going to let him out nice and easy. So he, yeah, just hand in the face. Just had to pull up and just ride this thing. Really nice way to open up, under priority. Liam's, over the years, spent a lot of time off the wall. You can see the surfers down the beach there. There's some fun waves down there today, but, you know, a lot of those waves are off the wall. Big closeouts, a lot of rocks popping up, but Liam always was out there absolutely charging. When he wasn't on tour, the days that this pipe contest would be on, he'd be over it off the wall, sometimes on his own, just sending it, sitting out there for hours and hours. And then I think he's obviously qualified and realized, okay, I got to move up the beach, got to go to pipe and backdoor and spend a bit more time out there.
Oh, he's so well prepared. I love that. Yeah, getting your reps at off the wall. Sometimes a little too hard to get away with a backdoor and pipe, but when the heat's on, you can tell he's ready to go. Waiting for that number. Let's catch up with Kaipo over with the YETI crew. Kaipo, you there?
Hey, I'm at Ehukai Beach Park at the YETI activation. Dan from YETI is over here, is engraving YETI tumblers and ramblers here on site. And you get your choice of some cool, you got bonsai pipeline here. You can have the hula girl riding the mahi-mahi, or the mano eating the mongoose. $25 donation, suggested donation for your engraving on the YETI. Those proceeds go to Mauka to Makai, the Makaha Foundation. That's Melvin Pu'u and his crew that run all the junior lifeguards on the west side. If you're down here, get your YETI personalized, get engraved, and Dan's been on here working all day long, making those beautiful engravings on the YETI tumblers and ramblers.
That is incredible. Thank you, Kaipo. We're heading over there on our break as we see a nice slam on the brakes. Looks like Liam O'Brien again hopping out of the pit. Sometimes you can just get on a roll out there, keep building numbers. We saw that with Leonardo Fioravanti at the start of Heat 16 of the round of 32. And Liam's trying to take that similar type of roll in that non-priority part of the heat. Let's see this, Laura.
Yeah, he's way further down on the reef here. Just wanting to back up that 717. A really nice way for him to start off there. But, I mean, if you were Cade right now, you know, you'd think that the thing to do would be sit at the top of the point and, you know, wait for those bigger waves to hit the backdoor reef. But it'd throw you off hearing people just sitting wider, getting sevens, dropping sevens constantly, because that was what Leo was doing. You know, now that's what Liam's doing.
Yeah, there's been 3 sevens since his heat started, and he hasn't been able to even look at them. He didn't even look at them, so that must be frustrating. But, I mean, that also will give you a positive point. thinking like, hey, their waves are out here. I just got to find them.
Yeah.
So like, got to regroup, got to maybe think a little different, maybe move himself a little bit down the point. And there's been a lot of these situations throughout the day today that the heat without priority is getting the best waves. So this is type of things that happen in surfing.
Cade Matson made the highlight reel that you don't really sign up for on purpose, but it was that first heat where he had that crazy one where he went over the falls and went into a scary part of the reef, and he popped up and he was okay. And I thought it was so brilliant that he went to his social media later that day and posted it, just having a big laugh at the moment because it was scary at the time, but he just wanted to laugh through it and then move on to the next one. It's such a cool way to move forward.
Yeah, that was his first heat ever on the World Tour, and I think he just opened it up with that crazy wipeout. And I saw him actually in Haleiwa getting some food the other day, and I was like, how was that? That looked so horrific, really. And he goes, I landed and it didn't even suck him over the falls and back onto the reef. It actually let him escape out the back of the wave, and just goes to show that sometimes some of the worst looking wipeouts can be pretty sweet, and then sometimes some wipeouts that don't look like anything can be the ones that drive you into the reef and cause injuries and harm, really.
It's true. We were watching the Pauls throughout opening day, and his wave never left. It was one of the best moments of the day as we see a nice decision from Cade Matson, getting his first make of the matchup with 10:50 to go. And that should be enough to break the combination required to come back in this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, it's good to get the ball rolling, like put his feet on the wax. He's been sitting for a long time, you know. He needs to break that ice from sitting out there and waiting for that wave that might not come. So smart decision there for him. Let's see if he's going to break that combination. We'll see here on the replay. Taking off, nice wave, great size, coming from behind. It was nice and deep. It's going to be close. It's going to be right there. I really don't know what to call it. It's going to be right there.
Yeah,
like if he's going to break it or not.
I kind of know where you're thinking with this one. Yeah, after comparing it to Leo's barrels, you're almost waiting, going, is he going to break the combo? Leo already has a couple of big sevens. We know it's not going to go that high. And I think your read was spot on, Jesse. 4.33. Combination remains the same. Still needs to break it down. It's a 15.26 combo at the moment with waves on the way. Knifing the takeoff up and out. Viravanti couldn't help himself and took a look there, Laura.
Yeah, unfortunately just a bit deep on that wave. The wave ran down. These sets sort of coming through at the moment are just hitting a bit further down towards the off-the-wall section. Leo he's got no fear. He absolutely sends it. And you think someone that has, he's broken his back out here, just does not hold him back. He really isn't afraid to give it a crack.
It's one of the hardest charging surfers on tour. I was really impressed with his film that he released, traveling through the Mentoya, surfing some really large conditions. It just shows how brave he is. Not just brave, but talented in big surf. Winner of the last heat, Matthew McGillivray, is standing by with AJ.
Yeah, we're right here with Matthew McGillivray watching the sets rolling in. Matt, it was a pretty grindy heat for you to start, but you found that gem, that 717. How did you stay focused and present in the moment to be ready for it?
It's hard to stay focused out there, but yeah, it was one of those heats. It turns on out there, then turns off, so you never know what you're going to get. We had a strong current for the majority of our heats, so lots of paddling, and yeah, it was just like you had to luck into one pretty much. But I was happy to find one. I saw Eli get a sick one, and then Leo was finding bombs. Even though we had priority, he was still finding so many good waves. So yeah, you never know what you're going to get out there.
But you stayed present on to the round of 16, already matching your best result here at Pipe. How do you carry this momentum forward into the next round?
It's such a treat to be able to surf out there with a few people, as everyone's saying. So that's the motivation going forwards. And yeah, hopefully I get a few more in the next heat and can be busy and keep the momentum going. Just excited to surf out there.
As you should be. We'll see you in the next round, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. McGillivray, happy to be getting really barreled in this event. Backdoor and pipeline has been looking great. Got past Eli Hanneman in the heat 15 of the round, which makes it important for a guy like Cade to keep advancing. in the early stages of this Rookie of the Year race. We've lost a lot of rookies so far from the event. Got Crosby, who had his big heat win earlier, a giant one over Medina, as Cros will have Imai Kalani DeVault later on today in the round of 16.
Yeah, wow, there's been some absolute upsets today, hasn't there? Just, some of these rookies and underdogs just doing some pretty crazy things out here at Pipeline.
Yeah, it's been hard to predict. On an event that usually you can kind of grasp the usual suspects that are making the finals, and the round of 32 has been wild today. Starting with Kelly, adding Jack Robinson, even finalists like Kanoa Garashi, Seth Moniz that have made finals here in the past.
Italo and Gabby.
Italo and Gabby, both won out here, both world champions. So, one, you could say it's exciting because there's new opportunity for people to step up. Those are huge roadblocks that usually just take over this round. So, different story in 2024, Jesse.
Yeah, and also you're talking about opportunities. There are a few guys that are looking at that, everyone falling off, and they're like, this is my chance to capitalize. You see John, you see Ethan on this heat, you have Griffin. Those guys are thinking Jack lost, Gabe lost, Kelly lost, so it's Felipe lost. So it's my chance to just capitalize and get a good start of the year.
And when we think back to this day as well, Griffin, that was a pretty intense heat. He had the buzzer beater, same with Yago. So all of these top seeds have been having, as we see, Cade, this is an important ride for him. But yeah, all of these top seeds have been in some, pretty interesting heats.
Looking forward to the round of 16 matchups as they continue. Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary, Ramsey had that crazy takeoff. He'll have a big man heat with Jordy Smith. So still a lot to look forward to. Cade starting to run out of time though, dealing with some sets on the head after pulling into a closeout. Probably felt good to get the make on the 4-3-3, but probably really tough to hear that he was still comboed. Jesse, if you're Cade, how do you adjust when the judges want a lot more from you?
Yeah, and I think they're right. If you compare both waves or the three waves of the heat so far, Leo's waves ran way faster. They were more throaty. He was deeper, longer, so it was just more critical than Cade's wave. It wasn't really anything about his surfing. It was just the potential of the wave was pretty low, so that's why the judges went that low of a score. And now he sits in a tough spot. Under 5 minutes, most likely he needs to get something very quick in order to actually get back out and get out a combination and maybe give it a go himself in the last, minute or so.
Been talking about Cade and his whole crew getting on an absolute roll. It's one of the best stories from the Challenger Series last year, and watching Cade and Crosby and the rest of the crew finding so much success. And then it just continued with Jet Schilling. He had great success on the Challenger Series, missed out on qualifying, but then took all that positive energy into winning a World Junior title. And then you've got, Sawyer Lindblad, who's a rookie on tour this year. Then her brother Taj wins a regional QS in devastating form. Like, he was lights out on that finals day, where you're going, what is going on? When you see someone doing something great in your hometown, how does it actually translate to everybody around you, where you actually all get to share in the success?
Yeah, and it just feels like an amazing, family aspect that they've made, where they can compete against each other, be really competitive, push each other, but then really honestly want the best for their friends. And I think that's something that is so important. It's a really healthy, team that they've created from San Clemente. And obviously Kolohe sort of took all of them under his wing, and that's when a lot of them say that they did feel like they had that support, and he urged them to just lift up and realize their potential, and they've been unstoppable, really.
It's cool. It was one thing that, Crosby was saying when they saw Cole win, Cole Hauschman last year, then they go, okay, it's relatable now. They're in my peer group. It's not like saying, Kelly won, where it's like maybe seems far-fetched. It was like, wait, we surf together every day. I know you really well. Like, we can do it too. And it really happened to remind me of the success of the Brazilian Storm, as we see some nice travel time there and a really smart exit just to get the make. Liam O'Brien is making some good decisions this afternoon, Jesse.
Yeah, it's smart surfing, and as much as he's an underdog as far as the statistics on this heat, I feel like what Laura mentioned earlier, like, he's so good out here. He spends so much time at off the wall, and he's not scared. Yesterday, he actually got 2 amazing waves when I was watching. It was such a tough day. And he mentioned that actually surfing yesterday made him more comfortable today because it's obviously much smaller and much easier. So if I would have to bet on someone, like, he got the edge on this heat because this backdoor waves really suits him.
Yeah, and it's pretty wild coming off a day where you do get a wave, a really memorable wave. He posted on his social media, it was an absolute bomb out here at Pipe yesterday afternoon. And he also had a really crazy drop in the morning as well. And yeah, like you said, the confidence of that fills you up with to know that this is just so much easier than yesterday in a way, but you know, he's got everything he needs right at his fingertips to do really well in this contest. He's had a 5th last year. I see him as a pipe champion.
Minute 45 to go in the priority heat. Leo Fioravanti has had Cade comboed basically since the first few minutes. It was out of control how quickly the Italian got started. They're trying to wrap up the heat before, and he's already getting barreled at backdoor, then improved to a 7.93. That was on the non-priority side of his heat. Look at him still looking to close this out. Even though Cade still comboed, Leo wants more, packing this one super deep. Another incredible make for Leonardo Fioravanti, putting on a masterclass performance in these conditions. And just think about his performance on the wave, but also just being an incredibly smart competitor. I mean, that's a win. That's a perfect heat surfed by Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, that was dreamy, and that's what Cade was looking for, but a little bit too late and with no priority. You can see that he was kind of bumped on the corner right there. And Leo's just so good at tube riding, mostly frontside. He has this special ability of slowing himself down on critical sections on the beginning of the takeoff that really puts himself in a good line for it, and that's what happened right there.
And I feel like with Leo, when he gets the rhythm, he becomes very unstoppable. He fills him up with confidence. As we see Cade, last-ditch effort. He's not going to have enough time to get out of this heat. Might get out of the combo here, but unfortunately for Cade, yeah, finishing up in round 3.
Probably the best way to come in when you've had a tough heat. Just get a nice barrel on your way out. He'll shake this one off and start really preparing for Sunset. And he's put a lot of time in at Sunset Beach through the off season, but what a brilliant performance. Leonardo Fioravanti, last year's runner-up. Remember Jack Robinson, who beat him in the final last year, already out of the contest. So he's just seeing glory in front of him as he moves to another exciting opportunity to compete with no one out in the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary will be getting started when we come back right here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Thanks for watching The Pulse. All the biggest highlights of the second day of competition. Ethan Ewing, first thing in the morning, sneaks out of the barrel with a 7.83. Slater's best wave, just a 3.0, eliminated with an equal 17th. Big blow for the GOAT, looking for a 9th title, but world number 2, Ethan Ewing, unbelievable, proving so much out here. Also big news, Robinson, the defending event champ, down because Ramsey was brilliant here. I talked to Ramsey after this heat. He said he knew he had to really delay the takeoff to max out the scoring potential on that wave. Translated to a big score, and he moves on. Exciting moment as well as we saw Crosby Colapinto just surf out of his skin, defeating one of his heroes. Gabriel Medina taking out a giant name in the draw. The rookie is still standing tall into the next round and now leading the Rookie of the Year race early here at stop number 1. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI going back to live here. Ethan beat Kelly, got himself into this seat with O'Brien, got himself out of the barrel as we speak. Throwing a cool little vertical drift. Second hammer solid for some bonus work after the barrel. So that's the priority heat, still with some time, but a brand new heat just beginning. Jake Marshall versus Connor O'Leary. USA versus Australia. That's always been a classic rivalry since the beginning of time in pro surfing. Jake representing Southern California, Connor O'Leary representing Cronulla, but more officially representing Japan on tour. And I saw his mom after that buzzer beater today. Kemi was really, really excited. She loved those turns and the energy, and I think I heard her. She loves to throw down a hoot when Connor performs. So this is a great matchup. I love it. Regular versus goofy, USA versus Japan.
Yeah, this is a really exciting one. Jake Marshall had an awesome heat this morning as well. He got an absolute drainer, backdoor drainer, and obviously Connor, they didn't have much opportunity in their heat, but he got that. He went to turns and he made it happen, and so I'm sure he'll be very excited to try find some good barrels in this heat.
Let's get caught up now with the priority heat. As you notice, we've got a lead change. Ethan Ewing getting very active at a critical time when it was really all about Liam O'Brien to start. Liam with a 12-point total, but things changed. Starting off with this one, Jesse. This was a 5.5.
Yeah, nice wave, nice angle there to see it, how critical the takeoffs are once you're actually looking into it in the water than actually the perspective from the beach, so you can see how critical it is. And this is the second wave, I believe, and that was a big chandelier right there, and that's all where the points came from. The chandelier made him blind. He had to go through the fumble. He was very deep, and he was able to drive through it, and actually combinations of turn after that.
Wow, so Ethan Ewing is just sat for 20 minutes, didn't take off on a wave in the non-priority heat. It was all Liam O'Brien, and he just surfed a 4-minute heat and has taken the lead, a 5.5 and a 7.6. So that is, that must feel good. You know, when that horn blew, it was like a reset for him. Let's go, and it's pretty impressive.
Jesse, how would you read that number, 7.6, and thinking about how important those 2 turns were to follow the barrel run?
That was super important because that added probably another point to him, even though we're not, like the scales of turns here are usually a little bit down, mostly in the end of the wave, but it's the combination, yeah, that makes it so special. So he's sitting now with the best wave of the heat. We got 14 minutes left, and to complement, like, of what Laura said, he set for so long. He almost had that beat Durbridge mentality of just sitting for 30 minutes and just come on and, like, blow up, you know, like doesn't affect him whatsoever, which most of the people would just get so anxious and usually make a mistake, and he's just capable of capitalize.
Well, when in Rome, Leo likes to have fun being at home, but when at Pipeline, he likes to get really barreled, AJ.
He certainly does. When in Rome, enjoying being at home, but when at Pipeline, like Joey said, you like to get barreled. Starting from the moment the buzzer goes off, Leo, walk me through that first wave that you paddled for. You said you didn't know if it was going to count or not.
Yeah, I honestly wasn't too sure. The wave looked good. It was 3, 2, 1. And then Seth was looking at it, and he needed a score. Then the horn went, and he looked at me as in like, no, you go, it's your, like, you got it. So then I went for it, and it felt good. And I'm paddling back out going, looking at my watch, going, is it going to count? Did I just make a big mistake? And then I looked at my watch, and it said 7.33, so I was like, okay, I think I got the score.
I think you got the score, and it set you up well to start the heat with some confidence and some momentum. How did you carry that through the rest of the waves?
I mean, it's really fun, backdoor. It's a really good size, really enjoyable. I made a couple of mistakes that I want to try and not do in the next heat, but I had fun. I tried to pick some waves that I thought were good waves. I've spent a lot of time out there, and I felt very comfortable, and I'm really stoked on the waves I got.
As you should be. On to the round of 16. You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, so next heat is coming up. Ciao a tutti, lo so che è notte in Italia, quindi se state guardando, grazie per il tifo, e ce ne sarà un'altra. Forza Italia, thanks everyone for the support. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
competitor where you could look at a heat and say, hey, flawless. He's already talking about the mistakes and how he could do better in the next round. Bottom turn, stylish as ever as Liam O'Brien comes down onto a foamy face and looks to improve a 4.83.
Yeah, tough one there. I think Liam took off and probably knew he wasn't really like exactly behind the peak there, so he had to kick on the brakes and try to maximize that tube time, but I think the judges might be a bit harsh on him here, and it might end up being around the same type of score.
Laura, what year were you born?
91.
91. Tommy Carroll took out the win at Pipeline. That's got to mean a lot to you.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, Tommy Carroll, I think everyone's just seen those iconic images of him out here and the snap under the lip. And yeah, Tommy, an absolute legend from around home. I always tune in to see his meditations.
Same.
So cool.
Gosh, it's awesome.
He's a guru.
He really is. Two-time world champ, one of the best at Pipeline as well. Was able to go back-to-back out here. 1990, and also a great year when Laura Enever was born, 91, getting another pipe title. What about you, Jesse Mendez? When were you born?
93.
93, Derek Ho.
Oh,
wow.
Another goofy.
What
actually.
a powerful one. Oh, the late Derek Ho, the king of Pipeline and ambassador of Aloha, the first Hawaiian world champion as well. And it's just nice to add that in the Kelly era when Kelly was just kind of lights out. Kelly won pipe 92, 94, 95, 96, you know. Derek in the middle of that crazy rise of Kelly was able to remind everybody who the top dog was at Pipeline. That was a really fun game. We'll play that more often.
Yeah.
As we continue through this event, Ethan Ewing turning this one around, 7-6 and a 5-5. Talk about getting emotional. Last year was when he was able to win at Bells Beach, 40 years after his late mother had won, Helen Lambert. It was something that he dreamed of his entire life. Slept with her Bells trophy right next to his bed, and now he's able to add his own Bells trophy from last season. It's one of those moments where everyone had goosebumps or chicken skin and just emotions were flying, and you could tell like he really knew that he had arrived, that he was more prepared than ever for that moment. And going to, you know, the mind of a competitor, he was talking to AJ this morning after beating Kelly, he was kind of saying he identified moments of last season where he wasn't surfing to his potential, and he finished number 2 in the world. So for him to actually identify and feel ways to improve is pretty dangerous for the rest of the competitors on tour.
I know, and I was actually pretty close with him at Chopu because I went a little earlier last year, and that's where he got hurt. But the amount of hours that he was putting in the water and the waves were amazing. It was pretty solid. It was probably about 8 Hawaiian foot. And that wave is so throaty and so scary. And he was managing so well. He developed so much in those type of situations. And we see someone up and riding.
There we go. Nice coiled up approach from O'Brien. Takes a step towards the exit, but will get shut down. So he started off really well. That 717 is still his best. That was his opener. As he picks himself back up, let's check in with Kaipo once again.
Hey guys, I'm here in the Vizsla shaping space. We're making boards, creating right here at Eukai. Behind me, Alex Lopez. Alex Lopez shaping a board live here. Second generation board builder, Alex Lopez. You may know his dad, Jerry Lopez, Mr. Pipeline. Well, scan the QR code because we're going to give away this board and another board shaped by Gen Asano. Scan the QR code to get an entry into that, all coming from the Vizsla shaping space. And remember, after the round of 16, that's when the Vizsla Shaper rankings come into play. And by the end of the day, we're going to know what shapers are going to be earning points for the men.
So much, Kaipo, so you can enter to win a one-of-a-kind surfboard in Vizsla's Pipe Pro shaping space. Use the QR code below to sign up for a chance to win. What a great space to be in. Kaipo is so lucky. I mean, there's so much talent in there. Alex Lopez, son of Jerry Lopez, Donald Brink, who has such a creative mind. Comes to alternative craft. I talked to Donald the other day, and he just said how cool it is to kind of share your headspace with some of the best shapers in the world, where usually it's like you're up by yourself and almost trying to keep everything a secret. You've got a new idea, but actually to share it all to make something special and being an open book on your thoughts. And he said it's just a really awesome opportunity. Big thanks to Visla for making it happen.
Yeah, that's really cool. And yeah, I've got my own Alex Lopez 20. It's
lucky.
Yes, very lucky.
How does it feel?
It's great. It's back home in Oz. Yeah, Alex made it for me a couple of years ago, which was pretty cool.
Would love to give it a spin.
Yeah, go scan that QR code. Get that back on the screen.
Yeah, do you mind bringing that back up? I missed the opportunity.
Where's my phone?
Jesse, are you allowed to ride whatever you want these days? Can you ride twin fins, or you haven't really officially retired yet? So
Yeah, I'm actually riding a lot of them. I have 2 of them right now, actually 3 of them right now as I speak. I always love twin fins. You go so fast and it's so effortless. Like, we're used to such a performance crafts that are they're amazing, but they ask so much more of you in order to generate speed. So when you have something like that is a little bit flatter bottom, like those 2 big fins on the side, really gives you a lot of drive and speed. So it's just so fun to ride. It's undeniable.
You ever seen Yaga ride a twin fin? I haven't, I don't think.
I haven't, but I feel like retirement and twin fins don't have to go in the same category these days. I mean, have you seen Josh Kerr? He was surfing a twin fin at an event last year in France, and he just was absolutely shredding and beating everyone and dropping 9s on a 20. So
it's funny how when people do move on, like Kersey, he's on tour, all of a sudden he's on twin fins and
he
quads.
surfed 20s out here as well at Pipe and Chopes.
Crazy. And then, you know, Travis Logie, when he retired, he's like, I should have rode a twin fin years ago. It's like, now you give yourself permission to get off a thruster and could have a lot of fun.
And I think it's also because you get so stuck on that rhythm of like trying to develop and just trying to work on what's in front of you that sometimes you forget about it. And maybe that's the advantage that Kelly had all over these years, because he went through all of these boards. You know, he went through when he started to what it has now. He changed his equipment so many times to renew his surfing, and yeah, that's what makes him that good.
Yeah, pretty cool. As we have a great view of the North Shore of Oahu right here at Pipeline. So many visitors come here, especially in the wintertime, to try to watch the best surfers in the world tackle the most incredible wave in the world here at Pipe and Backdoor. As we look towards Rocky Point, and then in the distance there, Sunset Beach will be stop number 2 this season. They call it the 7 Mile Miracle for a reason, because there are world-class waves up and down this stretch of coastline. And it's a fun drive when you get to the airport in Honolulu, drive about 45 minutes, maybe a little more if there's some traffic. You get into some great waves. Kamehameha Highway right on the coast, passing Lonnie's. Hopefully you don't get stuck in too much traffic there. Past Waimea Bay, and it's just impossible not to have a spiritual moment there, a place where they host the YETI iCow event. And then you pass Pupukea Grill. You usually don't pass it. You want to pull over, get your order in. One of the best food trucks on
Depends how long the line is.
the planet. Yeah, you got to call it in. You could do an online order these days. Oh, they're incredible.
Yes, Pupukea Grill, yum.
And then, yeah, get over here to Pipeline. Sunset Beach Elementary School is right across the street. That's like where Baron Mamiya went to school, John Florence. They have surf night at that school where all the best surfers in the world show up and sign posters. It's a really special place. 3:55 on the clock, and Ethan Ewing is just still enjoying his lead and priority. Liam O'Brien kind of lost all of his momentum, and he hasn't had a keeper in quite some time. We talked about Callum with kind of resetting and finding some mojo towards the tail end. We'll see if Liam can kind of grab it back as we bring the focus back to Ewing and his track record with results at Pipe. Nothing really crazy to talk about result-wise, but I think that's going to be changing this year.
Yeah, and last year defeated by Liam O'Brien in this round, so want to get one back on him. But it's been slow this last 15 minutes. Really felt like Liam got that last 4, and Ethan just sitting on the 2 scores that he's had in his 4-minute heat that he started.
Remember, wins in the round of 16 send you to the quarterfinals. As we look at Liam trying to get a little racetrack runner to work in his favor. He gets the exit, and oh my goodness. You want to look as cool as that when you lay down a frontside carve.
That was beautiful. Amazing carve for him right there. For him to be able to actually fit that big of a turn in that tight of a pocket, it's just so shows how much ability he has and how much control he has in his rail. That was impressive.
Laura, was style something you worked on while you were on tour, or was it kind of already set in stone by the time you qualified?
We'll get back to that, Liam. This little inside drainer. He's a 594, so beautiful carve there. I feel like, yeah, Liam's just always been super smooth and silky, just like Ethan, and they've just, as they've grown and added that power into their surfing, it's just been very, very pleasant to watch, really. But I feel like I was really awkward when I was like a real grom, like I just hadn't grown into my limbs, and then by the time, you know, sort of 14, 15, 16, you develop that style, and then that kind of sticks with you, and you can sort of keep adjusting and working on things, and as you obviously compete, always working on things. Video analysis is just the best thing you can ever do. And I remember when I was younger, like super grom, I'd do a turn and come in and look at the footage and be like, that was so bad. What? Felt so good. Looked so bad. And you go out and try
It's
again.
like yourself being the most critical on your own style. But I mean, you look at this heat with Liam and Ethan, it's like you think of style before they even hit the lineup.
Yeah, you do.
As you have Ethan Ewing in motion, looking to shut this one down with 1:15 to go, just driving through to get some momentum, and comes flying out the other end. Slips in the open face, but it's not going to matter. Last of O'Brien didn't even factor into his top two, but he's still got some time. Leaping into a big section is O'Brien, still going into the closeout. And some point of that ride, there he is, gets clipped right in front of Ethan Ewing, and he'll be down to 45 seconds. For Ethan's just third wave, he's looking to improve on a 5.5.
Yeah, unfortunately for for Leon right there, both waves pretty similar, but one a little bit wider and a little bit more out the back, so not actually hitting that low road that made Ethan's wave open up and be super nice and clean. On the other hand, Leon was just kind of crumbly and hit that aim section, which has a little bit of like a gap in between the reefs, and yeah, it was a bummer for him because he had a good size, he was clean, but just not hitting the right part of the reef.
15 seconds remaining in the rematch from last season where Liam got the jump on Ewing. A lot of big names out of the contest, providing a huge opportunity for Ethan to have an even stronger start, not just from last year, but in his career at Pipeline. Ethan officially gets the win. His last wave counts, another big score of a 7.23 as he's running straight for the quarterfinals. When we come back, Ramsey hits the lineup with Jordy Smith. We'll see you then.
I think initiatives like today can inspire ocean conservation just from bringing exposure to different people about it. I think that's really is the exposure and the experience of coming down here and seeing how beautiful this place is. I mean, when you look behind me, like, look at it, it's incredible.
Let's go and do this.
So right here, we're mounding up water hyacinth, which is an invasive species, into a floating garden bed. So these are called huli. Taro is a really amazing plant, and it grows from what's called a huli, or a stalk. You plant that in the ground, and from that grows a makua, or the parent. And from that parent grows several oha, which forms an ohana, or a family, which is also the word for human families as well.
This project we hope to see in a decade from now feeding the community. So I feel like in a decade we'll really have a great example of how this can be done all throughout the islands.
First step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Like, let's protect this.
Back at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, and another heat out in the water. We're burning through heats today. This heat, North Africa, the Moroccan Ramzi Boukhaim up against South Africa's Jordy Smith. This is going to be a great matchup. Thank you for joining us again, and welcome to the set here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier, and we've been getting through a lot of heats today, a lot of upsets. We've seen 4 past champions eliminated from competition. The heats keep on rolling on, and highlights for you so far today, Flick.
Oh, wow. I don't even know where to begin. For me, I go to thinking about when Griff needed a score in the dying seconds. He looked across to the channel. He saw his brother Crosby about to paddle out, and he's like, you know what? I've got this. It's okay. Let's take a deep breath. I've been waiting my whole life for this. And, yeah, backed it up, got the score in the last dying seconds. Crosby taking out Medina. It was, yeah, I don't know, brothers getting after it.
Brothers getting after it. And that theme could continue. Both Colapintos, they make it through this round of 16. They're going to be matched up in the quarterfinals. Let's start off with our first quarterfinalist in the way of Ethan Ewing. Ethan's with AJ McCord.
That's right, Kaipo. Ethan, on to the quarterfinals here at Pipe, already locking in your best results here at Pipeline to start 2024. How are you finding the waves that you are and hitting your rhythm?
Yeah, it's been a long process. This contest has definitely not been my most successful, but that heat against Kelly felt really good because I hadn't broken through that round before, and then against Liam, he's been a tough competitor. He beat me here last year, so yeah, I think just the things I've learned over the years and feeling a bit more comfortable here is helping me out. So that quarter sounds good. Onto them.
I would say it should. Walk us through the equipment that you've got dialed, how that's helping you have the success.
Yeah, I rode a 6.4 Darren Handley. Sports have been feeling really good, and yeah, I just feel comfortable on those. And been working with him since I was maybe 12 years old or 13. So he's a great guy and even better shaper. So yeah, thanks to him.
Awesome. Congratulations, Ethan. On to the quarterfinals. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, his best result at Pipe previous to this was a 13th place. Talk about Surf Fantasy, only 6% put Ethan in their Tier A choice. So used wise 6%ers are starting to earn some points as we get through because Ethan's into the quarterfinals in fine form.
Wow. First quarterfinalist, and you know, he did say in that post-interview with AJ, you know, he hasn't really had that much success out here, so things are really starting to feel good, and so probably gaining some momentum, which must feel really nice for him. Pretty interesting out in the water right now in the non-priority heat. You know, we've got Jordy and Ramsey, and they both had amazing heats this morning. They both took down really big names. Jordy taking down Italo when Italo had that 8-point ride, and then Ramsey taking down Jack Robinson, who won this event last year. So these guys have both had really big heats this morning. So it's going to be interesting to see where their heads are at. You know, if they had enough downtime, regain composure, and back out there.
Yeah, one thing that we should talk about is the lack of rides. When you look at Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary, we're down to 13 minutes, just under 14 minutes actually, in the non-priority heat, and no one has scored over a 1. Connor O'Leary still yet to ride his first wave. We can't ignore the elephant in the room in this block right now, that this is a shocking little timetable in the evolution of Pipeline today.
Definitely, for sure. And what's interesting is, I mean, Connor's out here now, and in his earlier heat today that he ended up winning, you know, he ended up winning, having to go to turns, right, and get the score going to 2 turns. And he just thought, you know, that's not really what, you know, you're looking for out here, but you just kind of got to get work done. It didn't really feel that great, but, you know, it's, you know, a win's a win, basically. So it's interesting now that it's just, yeah, that Ocean obviously seems to have, you know, maybe slowed down a little bit, not as many opportunities. I wasn't watching that last 20 minutes super intently while I was on break, but, I mean, it's going to... These boys are basically surfing a 13-minute heat right now.
They sure are. Here's an opportunity right now for Jake Marshall. Marshall off the bottom. Quality looking wave. Little stall there. Gets under the cover. Threads a tube. That's what he was waiting for. So really, I mean, when you talk about manufacturing a score, utilizing priority, that's what Jake Marshall did. and he's going to get the first meaningful number in his matchup against Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get the ball rolling, right? And you've got to be thinking that every decision you make now, I mean, there really isn't that much room for error. I mean, we have seen the heats turn at last seconds, and we have a look here. Jake, so really delaying that bottom turn, just trying to get a little bit deeper in that barrel. It was only short, but just going to turns after this, realizing that he needs to milk whatever he can out of whatever ways he's deciding to go, because once you pull the trigger, you know, time's counting down.
Yeah. So this is a nice wall for Jake Marshall to break through. If he gets through this round, it will be his best result at Pipeline. First 2 tries at Pipe, he walked away with an equal 17th. So Jake already, into the round of 16, so he's already bested that, but he's going to want to continue this run because of that momentum. Remember Jake Marshall being Ryan Calnan in the previous previous round with a 13.77 two-wave total. There's his best result so far. That was his rookie year, a quarterfinal finish over at Sunset, which is going to be stop number 2 on the championship tour.
Yeah, I think Sunset really suits his surfing. I got to watch Jake at Irasira last year at the Challenger Series event, and that was also like sort of more of an open ocean wave, a right-hander, sort of a point break, and he just sort of seems to fit those open faces. He's just got really silky smooth surfing and ability to sort of link those turns together really nicely.
I agree. That's going to be one of his strengths. A 4.5 checks in for Jake Marshall in this matchup. Priority now sitting with Conor O'Leary. O'Leary needing a score. We saw, you talked about Conor's last heat where he was able to really manufacture a score with his matchup against Jackson Bunch. O'Leary won that heat with a 2-wave total of 8. So, I mean, it's not, a win's a win. And that is just competition, right? So sometimes you just got to get busy and play the numbers. And if you got to go to turns, go to turns.
For sure. And, you can do all the watching in the world. I mean, most of these guys and women who surf, at this level are coming down 3 heats before theirs. They've got their heat routine, their prep, they're watching intently, right? You might have a game plan. You might think that that's all going to be hunky-dory. And then the moment you get out there, I mean, we're playing obviously with nature. So, I mean, things can change in a second, and you just kind of have to be able to adapt to that. And it's that flexibility which sort of sets people apart, because sometimes you can sort of get stuck in that mindset of, I'm surfing Pipeline, I need to get barreled. I can't be looking at a smaller wave. Like, it's not about turns out here. But I really like Conor's ability to sort of be flexible there and just really be adaptive as well.
Yeah, Conor O'Leary representing Japan, 6th year on the championship tour. This is his 50th event surfing on the CT. He's had 5 previous starts here at Pipeline. And the pressure is on Conor O'Leary. Flag champion in the last couple of years, always surfing for Australia, but now representing his mother's home country, Akemi. His mom, a former Japanese professional surfer, now representing Japan. And you see Conor, he's actually embraced the Japanese culture, and he's got a great fan base over there in Japan as well.
For sure he does. And so his wife, Steph, they got married during COVID, I think it was, right? And they had a wedding in Australia. And then recently, within the last year, they went back to Japan, and they had a really traditional Japanese wedding over there. I saw some beautiful photos on social media of that. And yeah, Conor and Steph both spending a lot of time up in Japan as well. And I think Conor wears that flag very proudly. Yeah, we can see his career at Pipeline. You can see 17th. So his last 3 strikes here, he hasn't made it past the round of 32. He's done that in this event. But I mean, I really feel like this should be a strong stop for Conor O'Leary. So this will be an opportunity that has gone away if he's not able to execute on this in this final 8 minutes and get into the quarterfinals. You would think Conor O'Leary, would have had a better run at Pipeline, honestly. Yeah, just judging by the type of surfer Conor is, yes. I think it was his first year on tour, his rookie year. I could be wrong here, but I think he's placed 2nd in Fiji, right? You're right, 2017 to Matt Wilkinson for Conor O'Leary. That was his best CT finish. So amazing CT finish for your rookie year. That's a big, powerful wave, cloud break, left-hander. Connor's a power surfer, and he surfs really well in these sort of waves of consequence. And I'm actually surprised that I haven't seen a better result from Connor out here yet.
Yeah. And on that subject, how cool is it that stop number 9, we're at stop number 1 right now on the championship tour. How cool is it that stop number 9 on the championship tour this year is going to be back at Cloudbreak?
Oh, wow. Just incredible. I think growing up, I always watched, a lot of the World Tour, and I always dreamt of going to that wave or competing there, and it's one of my favorite waves to watch. I think it's just so beautiful and perfect, and yeah, I can't wait to watch the world's best out there. I've seen a lot of clips. I know as soon as Fiji got announced as that World Tour stop, I know that Jack went over to Fiji with Zhao, and they had an amazing trip over there. They really scored, and yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see Fiji back on that tour schedule and just the world's best there.
Yeah, and it's going to be, where first of all, when we look at the championship tour, first mission is make that mid-season cut right there after Margaret River, the 5th event. That's where we'll do the mid-season cut. 22 men, 10 women will make that cut. Everyone else off tour. Then we move on to the end of the road, Teaupo, Punta Roca, back in El Salvador, the crowds of Saquarema. Then we'll see some of our surfers fight it out for a gold medal in the Olympics. And then finally, stop number 9, back at Cloudbreak, Fiji, where we will determine the final 5 for the WSL finals. So that is one look at the tour, and this is just the beginning of the road. And this is Jake Marshall again. Maybe wisely just getting that. He just says he's holding on to a fractional score as his backup, just a 0.93. O'Leary in the barrel, hugging the wall. Can he come down? Yes, he does. So now the plot thickens. Connor O'Leary. And here's the Japanese support. Second score of Jake Marshall, 193. Gambate.
Whoa.
That means go for it.
I believe you. Oh, that was a nice wave from Connor. I think out of those two. So Jake's got priority right now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, Connor, with only the one wave, it's taken him 35 minutes to get that one wave. That's pretty incredible and crazy. And I'm sure right now he's definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he needs a 6.43 on that one wave to take the lead on just one wave. We'll see. We're still waiting for the score for Connor O'Leary to set the situation here. We're under 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Jordy Smith's going to start his account in the non-priority heat. Smith tags the lip a couple of times. Looks down the line, hucks it into the flats, and inches of water there. Connor O'Leary, he just got a 5.33, looking for a backup. And a turn would have served him well on that. So he didn't know, right? But he only needs a 1.1 to take the lead.
Yeah, wow, okay. I mean, right now he's got 4 minutes, and we saw John basically turn around 2 excellent scores in 10 minutes. Pretty sure Connor right now has just heard that he got a 5.33.
Yeah. And hindsight's always 20/20. As we look at our Pacifico fan picks, Flick, 56% picking Jake Marshall in this matchup.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. It is interesting. I personally, I'm erring towards the side of Connor just because of the experience.
I would have gone for the veteran as well.
Yeah, just the veteran, the experience. That's what it's come down to for me. Right now, I mean, wow. Jake's got priority. There's 3 minutes on the clock.
He can close it out.
He can. Well, he can. But it's also, when a set comes through, it's likely going to be 2 waves in that set. So you got to be thinking that Connor's probably going to be getting a wave one way or another, and
it's another one coming down to the buzzer.
Yeah, it is. It's exciting. I mean, probably not for them. This is the situation you don't want to be in when you're surfing a heat. Your dream scenario is obviously you get your 2 excellent scores right at the beginning, and I mean, it's not very entertaining for someone watching, but in a heat and as a surfer, that's the ideal situation.
We've seen multiple times today the heats getting turned within the final minute, sometimes the final few seconds of a heat. So it's been a battle all the way to the bell for for most of the heats today. I mean, the only heat that comes to mind is John Florence kind of ran away with his heat, but everything else has been pretty tight. Here we go with O'Leary. Smart move to get this. Needs to get on his heels and up there. That's one snap. Okay, so he's going to bank on those 2 turns for a 1.1 just to slightly turn this heat.
Wow, I'm getting back out there if I'm Connor as quick as possible because 2 minutes left. I mean, Jake's backup's only a 1.9. You've got to be thinking if a set comes through, he's improving on that. So it's going to be touch and go here for Connor. I mean, I understand the theory. I mean, you just want to catch a wave as quickly as possible and kind of turn this. I mean, with such low scores on the board. Looks like Jake's having a look here now, possibly.
Okay, nothing going there. Connor's going to keep on striking.
Wow,
big vert re-entry there. Again, finishing off just an inches of water over that shallow reef. So he's given him himself 2 chances to turn this heat right now. He did it in his round of 32. Is he going to do it again?
I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. It's so hard to tell. I mean, you can now. I mean, he
just went to the lead with a 1.87. There's another score coming through for this.
Here we go. This wave looks a lot better. Straight up into the lip. Cracks at one time. For me, that's better than those 2 turns we just saw. A lot more aggressive and critical. That's where I'm sort of steering towards. But 50 seconds on the clock. I mean, you can see Connor's just not impressed with that.
You're right. It came through 2.6, so he did increase his lead. Now Jake Marshall needs a 3.44, so it's the matter that Jake just getting to his feet is not going to do the trick. He's going to have to do a couple of quality turns because Connor O'Leary with a nice strategic play at the end of this heat. We talk about manufacturing scores, we talk about grinding through. That's what he just did. Marshall on a shocker right now. Whoa. 20 seconds. He needs a wave badly.
Wow, it looks like he was just a little bit too deep, and these waves look like they're running more down towards off the wall. So he's going to have to go. I mean, he's only got 13 seconds.
Frustration. Nothing doing there. And Connor O'Leary is seconds away from pulling it off yet again.
Wow.
Jake Marshall. Tough moment for the San Diego Surfer. Connor O'Leary did it again. Talk about grinding a heat. He got through the last heat with an 8-point ride, 8.2 waves. This time 7.93. That's enough for Connor O'Leary to get to the quarters.
That one and I was so dirty. It like split underneath me. You had that heat after that too. Yeah. He would have got a sick one, huh?
Yeah, you really have to position yourself.
Well, there you go. Connor O'Leary on to quarter-final number 1. Surfing with a strategy. Back for more action. Lexus Pipe Pro after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Lexus GX, 3.4 liters of twin turbo excellence. Pair that with the Lexus GX VIP experience, a culinary masterpiece and a masterpiece on the road. the new Lexus GS here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Thank you for joining us. This is Kuiper Burrow, along with Felicity Palmentier. We just saw Connor O'Leary grind through around the 16 heat to earn his spot in quarterfinal number 1. It's all about setting up quarterfinal number 2, and 2 of these 4 surfers will be in that quarterfinal number 2. New in the water, Baron Mamiya up against Yago Dora. Your thoughts on that heat with Baron and Yago?
Oh.
Remember, Yago had that just courageous come from behind in the round of 32 today, and Baron just looks like in sync with the break that he knows well.
I think it's, for me, I think it's really going to be hard to beat Baron out here. He's looked so connected. He's looked like, obviously he's got like an amazing relationship with this wave over so many years, and in his earlier heats it's just sort of looked like he hasn't really been able to put a foot wrong. Sort of every barrel he's pulling into, he's sort of coming out of or muscling his way out of. His wave selection's been really good, so it's a really tough heat for Yago right now.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, 24-year-old from the North Shore of Oahu, started surfing Pipeline at about 9 years old, and the guy that pushed him into his first wave over at Pipe, none other than the legendary Derek Ho, who is forever going to be one of the most applauded pipe surfers of all time. There's Baron.
Going to be interesting here what happens. I mean, that last heat was, well, the last sort of 40 minutes was very, very, very sleepy. So I'm wondering if now the ocean's sort of going to turn on. We're going to see a bit of a change in the pace out here in the water. We're going to start to see a few more sets. The swell's sort of dropped off a little bit throughout the day.
Yeah. Pipeline needs a triple shot espresso. Maybe
I need a triple shot espresso.
Maybe with a little bit of Bonzoy just to smooth it out, to get things going again, because it's been, you know, and we expected this, but the swell has receded, I feel, further than we anticipated coming into the event this morning.
Yeah, I think we would have thought maybe we would have seen a little bit of that size. Some of those waves earlier this morning, I mean, there was still a couple of really solid sets coming through. So we have a look. Looks.
It's going to be the big guy. Oh. Jordy Smith's trying to squeeze into that barrel, and he finds his way out. Number 23 with a dunk right there.
I just was like, wow, he's too big for this little barrel, but he just squeezed his way out. It was just really, really good surfing, and that barrel just must have stayed really open there. It was kind of hard to see from that angle, but yeah, it sort of really squeezed out really tiny, but have a look, he paddled so fast, really got going. You could really see he just pumping that board down the line. But that section there, I mean, did so well to sort of squeeze his way out. It was such a small wave for a guy who's 6'3". See the guys really jostling for position here. Baron kind of right on Ramsey. Like, are you gonna go this?
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
Ramsey with priority. Ramsey's gonna go backdoor. Here we go. Oh, and has to bail out. Now it's gonna be Jordy really sprinting back to the takeoff zone to gain priority. These two, surprised they're not paddling faster to get back to the spot to gain priority between them in this match. Jordy probably realizes that he's got a big lead right now.
For sure. I think Jordy sort of is paddling like he already has it, maybe. In his brain, he has it. Yeah, he just got it. So there we go.
So heat control to Jordy Smith. He's got priority, and he will have a big lead over Ramsey Bukhayam when this next score drops. Let's take a look at what happened on left.
Yeah, this was Baron. So Baron was doing a fair bit of paddling around, a fair bit of jostling out the back. He sort of was trying to force Ramsey's hand, like, are you going this right? Are you not going? Then swung around and had a look left, and kind of, I mean, you know, when you've spent so much time, and this is, you know, one of the breaks that you've honed so much of your surfing skills on, I guess you're going to assert a bit of dominance out there.
This is a test for the rookie right now, Ramsey, in this crisis situation. Here he goes, backdoor again, tucks into it. Nice rail set in the wall, controls his speed and bangs the finish. Oh, but gets exploded on the shelf there right on the inside. Ramsey needing a 9.33 if he wants to do it in one way, but he's definitely going to chip away at, he's going to remain and get rid of some of the deficit right now. He will improve upon his situation in this heat when that score drops. Let's hear from Connor O'Leary. He's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Connor and I just talking about how grindy that heat was, but a win is a win. How do you stay focused on that fact when you're having to grind out a heat like that?
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about it. I think it's the two grindiest heats I've ever had in my life. So I guess we'll take that as a career best.
A career best and on to the quarterfinals here at Pipeline. A really important result to start the CT season. I know you want to go much further than quarters, but what are you going to take from this round of 16?
Yeah, I mean, I think today's, for me, has just been a big day of adaptability and just adapting to, thinking that there's going to be really good waves, but I seem to be getting those heats that there isn't. So, I mean, I missed one sick one, but it kind of just split away from me and then just had to kind of reset. I didn't catch a wave for 35 minutes. So when you don't catch a wave for 35 minutes, the best way to do it is start catching waves. So I kind of did that, and then I needed a one. I was like, oh God, I can't lose needing a one. I just need to take off. So yeah, I was lucky to get one, and then the time ran out, so it was good.
I mean, a win is a win. On to the next round. Anything you want to say to friends and family back home who've been sweating along with you all day?
Yeah. 今日、長い日で、応援いつもありがとうございました。ファイナルでパイプラインマスターとても嬉しいので、土曜日きっとやるから、頑張ってリラックスして、集中して、ファイナルデーでいっぱいエネルギーで応援、いつもありがとうございました。サポート、もっと、みんな来て応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう and congratulations, Connor.
Thank you.
おめでとうございます。Connor O'Leary. But you know what? During that interview, wow. During that interview, a wave went through with Jordy Smith, and the single wave is higher than Connor's heat totals in the last two rounds.
Sorry, Connor, I shouldn't be laughing. It was the ocean.
It's just the contrast of the ocean. We got to take a look at this 8.5 right here.
Wow, this wave from Jordy, absolutely just threading the needle through this one. He was so deep, came flying on out, and he knew it. 8.5. Such a beautiful surf wave, but that is just the contrast of surfing right now when you compare that to Connor's last heat. I mean, there's just nothing like that out there, and then all of a sudden it just turned on.
This is so beautiful to watch, and the technique. Jordy Smith's been spending a lot of time here. He's got a home on the North Shore. Jordy, I mean, he's one that surfing like this in really challenging, tough conditions and coming through with clutch, you got to put his name in the hat for a title this year at Pipe.
For sure, 100%. And I'd say beware of the wounded warrior. I mean, we can see that booty on the back of his foot. I mean, that happened in his first surf. I think he said out here on his first wave, 5 stitches to the foot. So seems to not be really phasing him. Maybe it's sort of that expectations off a little bit. He's feeling really free. But like you said, Kibes, he's put so much time in out here. I mean, he was surfing, even those smaller waves that he was taking off on, his read on those, like they are not easy barrels to surf. And I mean, he's making it look easy, but just being able to negotiate that tiny little barrel and come out with ease is a difficult thing to do. So the moment he gets a wave with a bit more size on it, I mean, it's no surprises he's dropping an 8.5.
Yeah, and you know what, Jordy, just talking to him around the event, he's been actually, even with the injury, you think that would rattle some of the guys. He's been joking about it. He's been riding around on his electric bike. He's been very lighthearted, and that just shows you, it's all about, like, if you got the right attitude, it seems like things go your way. That's the replay of pretty much nothing for Yago Dora. That was a 4.3 that we wanted to show. So, yeah, the non-priority heat still yet to get started. 28 minutes left for Baron Mamiya and Yago Dora. But Jordy Smith in the priority heat with a dominant position over Ramsey Bokhiam. Ramsey needing 2 waves of 14.33. So Ramsey's in a serious 2-wave combo right now, Flick.
Yeah, Ramsey right now is up a certain creek and it's looking pretty hard. but I think it's well within his wheelhouse. I mean, we saw him do it this morning. I mean, he just took out last year's event winner, Jack Robbo. So, I mean, that was a big win for him. As we see live action, Barron.
Barron really deep on that. It'd be a miracle if he came through that one. We know his comfort out here, but you can see that whole section fold out in front of him.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought we were going to see him flying out of that tube. He's just looked so connected and sort of looked like it stayed open, but he was obviously just that little bit too deep behind that section. We watched him just taking, as we see Geordie having another look.
Geordie again, lost in the tube and finds his way out. So Geordie, he's just got the GPS right now. He can find his way out of everything. Let's see if that betters the 5.83 that he's holding in his score line. He's smiling now, having a good time. Now the chatter starts. There's the chatter. That's a happy Geordie Smith right there.
Yeah, no, you can definitely see that he's feeling it right now. He's obviously feeling connected to the wave. And I like what you said, Kives, about how he's just, you know, joking about his injury, riding his bike around, kind of a bit cruisy. I think, you know what, it probably just comes with experience too, and like a lot of years on tour as we look at this wave just so deep, up under the leap, flying on out. Kind of seems like he's not putting a foot wrong, really, except for the one with the stitches.
Yeah. Hey, maybe you should always surf with one booty. I don't know. It's working right now for Geordie Smith, waiting for the last score for the South African. Again, we titled this matchup between Smith and Boeghem as the North Africa versus South Africa matchup here. Ramsey, the first Moroccan to qualify for the championship tour. He's going to have to dig deep, and time's not on his side. He needs 2-wave 4.33, but that need for Ramsey is going to increase because Geordie Smith just dropped another excellent score. An 8-point ride at Ramsey. Now the smile comes on Ramsey's face where he's just like, okay, what do I do? 16.5, that's a serious two-wave combo. Oh, prep time for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, we all have heard Griff talk about how he's tuned a lot more into, well, sort of looking in a bit more and very into meditation over the last few years. Just really having a quiet moment before he paddles out for his heat, taking it really all, making sure to take it all in.
Pretty cool that his boards, those Mayhems that Griffin's riding, have a airbrush or a painting of a griffin on it. So you know what a griffin is? So,
I'm going with a bird.
Well, no, a griffin is a mythological creature that has the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. So talk about a spirit animal.
Okay, there we go. I just learned something new.
Griffin with the griffin on his board. Wow. Think about that. Just mull over that as we go. We'll just leave you with. I think it's a great choice. Yeah, good omen. So 4 minutes remaining, and it looks like Geordie Smith got the job done already, and he's going to go into the quarterfinal number 2. I hate to close the refrigerator door already on Ramsey, but I'm going to just go ahead and close it. But hey, we're going to see more of Ramsey over at Sunset.
And I think Sunset suits Ramsey. I mean, if you've seen you follow Ramsey on Instagram, if you've seen any of his backhand surfing on those right-hand point breaks in Morocco, I mean, he's just so on point. He's so strong. I think of him as a powerful, goofy footer. I mean, he's going to, for me, he's one of my picks for Sunset.
And like the secret's out, right? We can say it over here. Morocco has really good waves. It's not a secret anymore. It was a secret for a long time. Europe's figured it out. Like,
I think that lots of people know, but Ramsey just, you know, you look at any of his Instagram clips, his backhand is just so like precision, like on point. One of my favorite surfers to watch on his backhand. So yeah, he's going to be a real danger coming into Sunset.
Yeah, a weapon on the backhand, Ramsey Boeghem. All right, down to 3 minutes. And a beautiful flyby. Another just gorgeous Hawaiian day.
Yeah, it's really beautiful to see the sun, and after a few days of that storm rolling through, being on hold for a few days.
There are now more ways to watch the 2024 Championship Tour than ever before. For fans in the U.S., you can now watch every event live on ESPN+. Also in the U.S., starting at the quarterfinals, all the action is now streaming exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. Scan that code to find out more. And it's great to be on that ESPN+ platform. That starts quarterfinals on. Of course, you can always use your handy WSL app on your mobile device, and you can always go to WorldSurfLeague.com to check out all the action. 2 minutes remaining here. And number 23, he's had a triple-double on this one.
Wow.
That was a basketball term, even though I'm not a super basketball guy, but just 23, Michael Jordan, triple-double, and just because he's gone excellent in his heat total. 16.5 two-wave total. Well done. I mean, it's baffling because the winner of the heat previous, Conor O'Leary, won the heat with two waves of 7.93. So Jordy's got the mojo.
For sure, Jordy has got the mojo, 100%. He's spent so much time out here. He is looking really connected. However, I mean, right now, that ocean does look, there's not that much movement in it right now. So I think sort of pulsing, we're on this little bit of dropping, it's a dropping swell, right? We've seen it throughout the day. It's not as big. Jordy was able to sort of identify he picked the eyes out of it. He picked the best waves that he could find in that 40 minutes that he had out there. But yeah, Conor just it was a totally different story for him. But I mean, he did mention in that post-heat interview there was this one opportunity that he sort of missed, but other than that, there wasn't really much more, so he just had to adapt, and I mean, that's been sort of Conor's narrative all day today.
Down to 30 seconds. Great job by Jordy Smith. Beautiful afternoon here. Let's see maybe one more farewell rave for Ramzi Boukhayam. And that's just going to be a ride to the beach. And he'll walk away with a equal 9th place from CT number 1. So actually, when we look at the mid-season cut for Ramzi, a 9th probably isn't going to be a throw. I mean, you can get through with some 9ths in a couple quarterfinals. So it's a decent start to his season, Ramzi. But it's all about Jordy Smith going excellent. Big numbers for the big man. Well done, Brew. And speaking of Brew, let's take a Bonzoy Brew break. We'll be back. Take a couple shots. More action continues after this.
We do it better than any place around the world.
Coming out to the countdown, 10 seconds.
We're the #1 security in the surf business. Kanaka Solutions, humble beginnings to where we at present time. Used start building a relationship with all the surfers. It's almost like a ritual that every heat that goes out, every heat that comes in, man, they make sure they shake your hand or you get a hug, simple stuff like that. It's in our blood, dude. Go do what you know best. We get to give back to people. We get to provide. Malama.
There we go. A couple of surfers from Africa coming out of the water. Jordy Smith's going to advance into the quarterfinals here at Pipeline. Thank you for joining us. Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, Kuiper Guerrero, Felicity Flick Palmentier on the call here. And we got a new matchup out in the water. This one is a great one. Griffin Colapinto matched up against Ian Gentile for a spot in the quarterfinals. Your thoughts on this heat, Flick?
Ooh, thoughts on this heat? I think Griff's been on a bit of a hooter. I just feel like when he's needed scores, he's either been able to keep his cool, and in the last dying minutes, as we just see an in and out there, look like Barron. But yeah, Griff's just really been able to keep his composure really well, and I think that's just a testament to all the work he's doing, not just on his surfing, but on himself as well as a person, and his approach to the tour as well. Ian, though, you know, I loved what I saw from Ian last year as a rookie on tour. I love the way he surfs. I mean, but when I think about Ian's surfing, I think about him as like a silky smooth, more like so turns and things. And I know he's great in the barrel. I mean, right now I'm sort of favoring Griff, but you see a little bit of a look. I think that was Iago.
Yeah, here we go. We got, you know, there's been huge lulls, but it's a welcome sight to see any kind of set hitting the reef here at Pipe. These ones, a little bit straight. You can see by the aspect of it or the direction of the swell. The swell has turned more north throughout the day, and you can really see that at the angle hitting the reef right here.
Yeah, for sure. It's this shot here is really beautiful, and you can just see how blue that water is. But yeah, that north swell as well is just pushing a little bit more sand up onto the reef. You could see it before as well. You can see this rip that these guys are just sort of constantly battling in. Even there was a shot before about 10 minutes ago, you could see Griff and Ian, they just paddled out, but they were swimming actually out the back before this heat, just trying to stay in position.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, excellent, Brew. 16.5, Jordy Smith into the quarterfinals, AJ.
Excellent indeed, Kaipo. Jordy just seeming to find the waves out there. What were you searching for that you were able to capitalize on 2.8s?
The start of the heat, we really had like a strong current coming through there. There was some like tide or something we were dealing with, and we were just paddling for, I think, like 10, 12 minutes nonstop. I kind of started out going to turns just based off what was happening in the previous heat. Got like a 2.5, huge score. No, and then I said, okay, well, I'm gonna have to kind of wait for the better waves here if I want to make. I lucked into like a 4.5, and then just started kind of building my rhythm. And then I'm like a rhythm and confidence surfer, so once I kind of get those things going, things start kind of going my way.
Knowing that you are somebody who builds off of confidence and rhythm, once you hit that first one, how much weight does it take off for the rest of them, knowing that this is where you thrive?
Yeah, so my first 8, obviously it's a great feeling getting an 8 anytime you do, but there's been a lot of heats today, guys losing with 8s and then don't have a backup. So as soon as it just became like right in the front of my mind, and luckily I had that 4.5, but I still wasn't stoked with that.
Fair enough. Now the other question, how stoked are you with how the foot's holding up?
Yeah, pretty pumped actually. I think the first heat this morning was kind of that first one when you kind of nurse things, kind of just feeling how it's going to react, and then this one I was really able to like push on my board and feel like how far I could go before it was kind of painful. Did a try to air on the inside of my 2.5 that wasn't the smartest thing, and kind of banged it again, but I'll just get it checked out, make sure that this doesn't come undone.
But keeping the boot on, huh?
For now, yeah, absolutely.
Keeping it on. Congratulations, Jordy. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Jordy Smith with a great review for Hawaii Pacific Healthcare there, who stitched up and glued his foot. He's going to go see some of our guys on site, Dr. Spencer Chang, take another look at that foot. But talk about a pit crew. they fixed him right up, and he went out there and not only won his heat, but had an excellent heat for his stats.
Yeah, that was a really good heat, and I think it was a really good heat for even the conditions we have now. As this swell sort of deteriorated throughout the day, it's got a bit inconsistent, and Geordie was really able to identify, what exact wave he wanted. And yeah, I just like his approach right now. You could just hear he was just a bit loose, a bit jovial, just like got a massive score, a 2.
I was hoping for him to be just even a bit more cheeky, because I know he's capable of that right there. So
you could see it though. It was like this.
He was on the edge.
Yeah. I like that though. It's fun. You can tell that he's just not taking things too seriously. And I mean, it's easier too when you've got a total of 16.5.
Yeah.
It always feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, I've just watched the evolution of Geordie Smith, and he really is like a cool human being with a great sense of humor. So he's just one of those characters on the tour that he's pretty fun to be around, especially when he's on. Here we go. Fading into this one, a little bit of a limbo there for Ian Gentile. And that will be Ian's first ride. Right behind him. Oh, Baron Mamiya times that.
Oh.
So talk about like comfort, confidence, as well as being able to pick the quality waves. Oh, airdrop in. Colapinto devastated on that closeout, but it was a miracle he was able to make it to the bottom of that wave with 2 feet on the board.
That drop was so intense and so late. As we look at Yago here going for the air, doesn't stick it, but wow, Griff just absolutely sending it. No question about commitment whatsoever. He's committed. That was nuts.
Let's send it out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Wow, that was some heavy stuff right there. Watching that guy fall out of the sky, that guy Griffin Colapinto, was one of the most radical attempts I've seen. Just free fell, airborne, everything clicked. Tried to grab into the fins and the rail. This wave just steamrolled over. Just like I'm about to get steamrolled. We're gonna go outside.
Oh.
Look at that. Oh, and just actually got the board on rail to pull in. Check this. This is the water angle. This is what Strider saw.
Oh my goodness. Look at how thick. That thing was a cavern.
I mean, he gave himself every chance in the world. He actually jumped off of his board. He didn't get knocked off his board. He just saw everything run down the line, but that was incredible.
Just no questions on commitment there. That was just so well done. I mean, and just precision timing. It just got right underneath that lip. It was so late. Did so well just to make the drop and get up underneath the lip there. That's such a hard thing to do,
Yeah.
When he landed, he had no speed, right? So he's just engaged that rail just enough.
And he gets rewarded with a 1, Flick.
I know.
That's a lot of work for a 1.
Oh, I mean, Barron's wave prior to that, though, wow, that was a really, really beautifully surfed wave.
Let's take a look at Baron Mamiya and this 7.17.
Oh, for me, it's just wave selection. Ian went the wave before, and Barron was like, I let that one go because clearly, look at this one behind. It was just a little bit more clean. It was groomed, really beautifully surfed. You could see he's just so casual in the barrel there. It's sort of like a no claim.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's called the Matador exit. So he's just, like the bull missed him and he just right on the side right there, the Matador exit for Baron Mamiya and that 7.17, where he has a big advantage over Yago Dora. Take a look at all the scores from our judges there, Flick.
Yeah, 3 judges through a 7, 2 through the 7.5, the high and the low, 7.17. But yeah, Baron his read was just really, really, really good. I mean, just able to identify that, he was having a sniff, like maybe forcing, yeah, Ian, you can go that one, that's fine. I'll take the one behind it. And Ian's one just had this big wobble through it. It was just a bit warpy even. But yeah, Baron's wave selection was just impeccable there. And that just threw, it really stood up. So, I mean, I just can't stop thinking about Griffin's wave though. Imagine if it was just that little bit wider.
Oh.
And I mean, that would have been
Tenzo.
Yep, definitely in the double-digit region.
Yeah, just straight to a YETI 110 Tundra if he was able to come out of that. Here go Griffin Colapinto, just looking down the line, wants to manufacture something, slips off of his board. He's still got plenty of time on the clock. He and Ian Gentile, 27 minutes, 45 seconds in their heat. Priority heat down to 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And Baron Mamiya with control of that heat. Yago Dora needs an 8.73.
Oh, I mean, Yago right now, I mean, he needs 2 new waves and 7.5 minutes remaining. I mean, it's definitely doable, but just right now, it's hard to believe that he's going to be able to do it. Just with the inconsistency that we've seen throughout this afternoon, there's been moments where it pulses like that, but then there'll be moments where it might be pretty sleepy for at least, 20, 25 minutes. I mean, Connor didn't catch a wave for 35 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it's fairly cliche to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. So sometimes this is a chess game, and sometimes, it really is, if you're holding priority when that good wave comes through and you're able to execute and, move the right piece on the board at that time.
For sure. I mean, it's hindsight's the perfect science, right? Like, you should have waited longer, or you shouldn't have used your priority. I don't know, sometimes there's some surfers, though, that seem to get that formula right more than others.
And sometimes, and there's been some gems coming through, and there's been some great waves, and then also at the same time, there's been some Opala. We're celebrating the Hawaiian language this month.
What is Opala?
It's like rubbish.
Rubbish.
Yeah. So there's been some rubbish waves, but then there's been some epic ones too. See the rip that has come through the lineup right now, and Baron Mamiya and Yago Dora paddling through that rip that's been moving kind of in and out of the lineup throughout the day, in between waves. You can see the shifting sands on the shore as well.
For sure, and I even think in just this shot, you can really see that, just that direction of the swell, that northeast is really filled in. It almost, like to me, I mean, even on my break, I just was having a look, just actually facing the ocean and not a screen, and you can really see that angle. It almost looks like it's become sort of like a point break.
Yeah.
It's not a point break, but you know what I mean, just the general direction of that swell's moving down. Those boys are really paddling in that rip. I mean, there's not much time where they're stationary, right? Like they're constantly paddling, they're constantly repositioning themselves.
Yeah, and on the North Shore, on this stretch, depending on the swell direction, it really matters which way up or down the drift is going and which way the current is going. And within a day, like a lot of times, you'll see the day starting with the current going one direction up the beach, and then by the afternoon, it's going the opposite direction down the beach. And the whole time, all this sand is moving on and off the reef, creating different banks, covering the reef, uncovering the reef. Yago Dora, backdoor barrel, in the barrel, traveling through, needs an exit. And that was unfortunate that he wasn't able to find that puka, that door.
Thank you.
So a puka can be a door, a window, or a hole. Here we go, Ian Gentile. And Gentile, again, panika puka. The door is closed on Ian Gentile.
Yeah, that wave just didn't really have the exit he was probably looking for. That one again sort of had a little wobble through the face of the wave.
So Baron waving and hearing from our on-site reporters, he's got 4 minutes remaining. Look at Ian Gentile.
Yeah, weaves down the line. Just see Yago sort of duck dived, and Ian got caught behind that foam there. But yeah, that wave selection, I just don't know. It was just a bit wobbly. It just didn't really have that. No, I mean, it totally different to the waves that Baron's sort of picking off. I mean, there's not much you can do. There's 3.5 minutes remaining, but I mean, there's a clear difference from those waves, sort of ones that Baron's choosing right now.
That's how important priority is right now. Yago trying to fight back. Yago needing an 8.53. Still, a nice effort. He's under the priority of Baron Mamiya. Baron with heat control. Baron with the lead as well as priority. So Baron able to really, again, control the situation, the tempo of this heat. Unless that Yago is able to kind of sneak away, but I don't really see that happening right now because Baron knows this reef far too well.
Yeah, and you've got to think that Barron's not going to let him sneak away.
Yeah.
I think at this point right now, I mean, whoever goes through from this heat is going through to a quarterfinal finish. I mean, with this mid-season cut, you know, the quarterfinal is a keeper.
Fifth is a keeper for sure.
It's a great result, and Barron's not silly. You know, he's not gonna let this one slip away. So looks like there's sets coming. 2.5 minutes on the clock. All the guys are paddling out. Maybe the next one sort of looks like there might be a second lump here. That second one tending to be a bit better.
We'll see if Barron uses his priority, and he sees it's just a straight hander.
Just stretching out down to off the wall.
And you can see a little bit of the spray coming off the top of the waves. Again, we're having fun with the Hawaiian language. The spray coming off the top of the wave, the ehukai. Also the name of this beach park as well. As you can see, Yago Dora, he's been in this situation for quite a long time. He needs an 8.53 to get past Barron Mamiya. Barron with heat control again, with that priority, with the lead, and down to under 2 minutes.
Yeah, these are probably nervous times for Yago, and I mean, it's not really how you envision your heat going. I mean, but that can happen out here. I mean, you can get really stuck looking for this certain type of wave, and I mean, we've seen Connor. He got through with a total of under 8 points of two waves.
But you talked about the mid-season cut.
Yeah.
And even, the round of 16, you bow out in this round, you get equal ninth. That's a borderline. That's pretty much, that can be a keeper when you're looking at surviving that mid-season cut. For the men.
For the men, yeah.
Not for the women.
Yeah, for sure. I think equal ninth is great, but I think right now, I mean, there's going to be a big jump in points between equal ninth and fifth. As we see a little drainer on the inside. Ian,
Houdini Gentile just disappeared. Put an illusion on us right there. Didn't even see him pull into that barrel. It happened so quick. Disappeared for quite a while and reappeared, and that's how shallow it is.
Wow, so shallow right there. But that wave that he picked then, you could see, we didn't quite see the takeoff, but it was just so clean and smooth, and it was a lot different to the other sort of waves that he's been taking off on already in this heat. Yeah, a bit of a disappearing act, and as we have a look here, it's a smaller one on the inside, but just really drained nicely on that reef there. And not over yet, gets that finishing turn. So it's definitely going to be his best wave.
All right, what the story is right now, though, for heat number 4, it's ending, and it will be Barron Mamiya moving on into the quarterfinals. Mamiya will be in quarterfinal number 2, faced up against Jordy Smith. There's all the numbers. That 7.17 on the back door made the difference for Mamiya. Yago Dora had a tough one out there. He's going to walk away with a 9th. The crew there, Britt Merrick, Sean Ward, Matahi Drolet, and Brent Power, all in the corner of Barron Mamiya, psyching for their surfer. And here comes the North Shore boy to shore. We're going to continue on. More action, more of the round of 16 for the men from the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI.
I love the WSL vault. Let's open this thing wide open. Andy Irons' pipe domination over the years. Remember, 3 world titles, 4 pipe trophies for AI. just in devastating form. I remember just an era where no one could touch him. Unbeatable, even in small conditions, big conditions. Got to be the best surfer in the world for a very long time. And looking back to this classic footage, still would be winning heats today. Looking back in 03, his approach was raw. There's even a movie called Raw Irons that was distributed back in that era that we watched over and over again. He had that unpredictability, but it was in the heat of a rivalry with Kelly Slater. You could just feel the tension when they were in the same room together at the time. Everything felt strategic as well, what the words were exchanged and when they weren't, and it created for the best show on earth. They were pushing the sport harder than anybody else in the world. And Andy at this time was unstoppable, especially when he was at home in Hawaii. From the island of Kauai, but this was his backyard. Kai Garcia, Kala Alexander on the chair that season, 2006. Happened again for AI. This year wasn't a world title year, but he was able to win the season finale in hollow, big pipe backdoor conditions. Kelly in this final as well. Such a treat to witness this era in real time. And another handshake that had a whole lot of meaning. Who knows where the sport would be without those two and the rivalry that they had. We're going to be reflecting on that for the rest of time. Always sending love to the Irons family. Missing Andy Irons deeply as we lost him back in 2010. It was really cool when he won Tahiti, his last CT that he won. I remember he wasn't winning a lot at the time. He was kind of on his comeback. And I remember he got in the car with Luke Egan and Freddie Pataccia, and we're at the end of the road. I was carrying all my bags, and all of a sudden Andy jumps out of the car, a couple shakas. He's like, "You need a ride? Like, let's go to the airport." It was just like, I'll never forget that image in my head. Just so happy, so on fire, missing AI deeply. But gosh, that footage is just going to be so precious to us. So, you know, to really relive those moments, not just at Pipe, but everywhere we go around the world, Laura.
Yeah, the vault is so cool, and we've seen so many amazing moments today. And yeah, obviously Andy, just the greatest. Yeah, everyone misses him so much. Loved also that footage of Jake Patterson earlier today. That was so rad. And yeah, we're going to see a lot of incredible moments pulled out of that vault throughout the year.
It's cool when you talk about Crosby too. You know, being a younger guy on tour. You know, when you ask him who his inspirations were, it's Andy. It's really cool that this younger generation was pretty little when he was winning world titles and those pipe trophies, and they still rewind the tape and, you know, call him their hero. Crosby was also interested in what Andy was riding back in that era, noticing like a little bit thinner rail line, and wants to kind of maybe bring some of those ideas in his equipment today.
Yeah, because also, like, everything that he's done for the sport, not just in heats, but everywhere you go pretty much, of not even just waves of consequences, but there's always that one special wave of Andy in every place you go. You go to Tahiti, you have a few. You go to Desert Point, you have a few of his waves that are just iconic, and he goes through generations and generations, not just the people that were like kind of growing with him the same era. Like, everyone kind of just respects him because of that too.
Here we go, Cross back in the lineup now. This time it's with Imai Kalani DeVault. Winner of this heat moves on to the quarterfinals. So big for Crosby, getting a jump start. The Rookie of the Year race, but also needing some points ahead of the midseason cut. But as we focus on Imai, Laura, he kind of looks like a different human. A lot stronger than he was in the past, and a lot of confidence as well.
He really does. I mean, it's so amazing to see him just back so strong. I mean, obviously, that first year he had on tour, he didn't make the cut. Super emotional, but I remember him saying just when he arrived back on tour, just how much he learned from that experience. And yeah, he's just going to be a massive threat here in this contest, and I can't wait to see how he can capitalize, really. But another big point in this heat is that Griffin and Crosby, they're not competing against each other out there at the moment, but they're out sharing the lineup for the first time on the CT. So what a moment, even though I'm sure Griff's a bit nervous right now, not in the lead.
But yeah, what a good point. And, you know, they've been trying to will that heat to happen. It might happen very quickly. They're in the water together, which is going to be something very memorable already in 2024. Short one there. Quick look at a small inside corner left. 1 point ride to start for Imai, and that'll be his second scoring ride.
But you're thinking about the emotional roller coaster of when he fell off the first midseason cut. When I just walk into the Red Bull Athlete Zone and you're around Imai and you're around his coach Pedro, they feel more confident as a team. You know, there was that nervous energy of trying to prepare for things that they hadn't really been through together yet. Now with their experience together, it's not just the surfer, the coach gets experience as well going through it together, and they feel just different. They feel like, yeah, we belong. This is going to be a different year.
Yeah, definitely. You got previous experience, and the mistakes you committed, you're going to try and work on to not commit it again, and we see him up and riding right here. Obviously, just an amazing talent, such a great tube rider, and very confident on these conditions here. On the other side, we see Ian up and riding on a nice snug, perfect backdoor wave, just nice and throaty, finish it up very strong. That's the cool thing about Ian, that it's unexpected of his turns. He always has so much spark and so much release.
And then also a nice one to check out from the inside, Griffin Colapinto looking to ditch a 1.0. So a very close heat in the priority heat, Ian versus Griffin. They had some fun heats together last year as well. And we've got a rider up, checking out this one. Smaller, messy section, kind of stretching out quickly down the line. Unfortunately, no exit there. Rookie of the year last year is incomplete. Gentile just trying to keep his lead out front.
Yeah, loved Ian's speech at the WSL Awards last week. Last week? Days are flying by.
Days are flying by.
I know, but
what'd you like about it?
I just loved that he got up there, he did his Rookie of the Year speech, and just sort of came out and just said, he talked about his mistakes that he made and how much he learned. And yeah, one of the standouts was that he would never be late to his heat against John at Sunset ever again, and he had nightmares about not waking up in time or missing his heat and not understanding the schedule. But I think that's sort of every surfer or competitor would have. Like everyone's had that nightmare where you're like, oh my gosh, I've missed my heat.
Yeah, it's a horrible feeling.
And he might jump start on this one. Really got some speed up there in a short space, but went down. But yeah, Ian was reliving that nightmare, just hoping he'd never sleep through his alarm again. Said it was quite a roller coaster. Then he relived that moment in El Salvador. That was hilarious, where he thought he just did the best thing he could have ever done, closed out a heat with priority. Kai was looking at him funny. Ian surfed this wave in safe, and he went into his coach, and he's like, well, what'd you do that for? And he's like, oh no, I lost? He thought he advanced on in second and did the right thing. And I think what Gentile was showing us was just the humanness of being new to the tour and being willing to look at your mistakes and improve from them. Yeah, everyone's got a lot of time for Ian. He's so mellow and cruisy, and just really, I think what he wanted to lead to on stage was he'd rather just let his surfing do the talking.
And I feel like there's so many of those narratives with the rookies. You know, you look at Joao, came on tour, didn't make that cut the first year, came back last year and was just so, like he just learned, he'd grown. And back to that chat about Imai, he's grown, and they've been through that experience. Ethan Ewing, he was the same. He fell off tour, came back, just absolutely a different surfer. He had the style, but then just grew up and came into that competitive champion.
As we look at 9:22 on the clock, jersey number 22 belongs to Imai Kalani. He's actually been in training a lot in the off season. Actually picked up boxing more recently, doing that quite a bit. What a workout that is with one of his best friends, Kaimana Kinimaka. Puts himself in a great headspace to perform well in the ocean, as we'll have a great chance to check in with Kaipo once again.
Hey, I'm with Dr. Spencer Chang here with Hawaii Pacific Health, part of our medical team at the Lexus Pipe Pro. Spencer, what are some of the services that the medical team here at Pipeline provide for our surfers?
So as you know, Pipe is one of the most dangerous, surf events on the tour, probably in the world. And so we're here to provide any kind of medical aid in case anything bad should happen. Obviously, if there's some minor things like lacerations, which happen a lot, we'll do that as well. And so sometimes we'll help with getting the athletes kind of prepared and doing some soft tissue work as well for the athletes prior to going into their heat.
Yeah, it's great to have you guys on staff. Talk to us more about the good work that Hawaii Pacific Health is doing across the islands of Hawaii.
Yeah, Hawaii Pacific Health is the biggest entity in terms of medical care in all of Hawaii. So we have 4 major hospitals, and it's we're pretty wide and spread out, and we got everything you need to take care of you.
Well, really glad to have you and the rest of the staff on hand here at Pipe. And so we got great facilities here. We got great care, guys.
We sure do, and Kaipo could speak to that firsthand. I mean, Kaipo's an action sports hero. Great snowboarder, skateboarder, surfer, and so Dr. Spencer Chang has actually worked on Kaipo more than once. Kaipo recently just got a complete knee reconstruction. So if you see him limping around, maybe help him out along the way. He's come back.
We'll give him a couple
he's in the
waves
water. He just got back in the ocean.
Oh, wow, so he's got priority.
Yeah. Give him a wave. 7:20 to go here. Ian Gentile with a 5 and a 4.17. Griff needs the 3.84 to move into the quarterfinals. Kind of a place you'd think he'd always be when it comes to pipe and backdoor. We kind of talked about that story earlier, Jesse, with Cam Richards. You know what it's like for yourself too, to show up at Pipeline and coming from somewhere else and trying to just get a wave, let alone a highlight reel. When you watch the footage that Griffin's gathered at pipe and backdoor in his career, it's unbelievable, where it feels like he's just in the go zone every time he free surfs, and all he wants to do is make it happen when the heat's on as well.
And it almost doesn't translate to his results here. I know he got third here once before, but it's like he's too good at this wave for not having more consistent results. And that just show maybe lack of experience competing out here, because it's a whole different game once you're out there by yourself. But he definitely has the potential for it. And look at that river going through right there. Like all this northeast energy coming from the right of us, it's just moving towards the channel of Pipeline and going straight into it. And you see them all paddling against the rip right there, and it's very strong right now, making the waves a little wobble and a little tough. But down the line, they tend to get cleaner, and that's what they're probably looking for. Those backdoor waves that run down the line, they grow, and yeah, hopefully it comes their way.
There's a lot of things that these pros make look easy. It's obviously what they do on a wave, but just staying in position is really tough on days like this. But how cool. We're still celebrating the Colapintos being in the water together, even though they're not in the same heat, as we focus on the stories about brothers on the championship tour. We've had some incredible ones over the years as we flash back in history. There's some great brother duos. They got to compete together at the same time, fighting for a world title. Let's start with Derek and Michael Ho, Flavio Neko Padarats, picking up big wins together. Bruce and Andy Irons, that's one of the most famous ones right there. Included a big France final. CJ and Damien, twin brothers, both goofy footers. Corey and Shay Lopez. Tanner and Pat Gudauskas, that was a treat to watch. Owen and Mikey Wright. Miguel and Samuel Pupo, that's happening right now on tour, along with Crosby and Griffin Colapinto this season in 2024. We've talked about this a lot, but I do feel Miguel's gotten better since his brother got on tour. It's just something where he's always looked after Sammy. There's a bit more of an age gap with Miguel and Samuel than compared to Griffin and Crosby, but I'm almost expecting the same thing. You know, Griffin expects a lot out of Cros. I actually talked to Crosby the other day. I was like, do you ever give Griffin advice? I mean, you surf at a high level? And he's like, that's kind of the big bro's job, you know? So he's just soaking it all in from Griffin. I feel like Griffin's just going to kind of take almost like an assistant coaching role with Tommy Whitaker for Crosby Colapinto's rookie season, Laura.
Yeah, it's so cool. And just, looking back at all those iconic brother duos, they've been so fun to watch. Go down in the history books, and isn't it just, it's something really special. Like seeing Sammy and Miguel around the contest area, just watching each other's heats. They're so involved in each other's lives and careers, and they coach each other. But yeah, like you said, Miguel's come so far, and obviously got his first win with Sammy right there in the channel at Chopes.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think I was right by Sammy and Miguel for his first heat of this event, and Sammy came up to him and said, "Hey, both of the guys you're going against, they're both kind of anxious, so make sure you capitalize and get that first good wave, because most likely they're going to start the heat pretty quick." And it worked out. He actually listened to the advice and started with the best score and went on to win the heat. So Even though there's like younger brothers, like they have so much experience and baggage, like to mention anything and give their side of what they're thinking about their hits.
And I love Miguel the other day actually said that once Sammy had made it through his heat, he was like, "Ooh, I can relax now," and it like makes him like excited so he can go out and surf. And yeah, they just, you know, at the end of the day, they're brothers. They'll feel each other's emotions, and yeah.
Yeah, I think Griff said too, it's more nerve-wracking watching his brother surf, which is really interesting. As we look at 2:45 on the clock, Griff is the one with priority, just paddling right through that wave. Only needs a 3.84. Great season last year, his best to date, finishing in the WSL finals. Rolling into this one, needs a 3.84. Pulling into this section, still running for the exit. Colapinto will sink, and Griffin down to 2:15 to go. Still chasing that small number of a 3.84.
Yeah, unfortunately that wave just ran off. Imai having a look behind, but it looked nice when he took off. I almost thought he was going to flag the barrel for a bit and maybe even go to the air, but decided to go for the tube. Doesn't need a lot, but unfortunately just couldn't punch through that.
Yeah, he was a little, I'm with you. I almost thought he was going to go for turns for a second because he was kind of like a little wide for that backdoor wave. The wave was kind of breaking from behind of him. And as he bottom turned, the wave started to run, but he did as much as he could, but the wave just got way too small and just didn't let him out. And unfortunately for him, because now it's only 1:30 left and Ian's going to be right on top of him, no doubt.
90 seconds to go. Ian Gentile in a great position to be in the quarterfinals at this event. And what a way to kick things off in 2024. An equal fifth result. Just feeling a little bit more confident knowing how quickly the first half could go from Pipe to Sunset to Portugal, Bells, Margaret River, then the cut happens. That's kind of the first goal here. Survive the cut, then prepare to fight for a world title in the back end of the season. The treat would also be surfing Cloudbreak in August. So right now, Griffin trying to create some space or maybe force Ian to use priority a bit early. We know he only needs a few seconds because he kind of had a buzzer beater moment in the previous round as well.
Yeah, there's been so many moments today where people have taken off with 2 seconds to go. So this could go either way at the end here.
Rolling into this one and using priority in Gentile a little bit out in front. He's just moving down the line now. Off the bottom, setting up a little nice turn off the top. Not expecting anything to change in his top two with that just tap down the line. But he did keep Griff off it. You know what Griff can do above the lip with even single maneuver sections, so definitely a smart move for Gentile. But now we're down to 5 seconds. Griffin trying to make this one happen again. Looks like he got up in time. Chasing a 3.84. Hits it, gets hung up, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be the wave. You can tell by his body language. And the celebration starts for Gentile. Picking up a nice win there over Griffin and moving on to the quarterfinals.
Wow, that is an upset. But what a well-served heat by Ian there. And Griff, he had that wave, but unfortunately just didn't turn into anything. I, again, thought he might have tried to go to the air. But yeah, like you said, Joey, the body language, he knew.
Well done for Ian Gentile. Moving on, another big name out of the contest as we continue on. When we come back, John hits the lineup with Callum Robson. The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the World Surf League.
It's so cool to see the kids learn what to look for and what may be hazards or who might need help.
And we're on an island. We need our kids to be very comfortable.
You know, it's good for the kids. Keeps us young, keeps us motivated, keeps us grinding away, so we're stoked.
Ready, set, go!
It's awesome to be able to give back to the kids in our community, and these kids are our future, and they can help save, you know, visitors and the public alike. So if we can just give them a little bit of education and the skills they need, then that's all we can ask for.
Oh, it's so great to hear from our North Shore lifeguards, the best lifeguards in the world. They do such a great job, and the junior lifeguard program is incredible here. All the kids that grow up here are so lucky, and they are just looking forward to being a part of that junior lifeguard program every summer, and they learn so much. They get pushed too. They get a big workout and so much ocean knowledge, and they know how to take care of each other and take care of themselves growing up here on the North Shore of Oahu. Wow, the lifeguards did such an amazing job last night here on Dark. They recently got extended hours where they'll have 10-hour days, but they don't even leave. They hang out, especially when the waves are pumping, just in case. They're always around, and they've got big hearts, man. They'll stick around and make sure that everybody's looked after. We can't thank them enough. As we look at the round of 16, heat number 7, John Florence taking on Callum Robson, and sort of on a day of upsets. I'm glued to this one, you guys, for all that Callum's done in this event, especially in the barrel, especially against big names. What are you expecting from Caltex against JJF?
Yeah, well, both of these boys, Cal and John, they've been dropping absolute bangers all day, all event really. They've been standouts. They've all got excellent scores, so let's see what happened to get this started. This is Crosby.
Crosby on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, nice rhythm wave for him right there. It was actually quite a long barrel, but I think what kept the score on the low side of things, this angle kind of like hides him a little bit more. So if you're looking at front angle, most likely he was a little bit in front of the barrel. Not in front, but not deep enough. So that's why they probably kept the score pretty low. But for the heat so far, that's by far the best score, almost 2 points difference than Imai's best wave.
Yeah, there really hasn't been much this heat. Crosby didn't even catch a wave while Griffith was out there, so he'll be stoked to get on the board, and obviously having to dust off that any feels that he's got towards older bro going down in that last heat.
Kind of think about the responsibility of a coach these days, and Imai's coach, Pedro, been working with him for a long time. It's kind of cool, you know, about late December, around there, he was saying they spent about 20 days straight together, just kind of focusing on pipe and backdoor, but also when you're in the off season, you're preparing for your equipment as well. One notable change for Imai was there was a day he was just going to ride a 6.0, probably similar conditions to this, and Pedro was like, why don't you try 6.3? And sort of had some convincing there. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you're a big, strong guy, like 6.3 would be fine. And next thing you know, Imai's out there on a 6.3 going, that felt amazing. He's been on a 6.3 in this event, and it doesn't look like he's on a 6.3. I'm saying that meaning it doesn't look too big. It looks perfect. He's throwing it around off the lip, looking really strong, and it's about 32.2 liters. And it's that board that, you know, Britt Merrick has developed for pipeline, kind of thinking, you know, with barrels in mind. The funny part is all the feedback from the team riders is they love how it turns. As we see a nice fall from the sky, next section is going to shut down right on top of Imai there. But I really enjoyed that change. You know, 6.0 to 6.3 feels like a big difference, Jesse, but kind of makes a lot of sense for what he's looking for on tour.
Well, there's a comfort level for those people that live in Hawaii that they're so used to how big the waves are that they forget how big it actually is. So they're always under 6.0s. Like it could be 10 foot and they're riding 6.0s. That just showed how comfortable they are. So that could kind of bite them back, you know, because sometimes you need a little bit more aboard. And even though you can perform the same, I think Shane was mentioning about it, like you have so much more room of error if you have a bigger board. You know, you don't have to be in that perfect spot every time you're taking off on a wave. You can have a little bit more paddle with the bigger board and kind of put yourself to a roll in instead of a just crazy late drop, you know, less risk, maybe sometimes more reward, you know.
Smart choice. Yeah, 6.3 so far, looking great for Imai. Big win for Ian Gentile. Been hanging out with you a lot today, AJ.
He really has been. Likes the glass. To start 2024, does Ian Gentile back again in the round of 16. Your family off to the side. I don't know whose smiles are bigger, theirs or the one that you had coming in on to the quarterfinals. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I definitely was pretty stressed out the last 10 minutes. I figured there'd be one more exchange, and then when there wasn't, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get through with my little scores that I got right now. It's not ideal, but a win's a win. I'm happy to be in the last day.
And obviously, you wanted that last exchange. You would have liked more opportunities, but when you get a win like this, how does it set you up confidence-wise, knowing that, hey, whatever the ocean throws at me, when I'm in the water, I can figure out how to make it work?
Yeah, a huge positive was that I felt like I was in rhythm with the priority exchanges I had. So anytime that I had a chance to roll and I went, it ended up paying off. And yeah, that's all you can do.
That was one of the goals coming into this year, was using priority a little different than your rookie year, huh?
Yeah, definitely had to work a little bit on that priority, and I'm still learning. Still trying to get better each time I'm in the water, and yeah, happy.
As you should be, Ian. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ and Ian Gentile. Let's enjoy a paddle battle. How about this? John Florence and Callum Robson. Remember, John's paddled the Molokai Channel before. He's got a big wingspan.
He's paddled Fiji, hasn't he?
God, probably wouldn't mind trying. But Callum's the workhorse, man. This guy puts a lot of time in. He might have the edge. It's neck and neck. Sometimes they just want to keep the rotation going. They'll say who rode the last wave and just keep it spinning when it's this close. Callum will get priority. They'll both try to catch their breath before the next exchange.
Gotta love it. You don't see John in too many paddle battles. That was
Enjoyed that.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
He did the channel with his good friend Kona Johnson a few years back. I think for John, his fitness is really based on being outside. You'll see him go by on the bike path and then up into the mountains on a bike. Loves being in the water, just paddling, doing big missions with his brothers. Foiling sometimes. You think someone's like walking on water out there and you're like, oh, it's the Florence brothers going by on a summer day. But I wonder how that's going to affect the heat, because there's all these little moments of gamesmanship. John just put everything out there and didn't get priority. I mean, how's that going to feel as a competitor, Jesse?
I mean, you got to fight as much as you can. It doesn't really matter. He knew he had the chance of not getting the priority, but he had to give it a chance, and he did what he could. But Callum is definitely a very fit surfer, so he can battle against John, no problem. And he had the edge because he got the first wave, like you mentioned. So they kind of got back out at the same time, but then the priority goes to the guy that rode the first wave. And yeah, I guess now they just got to sit and wait and hopefully for some waves to kick in. Then the good thing about it, both of them are very wave magnets, so we hopefully see a lot of waves coming.
So true. Such a cool matchup. We got to get the inside of Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. It's Callum's been dial-a-bomb today, and he just beat John in a paddle battle. Feels like he's still got the rhythm at this stage of the day.
You know what? He's just a hard worker, and that's what he has to do to take this heat down. The only way for him to beat John is to be super smart, high IQ for the heat, and he's going to do the damage on the waves, but he has to play the smartest heat he can possibly play, because John is going to be there for the best waves, and if he can keep priority at the right time, he's going to come through this heat.
Good man, Waz, as we watch little armbar from Imai. Kalani Duvall, big wide open chamber, still spinning, and Imai gets puffed out into daylight. What a read from the Maui boy.
Wow, that was so cool by Imai there. Looks like we got some big sets coming out the back, but Imai came from a different, complete part of the reef there. We had the video, the footage on Cal looking at that wave, and he pulled back, and then we see Imai flying by from way deep. John going left.
Here he goes, pulls up and under. Standard procedure for the man on his home break. Tough exit as well, but he knows how to change positions on demand. And now he will get the best score so far in the heat with Callum. Remember, that's the non-priority heat. Imai is against Crosby with 8:10 to go. And Imai probably feeling on top of the world. Nice TP setting up for the cross. Big takeoff, extended bottom turn, pulls up and under, standing straight up.
Great read there. Remember, Crosby already had the 4.33. So he's building a bit, trying to protect and knowing that Imai just got a gem of a wave, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive, and that's what this northeast swell does. Like, it turns this backdoor wave into a point break sometimes, and like Laura mentioned, like you couldn't even see Imai. He got the wave way deeper than anyone, kind of on the sandbar almost, on the channel of pipe, and the thing just grew. It was like a mini version of Kira, like a shorter version of Kira at backdoor, and those are the best waves. Like, they're so fun to ride, and a long barrel, he's going to get rewarded very well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all these replays. Imai's wave was so cool. That thing just absolutely drained and ran all the way along the backdoor reef. And John's wave, his left, that actually came from, down at the backdoor area as well, that left. So way deeper left than the usual pipe takeoff. But Crosby, this last wave, this one was from the classic part of the reef and just was so nice. You could tell he just knew he had to just get in there, ride this wave, not be too greedy and just get the work done, but it absolutely dropped out there. Had to sneak under, pretty hard to get into that little section there, and then he got to stand tall. So it's always big. Nice wave when you can stand tall. Crosby's a short man.
He is. He told me he was 6'1" the other day, but I swear he's way taller than that. As we look at this one, stretched out and it grew, Jesse.
That's what I was mentioning, and Laura said he took off way deep, and look at that. That was just like as perfect as a wave comes to you. That was dreamy for him. Way less intensity than Crosby wave, but just way deeper and way longer. A better wave overall. And John here on his backhand somehow finding the left, going against the grain. Very hard to find. We only saw a few all day that were actually good and proper waves, and he found one of them. Smart of him under priority.
Now we've got more waves on the way. John Florence loving his home break, driving through a beautiful section of backdoor, and he gets the exit again. This is the rhythm that you're scared of if you're competing against John. I always feel like this format is so brilliant for John, what he can do, having so much time on the clock to take advantage of that non-priority part of the heat. He's one of the best at it. I think it frees him up a little bit. He's not dropping anchor, trying to play the game too much. He can kind of bring more of his free surfing element into the heat of competition. I think that's what he really shines.
Yeah, and I think for Johnny, he knows just catch waves, let's go. It's pretty hard out there this afternoon, and I love the way he's shifting around the lineup and just searching and finding these waves. This was way further in, but he just knew it was going to run along the reef. Such a small exit there. Both of his waves that he's had in the last 5 minutes have just been so, difficult to read, but he just weaves and can get so deep and ride these things so impeccable.
Yeah, it's interesting when you hear someone say, oh, John's a great tube rider. Sometimes your images just come into like 10-foot days at pipe or chopes, and it's kind of like 1 to 2 foot. He's still getting barreled. There's still some amazing ability for him to just position right and read waves really well. And that's his natural ability to read the ocean so incredibly well. And I think his hobbies kind of help him with his relationship, sailing, paddling, foiling. Everything is just right in the water, and I do feel like it all adds up for those moments. And when you're relying on the ocean to help you out, that relationship's really deep for John in a lot of different disciplines.
Yeah, and that's what makes a few guys so special. You have the normal athletes that are outstanding already, but you have 5 of them, a handful of them that are capable of getting below average waves and turn into good scores. And John is one of them, mostly out here, mostly in a small backdoor day. So he's so dangerous. We have a few other guys too that are capable of doing that, and he's one of them, and that's what makes him special.
Let's focus on John Florence on his home court here at Pipeline. Had a final with Kelly back in 2013. Ended up finishing runner-up that year, and it was really cool at the time because Kelly was really hoping that final would happen at some point against John. Kelly got the win, but had a lot of consistency to follow. Quarterfinals when he lost to Kersey the following season. A couple of more quarters to follow. Michelle Perez, Medina, and including the last 2 years back-to-back. His big win was over Gabe, and that was a really rad final for John. It was sort of at the time, the whole topic was, okay, he's got 2 world titles. He's won events different places around the world. He's won the YETI, but it was just like he hadn't won pipe yet. Right? That 2021 year, you could tell he just let out a big sigh of relief. It was like, okay, thank goodness this won't be the topic for the rest of my career.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a special moment for John to win here at Pipe. You know, they're made for each other. And, you know, all the highlights we've seen of John over the years, just amazing Pipe, all faces and faces of Pipe. But it's really cool to see him when it's not just like big 10-foot and gnarly, being able to put up massive scores. And that's like the last few years, it's been, you know, challenging conditions, and he's been able to really just show how well he knows his wave.
Nice and deep on this one, and pulling up and under. Looked like a nice attempt there for Imai. Not attempt, a make. Healthy looking roundhouse with the rebound. Just love that quick up right underneath the hook to really max out the tube time. Imai had that one that grew and really opened up. That was a 7.5 earlier. Now when he's hoping to improve on a 2.5, still in the lead over Crosby. Colapinto in the 4 range on both of his keepers and has priority with 1:55 to go, Jesse. Let's have a look.
Nice wave selection right there for him. He only needs to better at 2.5. As much as the wave was a little crumbly, he was able to get very deep. He was late in the drop. And nice cutback right there. And right here, just noticing the wave was about to finish, so he kicked out and wanted to get back there, get back out there and apply pressure in Crosby. But yeah, smart surfing for him.
Yeah, Imai's wave 7.5 was obviously amazing, and you look at Crosby's wave, it only came in as a 4.5, and that was, you know, that wave had the wow factor to it. It was a bigger wave, bigger set that we've seen in the last few heats, and unfortunately Cros just wasn't really able to get as deep as the judges would like to have seen. Yeah, I would have thought that might have gone slightly higher, that score, but yeah, that'll be a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, like you mentioned, maybe not deep enough as the judges were hoping for, but nothing really he could have done where he was sitting. Maybe he was a little deeper, but yeah, tough one to swallow there. And Imai looks like he's going to back it up very nicely again.
5.17, last of Imai. Lead just got bigger. Crosby now needs an 8.17, 42 seconds to go. Cros already leading the charge for the rookies on tour. As we see somebody traveling and incomplete. That was Imai again. Just getting the wave count up, his 10th wave ridden in this matchup. And now working his way out the back, 15 seconds. Crosby is trying to create a buzzer beater moment for himself. Remember, his big brother Griff just got knocked out by Ian Gentile. And we are going to run out of time for Crosby Colapinto. He will exit out as we catch up with John Florence. Waves already spinning multiple times. And believe us, we are still watching that whitewater foam ball just in case.
He's done it before, Houdini.
He does his magic. Wow, what a takeoff. He was definitely surfing for a 10 there. Still plenty of time with John and Callum. And Imai Kalani Duval will celebrate a beautiful victory and move into the quarterfinals. And Crosby will then send his focus down the street to Sunset Beach as we will see him fire up for stop number 2 of the season. Wow, we're definitely going to need this Bonsoy brew break to fire up for the back end of John versus Callum Robson. McGillivray and Leo will hit the lineup, but this is what just happened. John surfing for 10s. We'll be back.
Such a beautiful place to be, the North Shore of Oahu, and how about that up and under to kick things off at the start of this wave. Big blast off the top, setting up a nice carve and tail release and going down. Callum Robson looking to get involved in the heat with John Florence as Imai Kalani DeVault comes through with a brilliant performance on that 6'3" from Channel Island Surfboards. The Pipe Rook model that he's been enjoying. Able to get past Crosby Colapinto, and wow, he's got new fans on the beach. He'll be down there for a while now. Job done for the day. Now he gets to prepare for at least a quarterfinal result, but he's probably got bigger plans in store for us. When you look at Imai, you're thinking, wow, season starting at Pipe and Sunset, it's such a huge opportunity for him to be in that top 5 picture before we head to Europe. Well, as we're talking about Europe, Leo Fioravanti's back in the lineup, representing Italy, and South Africa's Matthew McGillivray. Laura, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is a super fun heat. I feel like these guys have had some great battles over the years, so excited to see what they can do. I feel like they both have, you know, Leo's shown that he absolutely charges out here. He knows this lineup really well. Matty McGillivray is just his highlights over the years. We'll get back to that. John taking off.
John Florence still gone. There he is once again, making it look so easy.
But yeah, when I think of Matty McGillivray, I just think of Margaret River and those turns that he was pulling off, just kind of making the impossible happen. And then, of course, that Chopes barrel, that 10. So he's no stranger to charging as well.
Yeah, that one's just getting started, non-party heat, but John's just warming up, it seems like. His number 6'5", 5'3". Guy has probably more 9s than anybody else. It's hard for John to get a 10. You know, you kind of feel for the judges in those moments. You're like, well, he could even do something better. You know, probably going, you know, judges don't really mind if there's a 10 or not. They just want to keep their scale and comparisons right. We kind of run away with the 10s, those moments that you'll never forget. And I do love how they save them for really special moments. Like last year, you remember the 10s, Callum, Super Tubos, Yago Dora in the final in Sakurima, and I think that's a 10. You want to be able to remember those waves at the end of a year. But for John, man, I think when he gets on a roll, he gets into the 9s, like we got to leave some room because he could do something even crazier.
Totally, and I agree with you. I think the 10-point rides needs to be memorable. You have to be certain. It's like almost one of those things that you watch like, whoa, it's a 10, you know? You can't think it. Was that a 10? As soon as you thought about it, it should have been a 10. It has to be kind of a natural reaction of what are you watching, and the judges do a good job actually separating and giving that room because the level is so high right now that you can have Felipe do 2 full rotations at J-Bay, you know, in the same wave and 5 turns after that. So you got to live a little bit of a scale for those guys.
Remember your 10 in Fiji, Laura?
Oh, yeah, still lost.
Oh, God, I forgot about that part. I just remember the wave.
The 10 was great, yeah. It's like, I feel like, yeah, those moments, it's like, I feel like everyone that gets a 10 will just kind of forget the whole wave because you just know that you're not even thinking, your body's just doing it. And then, yeah, when you hear the score called out, you're like, wow, I can't believe it. Great.
Love it. Getting more surfers into the quarterfinals. Imai's there, and he's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Imai, on to the quarterfinals. A really big moment for you. Your first time making a quarterfinals on the CT. What did it take for you to punch through into this next round?
Yeah, first, that was that thought was in my mind for sure. I'd been to that round before, but never got through. So, yeah, I just wanted to make smart decisions. I knew against Crosby, he got really good score and took out Medina in the round before, so he was looking really good. So I knew it was a hard heat, and I knew it was just going to be, you know, about wave selection. And I got kind of lucky. Like my really good wave was actually under priority. It didn't really look like it was going to be good, but so he didn't go, but it just had a little bit of bend to it that just kind of kept going. So I'm super stoked I pulled the trigger on that wave for sure.
Yeah, in a wave like that where you go, okay, let's just see what happens. What's going through your mind as you see it starting to unravel a little bit and you go, oh, actually, I can do something with this.
Yeah. I kind of just had nothing to lose at that point. I didn't have priority, and I knew I only needed about a 4 to get back into the heat. So, yeah, I kind of saw the bend, and I saw down the line that maybe it was going to barrel. It was worth a shot, and it luckily just kind of stayed open for me, and yeah, I felt really good to come out of that one, that's for sure.
So on to the quarterfinals. What do you take from lessons today, carrying that forward into the next round?
Oh yeah, I'm just so happy. First quarters, and to do it at home in this event, it's pretty crazy. So I just want to keep it going. But yeah, just, you know, get another heat of pipe. Hopefully just keep performing and, yeah, make a couple more heats, hopefully.
There you go. Congratulations, Imai. See you then.
Thank you.
Love it. Thanks, AJ. Maui, as an island, is guaranteed a semifinalist at least in this event. All Maui matchup in the quarters. Imai Kalani Duvall taking on Ian Gentile later on this week. Still got plenty of time in the waiting period all the way through Saturday, but that'll be great for all of Maui to watch that one go down. Gentile is in a great spot, making some big heats today. Imai kind of feeling like he was just in rhythm with the ocean. It almost felt like the way he talked about it, like a gift, seeing that bonus section open up, and ended up being the best wave of that matchup. Job well done. Meanwhile, in this one in the priority heat, last for John didn't factor in, 5.07. We saw Callum get started, and his best now a 4.17, so he's got some work to do. John with 2 better scores at the moment, Jesse.
Yeah, not that big of a gap in between them, though. Like, it's still so enriched, mostly for Callum. He's so good at finding those 9-point rides, and looks like he's letting John go on this one. Let's see what's going to happen.
No priority. Big drive through the first section. Florence still looking for an exit and goes down. This is where competitors hold their breath going, it didn't look like a good wave, but it's John, and Callum will be so happy that he ended up going down. But gosh, the work he did in the opening part of the wave looked like he had a for sure May coming his way.
Yeah, that wave, shades of his 9.9 that he got last year. Remember that one? I think all the cameramen and women on this event know that when John's on a wave, you do not stop until basically the wave has gone to the shore, because he could still be in the barrel, and he can just make anything happen. It's pretty special.
Really is. What a great season kicking off here at Pipeline, and it's a chance for you guys to own a piece of history. It's a new season. We've got new merchandise. You can shop now on WSLstore.com. If you're here locally, you can just join us at the Ehukai Beach Park and grab some of this memorabilia. It's great to have the collaboration with Vissla and Florence Marine X, creating some really memorable t-shirts and sweatshirts. They're selling out on hand here. Big shout out to Rob McCarty doing some great artwork on this year's t-shirt and sweatshirt. Really cool to get a piece of history, and it just kind of feels like it's defining a brand new era, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just got sent a few messages from home, so I've got to hit up the merch tent and buy some presents.
Did you?
Yes.
What'd you get?
No, I got to go buy presents.
Oh, you're going to go get
friends
presents, yeah. I know you love
That was
shopping.
a good reminder, because I always forget. Everyone's like, buy me merch, and I'm like, I always forget.
And
Come
this
home
is a special
empty-handed.
one, too.
Yeah.
What's going on right there? Looks like a little...
Yeah, let's see if Strider knows. Strider, you see anything with Leo there?
Yeah, Leo was heating up. He was just too hot, so he ripped off his wetsuit top and put the jersey back on, and now he just threw his wetsuit top off to the side and said, I don't need this. I want to get freedom. I guess he's feeling suffocated. And now any kind of edge you can give yourself mentally to do well in a heat, you got to give it to yourself. And that's what he needed right there. So he just threw the jersey off, or the wetsuit top, and now he's back in the heat.
Wait, is it just sitting there, Strider? Do you need a new wetty top?
Yeah, I grabbed it already.
Strider, how you feeling water temp wise? You cold?
You know what? Water's perfect. We're in Hawaii. You know, sun's out, shining on us. And to be honest, the wind's been pretty cooperative and perfect all day. We've had some pretty amazing backdoor waves pretty much the entire day. So I'm really impressed with how well the conditions have held out. And I'm staying warm. Vissla hooked me up with a little wetsuit here, so I'm feeling good. I did get cleaned up, though. I got really punished. So I think I got a couple cuts on my feet, and I haven't been that beat down in a while, but you know what? It's part of the job.
I love it. Thanks, Waz. We just watched a make from Leonardo Fioravanti. He's looking like he cooled right off in a good way, but he'll heat back up. He probably runs hot heats, though. He's got so much energy, and then that little current you're battling against to stay in position, you're going to warm up very quickly. But if you're in the water all day, you can get cold out there. One of the great Hawaiian Water Patrol guys, Pomai Ho'opili, I saw him run into the Red Bull Athlete Zone because there's a sauna in there. He's wearing a full suit, and I touched his hands. He was freezing. He was like shivering.
because he's in the water all day. And when you're in the water all day, you do eventually get cold, even with the full suit on. But it's cool. Just great job to the whole team, keeping everybody safe. Just to go further on Pomai quickly, he's one of the best surfers, I think, in Hawaii. Rides anything he wants. He's out there on a stand-up paddleboard. He's shortboarding. He's riding wooden surfboards. He's honestly can ride anything he wants. Body surfing. He'll take his daughter on the back of the rescue sled, and they're just ripping at like solid Rocky Point. Great crew on hand for sure. Always taking care of everybody, not even just the competitors, but everyone in the water, on land as well. If you have any questions about what to do on the North Shore, there's a great crew to talk to and check in with. And they will share that spirit of aloha. 6:20 on the clock here. John still out front. Callum with priority. What are you seeing there, Jesse?
Just the positioning right there. Leo's so good at like hunting and producing scores out of nothing. And you see right there, he's sitting way under everyone. The guys are way out the back and he's under. Now he's moving in. Probably like thinking about that wave that Imai caught, you know, like underneath and deeper, maybe a grower that kind of comes and read him. Like it's been very slow the last like few heats. So he kind of got to make the most of what he got. So he's just trying to identify that with less priority and trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, we'll see if he can come back in this heat against John. I called Bob Hurley the other day and also Mark Akalupo, Aki. They both said the exact same thing. It was so cool. There's a session recently where there's all those Kona winds and there's like nobody out. And then it was John all of a sudden was out, and then Ivan and Nathan. And Bob was like, that's maybe the best surfing I've ever seen from John. And Aki, the pieces he was picking up from back home in Australia, he was going, I think that's the best I've ever seen. You know, they're just talking about the form of Florence, you know, right before this season got started. You see, talk to those guys who've seen a lot of surfing for a very long period of time. That's really saying something starting a brand new year.
Yeah, wow. And I know John does a lot of work in the off season, especially on his equipment, on his boards, really trying to dial in every board for the whole entire year before it even kicks off, which is actually, you know, you'd think that a lot of guys come here and they just come here with their Hawaii boards, but I know that Ross and John work on his whole entire quiver for all types of waves and surf in all types of conditions. Like Kona winds, we're all in town eating and drinking Mai Tais.
It's true. It's like there's no wrong condition, you know, for John.
Yeah, he's that good, and he's not scared to throw himself in massive sections when Kona winds are blowing, like which everyone's going to be scared, and he's doing that at backdoor with 2 feet of water under him. It's just too used to. It's just natural. He's not even thinking. He's just reacting to what's coming in front of him, and that's about it. It's just another day at his home break.
Saw some good highlights come from Freddie's as well. Gabby and Tati and you guys surfing over there on the Kona Winds Day. I think it eventually, after having onshore for so many days, most surfers end up going, no, I just got to get out there.
Yeah, Freddie's is a good option. It's never good, but it's never bad. You know, it's like always the same. Like, you're never gonna score.
That's a really good breakdown.
It's always something to surf there. So it was actually pretty crowded, a lot of people in the water, but it was the only spot, unless you're John and you're surfing 6 foot onshore pipe backdoor and doing airs.
It's kind of cool. You don't have to overthink a session out there. You're just like, hey, let's just catch a few waves. Simplifies it all.
Never good. It's never bad. I
No
like
pressure. 322 in this priority heat, and Florence with a huge opportunity. It's been a while since he's won a world title. Last year was the first year since 2017 that he was able to complete a whole season, where 2017 he won his 2nd world title, and then the injuries have been painful, not just for John, but for surf fans around the world. But last year stayed really healthy through the off season. Been doing some really cool trips with his fam, and even sailed to Fiji. Guy doesn't sit still too long. Yeah, you paddled to Fiji. Are you trying to put him up to the test? See if he can make it?
A few days. It's going to take a few days.
Yeah. As we have a little opportunity here. Little pop-up peak, and Leonardo will armbar to get a little bit of a vision. Not much there, but had the 4 to start. Now 2nd scoring ride will factor in. A little bit different pace to how he started his heat in the round of 32. And McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, misread, and he's down.
But oh, we see someone up and riding.
And then pulling up and under, Callum Robson looking for a little bit more space, and it shuts down on him.
But going back to just what Leo's doing right now, like if you're a competitive surfer, you have so much feedback from previous heats that he had before. And if you look back on his final with Jack Robinson, the waves went so bad and it changed so much. So he's thinking right there, like, hey, the waves are not as good as we expected. It's not as good as we're hoping right now. So I got to adapt. I got to change my strategy, mostly with fourth priority. I got to put something on the board because you never know. It could come out for him to make the heat with a 4 and a 1.67, which I don't expect is going to be that way, but he's just preparing himself if that happens and anticipating that.
I love that, Jesse. Having that recall. I've been in this situation before. Maybe I didn't adapt well against Jack last year. This time I know what to do, and that's that smart competitor, not afraid to look at ways to improve. You don't want to make the same mistake twice, Laura.
Yeah, I think just like Jesse said, adapting and sort of knowing, look, you can see that rip running through, so much water moving out there, and it just makes it so tricky, all that texture on the face, for these waves to draw off the reef and really tube the way that these guys were getting barreled earlier. So it's kind of only the real big sets that are coming through with the energy that are really tubing right now. So got to get creative.
Yep.
45 seconds on the clock. John still in control. So many pipe champs and world champs already out of the draw. Huge opportunity for Florence to maybe even be in yellow before heading into Sunset Beach. We already know that we'll have someone new wearing the yellow jersey, with Felipe out with a 33rd. John wants to feel that energy again. Callum just trying to find some space, but without first priority, it'll be pretty challenging to get one off John, especially on Florence's home break. But Callum definitely provided some highlights for us. The 9 that we kicked off the event with, that was at Pipeline, and then some glorious barrels earlier today into the 9s again. So Callum's reputation of being a total 2-pound is cemented, as he will be focusing on Sunset Beach, and John will be in another quarterfinal here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. We'll take a quick break. Right back with more after this. Looking forward to the 8:05 post show happening at the end of the day. Jordy Smith into the quarterfinals as he takes on Baron Mamiya. He was looking incredible. Also had a great showing from Callum Robson, getting some memorable moments, some of the best in his career at this event. Also setting up another quarterfinal for the local hero, two-time world champ, pipe champ in the past, John Florence, with a great start to 2024 already, as he just got past Callum Robson in the round of 16. And now he'll have a short walk up to the glass, short walk home, and he will be preparing for finals day. And now we get back into live action. Matthew McGillivray pulling it under the hood, trying to burn off some speed there. Gets the wrap, and now gets out of there. That's Matty's best wave so far in the heat, out of the halfway mark. And Leo with a 4 and a 1.67. This heat is wide open. Find out who will be joining John in the fourth quarter final. Just had Laura Enever step out, inviting in Felicity Palmatier, who's been on the CT, has been in some large waves, been on Survivor. Gosh, you've done a lot of things, Flick, and really honored to be sitting next to you here for this last 17 minutes of action. Starting with Leo, I mean, his determination is unbelievable. I'm expecting his best year to date, following up the best year of his career last season.
Yeah, I'd like to be thinking the same thing. I think even just the way he carries himself throughout, around the contest, out of the water, I feel like something's clicked and something's changed, and just the headspace that he's in at the moment just seems a bit different to any other year. Last year he just, obviously finished runner-up here to Jack Robinson, started with the second, which is an amazing performance, and then he was right up in that conversation of possibly even making that final five in Tahiti too, I remember. So yeah, he just had an amazing year, and he's looking really strong out here already. And 16 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's got that one score of the 4 on the board, but you've got to think that, I mean, he's going to be wanting to replace that.
I'm putting in Leo early into a final 5 pick.
Wow.
Is it too early to go there, Jesse?
It's never too early. You got to make your bets early in the season. You can't have it the event before, it gets too easy. But yeah, he's always a standout, mostly starting here in Hawaii. He's so comfortable here, and he's one to watch. He's growing every year. He's getting better, more mature, making less mistakes, and that's what it takes to be in the top 5.
So these two will have the lineup to themselves as this is the last heat of the round of 16. Winner will take on John. JJF is with AJ.
Yeah, John, we were just talking about how that was a very different type of heat win for you than the round of 32, much more grindy, but how does that sort of give you confidence moving forward that you can win in any condition out here at Pipeline as if you needed more?
Yeah, those heats are always the ones that I'm really happy to make it through, because there's just not a lot of waves coming, and it's hard to have that kind of battle you want to have. And earlier, Callum got that 9 right after I had my heat, and so it was pretty cool. It's he's so scary in these conditions, as we saw in Portugal and stuff last year. If he gets the bomb, he's going to make it. And so that's all I kept thinking. I was like, I'm going to need another wave. With him sitting there with priority. And but yeah, I kind of got lucky. It just went really bad.
Lucky for you, and you're on to the quarterfinals now. I think as you look sort of just big picture at this season, how does this set you up to the first event of the year, already have locked in that spot?
Yeah, it feels really good to be in the quarters already. I definitely want to do a lot better, so working towards that. And yeah, just take it event by event. I don't know, it's just I'm pretty excited this year. I feel good, my body feels really good, and yeah, just I guess mentally feel better than last year.
Do you feel like there was something you did in the off season that's making you feel better coming into this year?
I think just took some time off more so, and then just, I don't know, I feel like I'm learning more and more every year about myself and how I want to compete and why I want to compete. And so every year it's changing a little bit, but I don't know, it feels good where I'm at right now.
Well, every chance we get to see you compete, we're stoked about it. Congratulations, John. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ, and thank you, John. Great performance. Moving on to the quarterfinals, and you start looking at the names in the quarters. We only have one surfer that was in the WSL finals last September. That's Ethan Ewing, who finished number 2 in the world. So things shaping up in a fun way to kick off a brand new year. Yeah, you'd wonder, you always try to ask Kelly, or people have done these things for a while, what is your motivation? And John's kind of in that category now. He's been here for a long time. He's in the 30+ club. He's had a lot of injuries. He's going to be a dad soon. There's so many things moving in his life, but he's found a new way to compete this year, and it looks great, Flick.
Yeah, and I liked what he said about, last year was challenging for me, and just admitting that and realizing that and acknowledging, hey, I feel really good right now, and also saying, I'm not stoked with the quarters finish. I'm hoping for a lot more than that. So to me, it seems like he's a lot hungrier than what we've seen in the last few years, and that is incredibly dangerous, especially at his home break.
Yeah, I think those quarter-final losses, he's had those back-to-back since that win in 2021. It's a little more personal when he's losing at Pipeline, as we see a nice drop into the pit, moving quickly just to get the completion is McGillivray, and was kind of forced to really get going there. He knew he wouldn't get a ton of tube time, but wants to get the completion. This one's cupped out beautifully for Leo. Comes out flying without a problem. He had so much room to stand straight up in the pitted back door. He must feel amazing. Look how fired up he is. No wonder he's overheating. Guy doesn't even take a break, Jesse.
Yeah, that was nice. Actually, it was nice to see two throaty waves. Like, we've seen a lot of like kind of crumbly waves the last few heats, and this chew came with a lot of energy, hit the bank the reef pretty nicely. Obviously, Leo's was more of a teepee, so it gives him more time to actually get behind and disappear for longer, but both great rides.
A lot of great energy from Leonardo Fioravanti, the first ever from Italy to qualify for the championship tour. Starting with Maddie's wave here, Flick.
Yeah, Maddie's wave was just super fast and sort of got in there for a hot little minute, but it just had a funny little wedge on it, and it didn't really allow him to get that much travel time. As we contrast it with Leo's, just that bit more of a TP. He was able to get so much deeper in the barrel and stand pretty much almost straight up here. You can see just, there you go, that's that moment. Head was almost on the ceiling there.
Oh. So sick.
So sick.
So thick too, and just so well positioned. Really enjoyed that water angle, Jesse.
Yeah, through the foam bowl, just standing up tall. That was amazing. And actually, he wasn't, like, as you see right here, he's not standing up tall trying to like look good or anything. It's just kind of like a pump that he went down the line, and the thing opened up beautifully for him. And he was just trying to be light on his foot and let that foam ball hit him the bottom of his board and project him out. And hey, that's a great wave right now. Like, he's gonna get rewarded very nicely.
10:40 to go. I'm just going to check my Surfline Premium account just to let you guys. Actually, even better, I'm going to call up Jonathan Warren. Jonathan, thanks so much for being on site here at Pipeline. I know you're living the dream as well, mate. And first of all, I know a lot goes into forecasting. What's your report on what you predicted that would happen today and what we ended up having for competition?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, it's basically exactly what I thought it was going to be. Definitely smaller than yesterday as this swell is on the easing trend. Still seeing overhead surf, occasional well overhead bombs every once in a while. And with the east trades, still have a little bit of that northeast that's in the mix. So, we haven't really seen too many pipeline waves because of that. It's favoring more so backdoor with what we have on offer right now today. And that's pretty much what I thought was going to pan out here today.
Awesome. Also want to get your insights on what to expect for the rest of the waiting period.
Yeah, we have a reinforcing, shorter to mid-period swell. It's going to move in through tonight into Wednesday. It's going to keep surf going about the same size that you're seeing now. So just basically, we're expecting a repeat tomorrow of what we're seeing right now. So more of this, what I would call fun size backdoor. With easterly trade winds, so clean. Still a little bit of that northeast component in the mix, but should be another pretty good day for the backdoor. Kind of almost the same deal on Thursday, but smaller. And then what we're looking forward to is a pretty decent pulse coming for Friday and Saturday from a good direction. Just that swell in the water too, so we're not going to have that northeast component anymore, which is good news for maybe seeing some backdoor waves. That next pulse looks, as far as the period goes, we're looking at maybe some pipe in backdoor, like a half and half on Friday, and then probably more so backdoor on Saturday. Favorable winds too. Nice clean conditions with offshores.
Love that. Thanks so much, Jonathan Warren, for the live report as we go right into the barrel with Leonardo Fioravanti. Pulls right back in as it shuts down on that shallow section of the reef. Yeah, what a nice opportunity to have Jonathan Warren with us for this event in real time. And, we're getting questions with him live on the broadcast, but he's taking those questions on all day long, all night long, because that's always what we want to know. Hey, when are we going to get waves? And it sounds like conditions will be nice and groomed whenever we pass out these trophies. Quarters are going to be set in 8 minutes from now for the men, and we got to get going with the women's competition as the opening round's been on deck for feels like forever, Flick.
Yeah, it's incredible that we haven't seen the women surf yet or even open up the season. I mean, but the good thing is, Jonathan just said it, there's a lot more opportunity to come. Tomorrow, we're going to see pretty similar conditions to this, and then Friday, Saturday looks pretty promising and bigger, a little bit bigger. Trade winds, looking good. The girls are going to be on.
Gosh, so many storylines to dive into there. The biggest one, Carissa Moore, stepping away from competition. That's going to be really dramatic and emotional to watch. She's joined by a longtime vet, Sally Fitzgibbons, on her comeback. You got the Moana Jones-Wong story. There's a lot in there to unpack, and we'll get there very soon. 7 minutes to go here, Strider. What are you looking forward to?
You know what? I'm looking forward to the boys being in position when those sets come. It's an interesting, surface out here. You got a lot of current, got a lot of wind, and almost ripping through it, tearing it up. It doesn't look great. And then all of a sudden, those gems show up, and you're just like, wow, look at that wave. So I think positioning today came in key for all the surfers. Just knowing your lineups on the beach, knowing exactly where you need to be when they do show up, because it really doesn't look great when you're just staring at it, and all of a sudden these waves come through and it just cleans up, and you have to be in that exact spot ready for it.
What are some of your lineups, Strider, when you're surfing out here?
We're not, come on.
Really?
We're not sharing those.
What? Oh, that's crazy.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. Do not buzz the tower.
Wow, it's still personal.
Well, when you're an old man like me, you need to be sitting on that spot and getting your wave still. You don't want to give away your spot.
Have you really called yourself into a bomb out here before?
100%. I got in trouble for it.
Did you?
Yeah. Well,
Did it work, though?
Howdy guy, catching waves and calling himself in. Once they found out, it was like, oh, that's going to end.
So that's a true story. Strider went, go Strider, and everyone kind of stopped, and he got it. So that was, what a great method, especially on those crowded days. People were thinking, oh, I guess Strider's getting called in. He called in himself.
First and last time he called himself, right?
I love it, Waz. Great job out there today. Fioravanti 7-3-3, really built on his scoreline. Back-to-back waves, number 4 and 5th wave, ridden for the Italian. Got some serious separation over Matthew McGillivray. Matty had that kind of speedy little look inside the pit. Didn't get much of a score there, 3-1-0. As Matthew needs an 8.8. Matty started off on tour, fell off, but then was able to keep his spot alive as a replacement surfer the following year. So kind of thought he'd be gone and ended up creating his spot back with some great results, getting the call up as that replacement wild card. And now he's trying to formulate a game plan in the next 5 minutes to try to upset last year's runner-up in this event. Matthew's been here for a long time and decided just to post up on the North Shore for the majority of the offseason. Such a smart move to make. Reminds you of like what Kelly Slater would do at the same age, just he was not afraid of being away from home for long periods of time.
Adriano Chu did a lot of that.
He was really good at that. And even just asking people to help, people he looked up to. Famous Adriano story at Pipe was just knocking on Jamie O'Brien's door. Can you help me out? And Jamie's like, sure. And how quickly did he improve? All of a sudden, he's in the final, then winning the event, won a world title and Pipe that same season. So a lot of credit to Adriano, obviously for his skill set, but then also not being afraid to ask, some of the best at Pipe like Jamie, maybe one of the best ever, to pass on all of his knowledge.
Well, I mean, there's certain people out there that will go that extra mile, or they'll do those extra things. They dot all the I's, they cross all the T's, and he went out there and did that himself. He didn't have someone else doing that for him, making those connections. It sounds like to me that he did that off his own back, and for me, I take my hat off to that. It just proves to me how much Adriano really wanted it. And yeah, I mean, anyone who, you're spending a lot of time away from home. Rio is someone else that comes to mind. Rio spent a lot of time away from home last year, so yeah, I mean, there's lots. They're already spending so much time away, but yeah, a lot of them continue to just live life on the road. Stephanie Gilmore, she kind of likes that sort of transient, lifestyle of always being on tour. Obviously, she's chose to take this year off, but yeah, she loves being on the road.
It's true. You have to be happy making home wherever you are. Adriano did that well, and Adriano's been working with Leo more recently, and I'm really enjoying that relationship as we focus on the finals bracket for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. World number 2 from last year, Ethan Ewing, taking on Connor O'Leary. It'll be Connor's first start in the quarters of Pipeline. Jordy Smith, the veteran, will have the local hero on the North Shore, Baron Mamiya. Ian Gentile, Imai, all Maui matchup in quarter number 3. And then John Florence taking on the winner of this heat, either Leo or McGillivray, which will be really exciting to watch. John's obviously a huge name when it comes to Pipeline, and
I'm just so impressed with Ethan's growth. You know, here at Backdoor and Pipe, he's turned into an absolute weapon in these conditions. Leonardo just got barreled. And he kicked out, looking to better a 4.57, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's rolling the dice as you know, the time is ticking, and he needs to kind of try and batter as much as he can that 4.57. And that wave kind of had like kind of a good line to it. I'm not sure if it's going to better his score or not. I don't think it is, in my opinion. It was a short barrel, but he almost had the potential. And those are the waves that sometimes you roll the dice and it turns up to be a 7-point ride. So smart of him. He's back out there and in time for maybe another wave.
Jesse, did you get ever any special insight on the relationship with De Souza and Leo, you know, in the past year? Did you kind of see them working and talking together before heats last season?
Yes, I did see quite a bit of it, mostly in ISAs and stuff. And I actually saw how that relationship started. Like, we were in ISA in Huntington about 2 years ago, and Adriano was one of the coaches, and Leo came up with us and had the event, and all of a sudden, when he was leaving the event, he saw how much knowledge that Adriano had to share. And he was like, hey, I'm going to Portugal right now for my challenger. Can I send you clips and can I talk to you before the heats? And Adriano's like, of course. Like, I'm here for you. Like, I'll give you all the support you can. And he just identified, saw the opportunity of having someone with so much knowledge that could share to him on his corner, and took advantage. And just a few months later, he was, runner up here at Pipeline and just went on a roll.
I think Adriano's playbook would be just so valuable on so many levels. Obviously for what he accomplished, but from being the underdog on tour, from being the unpopular surfer in heats, to then being the world champion and all the areas he had to improve on. You know, he would actually have incredible notes on so many different areas to have a complete game. Fioravanti down to 20 seconds to hold off McGillivray. And with priority and with Matty needing such a big score, it's looking like we will be seeing a Leo John matchup in a quarterfinal number 4. Fioravanti has proven himself out here, putting in a lot of time, incredibly confident. And now we have 8 surfers remaining. And we'll definitely have someone brand new wearing the yellow jersey heading into Sunset Beach. Great day of action, covering a lot in the overlapping format. And so many incredible highlights to look forward to on the 805 post show as we talk about the matchups, make some predictions of what's to come here in the waiting period. Stay tuned for some big highlights coming up next on the 805 post show.
Crack them open. It's the 8:05 post show here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, where we're going to unwrap all of today's happenings to you from the Bonsai Pipeline on Oahu's North Shore. We had a lot of surfing done today. 24 heats, if you actually want the number. And we have our quarterfinal set. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, joined by the fabulous Felicity Flick Parmentier and Jesse Lito Mendez. Jesse, I'm going to start with you. Got a lot of heats done today. We're all the way down to the quarters for the men.
I know, it's a lot of drama because we lost a lot of big names, a lot of upsets, and that's what pipe does. Sometimes it's, the luck of the rotation of priority. You get the right wave everyone's capable of, and some of them capitalized.
Yeah, sure did. We had some big moments, though. We had some buzzer beaters. We had some excellent scores go down today, Flick.
Yeah, I was not short of entertainment the whole day. I think I've just got to echo what Jesse said. We just saw some really big names go down in the draw. I mean, Kelly, Gabby, Italo.
Oh.
Big names. Jack.
Oh, a lot of pain on the beach today. Oh, we're going to have to talk about all of that stuff. Let's just go to, Jack Robinson coming up against Ramsey Bukhayam. Ramsey's been waiting a long time to surf a CT at Pipeline Gang, and he did well.
Yeah, he did so well. I mean, coming up against Jack, that was such a hard draw because Jack is so connected to this wave. He obviously won out here last year, and he is used to waves of power, waves of consequence, but Ramsey putting it all on line. This was the wave here, just such a late drop up underneath the lip, and that was an amazing read on that wave. Ended up getting the score on this one. Ramsey ended up getting the score on that last one. Jack had a couple of rolls of the dice, but it just really wasn't enough for Ramsey. And, I'm just so pumped for Ramsey because I feel like this moment's been coming for a really long time. And, yeah, that win definitely felt good for him.
Jesse, did you see that one coming?
You can't count anyone out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jack was the favorite in that heat, but Ramsey, like I mentioned on his heat, probably one of his biggest strengths actually backside tube riding because of where he's from. He's from Morocco, and he has amazing tube ride waves and rights on there. So, yeah, he was definitely a threat for Jack Robinson. He proved that in that heat.
Yeah, and that was just, we talked about it. We had Ethan Ewing defeat Kelly Slater. We had Jordy Smith defeat Italo Ferreira. These are all past pipe champs. We had Crosby Colapinto take out Gabe Medina. So, yeah, it was a tough one for the top seeds in that round of 32. But one guy you can count on at Pipeline, John Florence.
Yeah, wow. John, absolutely. Just stranglehold on this wave. He knows every inch of this reef, and it's at the moment, and he's looking super hard to beat. I don't know who's going to take him down.
Yeah, and it's impressive to see him actually find a pipe wave in basically a 95% day of only backdoor rides, and he was able to capitalize on that one. And always Callum is so dangerous in those conditions. So John mentioned in his heat that he was still with the eyes open, trying to block every opportunity that Callum had coming up for him.
Take a look at our brackets. We're down to just 8. We're down to the quarterfinals right now. And Ethan Ewing coming up in Connor O'Leary. What do you think about the matchup right there, Jesse? Ian Gentile, Imai Kalani DeVault, two Hawaiian Island surfers up against each other.
I think that match comes from way behind. They grew up surfing together, grew up surfing against each other. So there's a lot of emotions in that. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah. Well, John Florence is going to come up against Leo Fioravanti. Let's hear from Leo Fioravanti. He was our final heat winner of the day. He's with AJ.
Leo wrapping us up strong here in the round of 16. Little different vibes in the round of 32. What was the strategy for this one?
Different vibes, but kind of the same style, backdoor, some really good waves, not many, so you have to be patient. You have to pick them right. And I'm just really happy with the rhythm I had. I fell off on an absolute bomb that would have been a very high score, but I'm proud of myself for, putting that mistake behind and just going, all right, that happened, let's keep going. And then my next wave was a 733, which was a great wave. So, I was stoked with that.
Coming into a season with all the pressure and the expectations and goals that you set for yourself, how important is it for you to notice in a heat, hey, I still have the ability to put a mistake behind me and move forward?
It's super important, and I think that's experience helps a lot. Obviously, in my career, I've made a million mistakes. So I know now that it happens, that you're going to make mistakes, but it's more important how you bounce back. And yeah, that was on my mind. I just kept telling myself, all right, it happened, put it behind, let's keep looking forward.
Speaking of looking forward, before we do that, let's look back, because your quarterfinals is going to be a rematch against John Florence, which you had a few years ago in the quarters. He got the better of you then. You're looking ahead now. What's the difference?
I feel way more experienced. I feel like I've spent a lot of time here, but I mean, John is one, if not the best surfer out here. So I know what the challenge is going to be, but I'm up for it and I'll give him my best. We'll see what happens, but that's really exciting to get a rematch, and let's go, let's do it.
Let's see how it turns out. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Ciao a tutti, lo so che è molto tardi in Italia, però un abbraccio forte, Forza Italia, e quarti di finale domani o i prossimi giorni. Dai, yeah.
Congratulations, Leo. See you in the next one. Back to you, Kaipo.
Bravo, bravo, Fioravanti. But, you know, hates to watch, Jesse. Talk about Leo Fioravanti. He's going to come up against John Florence. I know you got some Italian pride, but you know who's the guy out here at Pipeline. Just your thoughts on that matchup. That's going to be quarterfinal number 4 right here.
Yeah, John is always the guy to beat out here. But the good thing about Leo, he's a giant killer. He's so known for actually embracing those hard matches, those putting himself as an underdog and overcoming that. So he's going to be dangerous, and he's an amazing tube rider. One of the best in the world, actually. So it's going to be fun to watch. And you see their highlights from this event. They've been ripping all event, and obviously John is a standout.
Yeah, what are you going to do with performances like that? John Florence lit it up, but Leo Fioravanti, Jesse, he's just as comfortable at backdoor.
Yeah, and like as you see, they kind of look for similar waves. You know, those runners down the line, they're very good at identifying those runners that looks like they're going to close out when you're paddling for them, but they have that little doggy door. And John, another time, just being able to stall and like wipe his speed in such a powerful wave, it's impressive. Leo is actually very good at that as well. As you see right here, him taking off, slowing himself down, just getting just deep enough and getting blown out in such a consequence wave and hollow. And there's probably one foot deep of water right there in that wave. So it's impressive to see how much comfort he has there.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. That's going to be a great matchup. Another heat I think for me to watch, Flick, is quarterfinal number 2, Jordy Smith, who's been outstanding today. I mean, he summoned waves out of just a really troubled ocean in his heat and got an 8.5, 8-point ride. He's going to come up against Baron Mamiya in that quarterfinal too.
Yeah, Jordy has looked really on fire today. I mean, he picked the eyes out of his heat. He ended up scoring 2 excellent rides, and the heats either side of Jordy's, there wasn't much going on. I mean, Connor was around the same time, and Connor ended up, I think it was the heat before, ended up advancing with a total of 8. I mean, this is going to be a great matchup. Jordy's looking connected. He's obviously got the injury on his heel at the moment, which he got stitches for, but he's coming up against Baron, which is going to be pretty tricky. I mean, Baron obviously knows every inch of this coastline. He spent a lot of time at this wave, so he hasn't got an easy task ahead of him. And then I remember watching this heat live today. That was just so beautiful. He just had such a great read of exactly what waves to identify, and yeah, it's going to be a great matchup.
I look forward to it. I mean, I'm excited about it. I'm also excited about, you know, in Hawaii, we call chopsticks hashi. So bust out your hashi and get ready to dig into the cup noodle wave of the day. Who could it be, Jesse? Who could it be for the wave of the day?
Yeah, the wave magnet. That guy's so good at finding those types of waves that we've seen before in Portugal, and we see kind of everywhere. Like, he's known for that already. Even though he hasn't been on tour that long, he's just capable of finding those gems and somehow sticking them, because he went through a huge foam ball right there, and it seemed like nothing touched him. It was
9.33.
Impressive, so impressive of him.
It's not his first 9 in this event either. I mean, he started on day 1 with a 9 also. I mean, he just knows how to pick these waves out of Pipeline.
Yeah, Callum Robson, congratulations, 9.33. That was his round of 32 heat against Seth Moniz. Unfortunately, he's bowing out with the equal 9th, coming with the round 16 loss to John Florence. But great, hey, guy to keep your eye on this year, Callum Robson. Well, we also do an activation here when we come to North Shore, as we do everywhere in the world. This one was a special one with the North Shore Community Land Trust and WSL One Ocean. Let's take a look at what happened that day.
I think initiatives like today can inspire ocean conservation just from bringing exposure to different people about it. I think that's really is the exposure and the experience of coming down here and seeing how beautiful this place is. I mean, when you look behind me, like, look at it, it's incredible.
WSL Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport. Today, we are joining forces in Hawaii to restore our valuable coastal ecosystem with the North Shore Community Land Trust.
So these are called huli. I think what's really unique about our work here at YETI is that it's one of the few types of traditional Hawaiian lo'i and fish ponds. So right here we're mounding up water hyacinth, which is an invasive species, into a floating garden bed that's going to be used to plant kalo or taro, which is just like we have right here.
Let's go and do this.
Taro is a really amazing plant, and it grows from what's called a huli or a stalk. You plant that in the ground, and from that grows a makua, or the parent. And from that parent grows several oha, which forms an ohana, or a family, which is also the word for human families as well.
This project we hope to see in a decade from now feeding the community and providing that opportunity for people to come here, and then also understanding the cultural importance to the way that food is grown and how and what is grown. So I feel like in a decade we'll really have a great example of how this can be done all throughout the islands.
First of all, I want to thank Emily and the World Surf League for another year of WSL One Ocean.
I love the support from WSL One Ocean. It allows us to really amplify our message to a broader audience. It allows us to plug into the global surfing community and a lot of what draws a lot of people to the North Shore, and allow us to share our message to that audience, and also, gain the support as well to continue our work.
It was actually really cool and rewarding. I was really happy that I was able to help out. Got a little muddy, but all good. Happy I did it.
It's really hard to protect something when you're so separated from it, and maybe you see it on a screen, but you don't really understand it. First step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Like, let's protect this.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Show us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts.
WSL One Ocean!
Well, there you go. That was a great activation. Thanks, Sawyer Lindblad and John Florence coming up and getting muddy and helping plant some kalo over there at the lo'i. Jesse, we're going to look forward. Right now, we got everything down to the quarterfinals for the men. We have yet to start the women. I know you're anticipating this. Let's take a look at our surf line forecast and what we can expect in the Pacific.
Yeah, we had the swell deteriorate throughout the day, slowed itself down, but we do have a little push tomorrow, so most likely we're going to be seeing pretty similar conditions to what we saw this afternoon. But it's very good for us. What's looking good for us, there's actually a northwest swell coming from on the 9th and the 10th that could provide us great conditions, and a little bit less of a wind offshore, not as strong maybe as today, so it's looking promising for the last few days.
Yeah, Flick, I like the blue right there in the long-range forecast Friday afternoon and all day Saturday.
For sure, I think Friday, Saturday look like really good days, potentially for competition. We've obviously got those east trade winds as well, so no shortage of opportunity.
Yeah, we can cut this into bits and pieces right now, but I'm excited to see the women hit the water. So that's the next thing. That's the next thing that I'm anticipating. And now, favorite part of my post show always is our top 5 moments of today. Let's break them down for you. Felicity, number 5. There are a lot of buzzer beaters today. Connor O'Leary did it.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary absolutely got to work with probably not the way he thought he would, with a few backhand turns. Ended up scoring a 4.83 and got the job done. And here we go, another buzzer beater. It was Geordie over Italo with this 7-point ride. Surfed it so beautifully. It's such a long tube ride, almost one of the longest ones today. And ended up taking Italo, who also had an excellent score in his scoreline. So that was a big win. And we had Dora over Wilcox. Yago scoring a 7.83 for this one. The dying seconds, so that happening so much out here at Pipeline.
Number 4, Cosby Colapinto stuns Gabe Medina, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. You really have to capitalize and make those big names commit mistakes, and you got to capitalize on that good wave. The only very good wave that came in the heat, he got it, and he made the most of it. Going through that fumble was crazy. So very impressive from him, and he froze Gabriel. Like, how many times in Gabriel's career you saw him getting those tiny scores in the heat, mostly at a good day at backdoor.
Number 3, Ramsey Bukhayam upsets our defending champs, Flick.
Yeah, this was absolutely major. I mean, coming into this heat, Ramsey would have been having so much pressure on his shoulders, feeling like, wow, this is a really tough draw, but it was that wave right there that ended up getting him the win over Jack.
We can watch this 1,000 times. Number 2, Callum Robson with his 9.33, Jesse.
Yeah, the most impressive thing about this wave, in my opinion, is the intensity of it. Check this out right now. He falls off the sky, and that wave just eats him. And somehow he's able to pull it off that fumble ride and come out beautifully. That was an amazing ride for him.
And at number 1, if Pipeline was a canvas, John Florence would have painted a masterpiece today. 9.17, 8.17, Flick. John Show.
Oh, absolutely. It was just the masterclass of John. It's just the romance that I like to watch. It's my favorite one. He's just got this special relationship with Pipeline and Backdoor, and I don't know who's going to stop him.
Not if he stays in that form. It's going to be extremely difficult. Well, it was a good day. It was a fun day. We got a lot done. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. Always good. We'll check in back tomorrow. And you check in back tomorrow. WorldSurfLeague.com, 7:45 Hawaii time for the call. And enjoy today's end-of-day highlights. Aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.